This is section 0 of Mark Twain, a biography. The Personal and Literary Life of Samuel Langhorne Clemens, by Albert Bigelow Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Read by John Greenman. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Introduction. To Clara Clemens Gabrielowitsch, who steadily upheld the author's purpose to write history rather than eulogy, as the story of her father's life. An acknowledgment. Dear William Dean Howells, Joseph Hopkins Twichell, Joseph T. Goodman, and other old friends of Mark Twain, I cannot let these volumes go to press without some grateful word to you who have helped me during the 6 years and more that have gone to their making. First, I want to confess how I have envied you your association with Mark Twain in those days when you and he went gypsying a long time ago. Next, I want to express my wonder at your willingness to give me so unstintedly from your precious letters and memories, when it is in the nature of man to hoard such treasures for himself and for those who follow him. And lastly, I want to tell you that I do not envy you so much any more, for in these chapters, one after another, through your grace, I have gone gypsying with you all. Neither do I wonder now, for I have come to know that out of your love for him grew that greater unselfishness, or divine selfishness, as he himself might have termed it, and that nothing short of the fullest you could do for his memory would have contented your hearts. My gratitude is measureless, and it is world-wide, for there is no land so distant that it does not contain someone who has eagerly contributed to the story. Only I seem so poorly able to put my thanks into words. Albert Bigelow Paine. Prefatory Note. Certain happenings as recorded in this work will be found to differ materially from the same incidents and episodes as set down in the writings of Mr. Clemens himself. Mark Twain's spirit was built of the very fabric of truth, so far as moral intent was concerned, but in his earlier autobiographical writings, and most of his earlier writings were autobiographical, he made no real pretense to accuracy of time, place, or circumstance, seeking, as he said, only to tell a good story, while in later years an ever vivid imagination and capricious memory made history difficult, even when, as in his so-called autobiography, his effort was in the direction of fact. When I was younger I could remember anything, whether it happened or not, he once said quaintly, but I am getting old, and soon I shall remember only the latter. The reader may be assured, where discrepancies occur, that the writer of this memoir has obtained his data from direct and positive sources: letters, diaries, account books, or other immediate memoranda, also from the concurring testimony of eyewitnesses, supported by a unity of circumstance and conditions, and not from hearsay or vagrant printed items. End of Introduction. Read by John Greenman. This is section 1 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 1, Ancestors. Read by John Greenman. On page 492 of the old volume of Suetonius, which Mark Twain read until his very last day, there is a reference to one Flavius Clemens, a man of wide repute for his want of energy, and in a marginal note he has written, "I guess this is where our line starts." It was like him to write that. It spoke in his whimsical fashion, the attitude of humility, the ready acknowledgment of shortcoming, which was his chief characteristic and made him lovable, in his personality and in his work. Historically, we need not accept this identity of the Clemens ancestry. The name itself has a kindly meaning, and was not an uncommon one in Rome. There was an early pope by that name, and it appears now and again in the annals of the Middle Ages. More lately there was a Gregory Clemens, an English landowner who became a member of Parliament under Cromwell, and signed the death warrant of Charles I. Afterward he was tried as a regicide, his estates were confiscated, and his head was exposed on a pole on the top of Westminster Hall. Tradition says that the family of Gregory Clemens did not remain in England, but emigrated to Virginia, or New Jersey, and from them in line descended the Virginia Clemenses, including John Marshall Clemens, the father of Mark Twain. Perhaps the line could be traced and its various steps identified, but, after all, an ancestor more or less need not matter when it is the story of a descendant that is to be written. Of Mark Twain's immediate forebears, however, there is something to be said. His paternal grandfather, whose name also was Samuel, was a man of culture and literary taste. In 1797 he married a Virginia girl, Pamela Goggin, and of their 5 children, John Marshall Clemens, born August 11, 1798, was the eldest, becoming male head of the family at the age of 7, when his father was accidentally killed at a house raising. The family was not a poor one, but the boy grew up with a taste for work. As a youth he became a clerk in an iron manufactory at Lynchburg, and doubtless studied at night. At all events, he acquired an education, but injured his health in the meantime, and somewhat later, with his mother and the younger children, removed to Adair County, Kentucky, where the widow presently married a sweetheart of her girlhood, one Simon Hancock, a good man. In due course John Clemens was sent to Columbia, the county seat, to study law. When the living heirs became of age, he administered his father's estate, receiving as his own share 3 negro slaves, also a mahogany sideboard, which remains among the Clemens effects to this day. This was in 1821. John Clemens was now a young man of 23, never very robust, but with a good profession, plenty of resolution, and a heart full of hope and dreams. Sober, industrious, and unswervingly upright, it seemed certain that he must make his mark. That he was likely to be somewhat too optimistic, even visionary, was not then regarded as a misfortune. It was 2 years later that he met Jane Lampton, whose mother was a Casey, a Montgomery Casey whose father was of the Lamptons, or Lambtons, of Durham, England, and who, on her own account, was reputed to be the handsomest girl and the wittiest, as well as the best dancer, in all Kentucky. The Montgomerys and the Caseys of Kentucky had been Indian fighters in the Daniel Boone period, and Grandmother Casey, who had been Jane Montgomery, had worn moccasins in her girlhood and once saved her life by jumping a fence and outrunning a redskin pursuer. The Montgomery and Casey annals were full of blood-curdling adventures, and there is today a Casey County next to Adair, with a Montgomery County somewhat further east. As for the Lamptons, there is an earldom in the English family, and there were claimants even then in the American branch. All these things were worth while in Kentucky, but it was rare Jane Lampton herself, gay, buoyant, celebrated for her beauty and her grace, able to dance all night, and all day too, for that matter, that won the heart of John Marshall Clemens, swept him off his feet almost at the moment of their meeting. Many of the characteristics that made Mark Twain famous were inherited from his mother. His sense of humor, his prompt, quaintly spoken philosophy, these were distinctly her contributions to his fame. Speaking of her in a later day, he once said: "She had a sort of ability which is rare in man and hardly existent in woman. The ability to say a humorous thing with the perfect air of not knowing it to be humorous." She bequeathed him this without doubt; also her delicate complexion, her wonderful wealth of hair, her small, shapely hands and feet, and the pleasant, drawling speech which gave her wit and his a serene and perfect setting. It was a one sided love affair, the brief courtship of Jane Lampton and John Marshall Clemens. All her life Jane Clemens honored her husband, and while he lived served him loyally, but the choice of her heart had been a young physician of Lexington, with whom she had quarreled, and her prompt engagement with John Clemens was a matter of temper rather than tenderness. She stipulated that the wedding take place at once, and on May 6, 1823, they were married. She was then 20, her husband 25. More than 60 years later, when John Clemens had long been dead, she took a railway journey to a city where there was an old settlers' convention, because among the names of those attending she had noticed the name of the lover of her youth. She meant to humble herself to him and ask forgiveness after all the years. She arrived too late. The convention was over, and he was gone. Mark Twain once spoke of this, and added, "It is as pathetic a romance as any that has crossed the field of my personal experience in a long lifetime." End of Chapter 1, Ancestors. This is Section 2 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866, Chapter 2, The Fortunes of John and Jane Clemens, read by John Greenman. With all his ability and industry, and with the best of intentions, John Clemens would seem to have had an unerring faculty for making business mistakes. It was his optimistic outlook, no doubt, his absolute confidence in the prosperity that lay just ahead, which led him from one unfortunate locality or enterprise to another, as long as he lived. About a year after his marriage he settled with his young wife in Gainsborough, Tennessee, a mountain town on the Cumberland River, and here, in 1825, their first child, a boy, was born. They named him Orion, after the constellation, perhaps, though they changed the accent to the first syllable, calling it Orion. Gainsborough was a small place with few enough law cases, but it could hardly have been as small or furnished as few cases as the next one selected, which was Jamestown, Fentress County, still farther toward the eastward mountains. Yet Jamestown had the advantage of being brand new, and in the eye of his fancy John Clemens doubtless saw it the future metropolis of East Tennessee, with himself its foremost jurist and citizen. He took an immediate and active interest in the development of the place, established the county seat there, built the first courthouse, and was promptly elected as circuit clerk of the court. It was then that he decided to lay the foundation of a fortune for himself and his children by acquiring Fentress County land. Grants could be obtained in those days at the expense of less than a cent an acre, and John Clemens believed that the years lay not far distant when the land would increase in value 10,000, 20, perhaps even 100,000 fold. There was no wrong estimate in that. Land covered with the finest primeval timber and filled with precious minerals could hardly fail to become worth millions, even though his entire purchase of 75,000 acres probably did not cost him more than $500. The great tract lay about 20 nines to the southward of Jamestown. Standing in the door of the courthouse he had built, looking out over the knob of the Cumberland Mountains toward his vast possessions, he said, "Whatever befalls me now, my heirs are secure. I may not live to see these acres turn into silver and gold, but my children will." Such was the creation of that mirage of wealth, the Tennessee land, which all his days and for long afterward would lie just ahead, a golden vision, its name the single watchword of the family's fortunes, the dream fading with years, only materializing at last as a theme in a story of phantom riches, the Gilded Age. Yet for once John Clemens saw clearly, and if his dream did not come true he was in no wise to blame. The land is priceless now, and a corporation of the Clemens heirs is to day contesting the title of a thin fragment of it, about 1,000 acres, overlooked in some survey. Believing the future provided for, Clemens turned his attention to present needs. He built himself a house, unusual in its style and elegance. It had 2 windows in each room, and its walls were covered with plastering, something which no one in Jamestown had ever seen before. He was regarded as an aristocrat. He wore a swallow-tail coat of fine blue jeans instead of the coarse brown native-made cloth. The blue jeans coat was ornamented with brass buttons and cost $1.25 a yard, a high price for that locality and time. His wife wore a calico dress for company, while the neighbor wives wore homespun linsey-woolsey. The new house was referred to as the Crystal Palace. When John and Jane Clemens attended balls there were continuous balls during the holidays they were considered the most graceful dancers. Jamestown did not become the metropolis he had dreamed. It attained almost immediately to a growth of 25 houses, mainly log houses, and stopped there. The country, too, was sparsely settled. Law practice was slender and unprofitable. The circuit riding from court to court was very bad for one of his physique. John Clemens saw his reserve of health and funds dwindling, and decided to embark in merchandise. He built himself a store and put in a small country stock of goods. These he exchanged for ginseng, chestnuts, lampblack, turpentine, rosin, and other produce of the country, which he took to Louisville every spring and fall in 6-horse wagons. In the meantime he would seem to have sold one or more of his slaves, doubtless to provide capital. There was a second baby now, a little girl, Pamela, born in September, 1827. 3 years later, May 1830, another little girl, Margaret, came. By this time the store and home were in one building, the store occupying one room, the household requiring 2. Clearly the family's fortunes were declining. About a year after little Margaret was born, John Clemens gave up Jamestown and moved his family and stock of goods to a point 9 miles distant, known as the Three Forks of Wolf. The Tennessee land was safe, of course, and would be worth millions some day, but in the meantime the struggle for daily substance was becoming hard. He could not have remained at the Three Forks long, for in 1832 we find him at still another place on the right bank of Wolf River, where a post office called Pall Mall was established, with John Clemens as postmaster, usually addressed as Squire or Judge. A store was run in connection with the post office. At Pall Mall in June, 1832, another boy, Benjamin, was born. The family at this time occupied a log house built by John Clemens himself, the store being kept in another log house on the opposite bank of the river. He no longer practiced law. In the Gilded Age we have Mark Twain's picture of Squire Hawkins and Obedstown, written from descriptions supplied in later years by his mother and his brother Orion, and while not exact in detail it is not regarded as an exaggerated presentation of East Tennessee conditions at that time. The chapter is too long and too depressing to be set down here. The reader may look it up for himself if he chooses. If he does, he will not wonder that Jane Clemens' handsome features had become somewhat sharper and her manner a shade graver with the years and burdens of marriage, or that John Clemens, at 36, out of health, out of tune with his environment, was rapidly getting out of heart. After all the bright promise of the beginning, things had somehow gone wrong, and hope seemed dwindling away. A tall man, he had become thin and unusually pale. He looked older than his years. Every spring he was prostrated with what was called sun pain, an acute form of headache, nerve racking and destroying to all persistent effort. Yet he did not retreat from his moral and intellectual standards, or lose the respect of that shiftless community. He was never intimidated by the rougher element, and his eyes were of a kind that would disconcert 9 men out of 10. Gray and deep set under bushy brows, they literally looked you through. Absolutely fearless, he permitted none to trample on his rights. It is told of John Clemens at Jamestown that once when he had lost a cow he handed the minister on Sunday morning a notice of the loss to be read from the pulpit, according to the custom of that community. For some reason the minister put the document aside and neglected it. At the close of the service Clemens rose and, going to the pulpit, read his announcement himself to the congregation. Those who knew Mark Twain best will not fail to recall in him certain of his father's legacies. The arrival of a letter from Colonel Sellers inviting the Hawkins family to come to Missouri is told in The Gilded Age. In reality the letter was from John Quarles, who had married Jane Clemens's sister, Patsy Lampton, and settled in Florida, Monroe County, Missouri. It was a momentous letter in The Gilded Age, and no less so in reality, for it shifted the entire scene of the Clemens family fortunes, and it had to do with the birthplace and the shaping of the career of one whose memory is likely to last as long as American history. End of Chapter 2. The Fortunes of John and Jane Clemens. This is Section 3 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. A Humble Birthplace. Florida, Missouri, was a small village in the early 30s, smaller than it is now, perhaps, though in that day it had more promise, even if less celebrity. The West was unassembled then, undigested, comparatively unknown. 2 states, Louisiana and Missouri, with less than 500,000 white persons, were all that lay beyond the great river. St. Louis, with its boasted 10,000 inhabitants, and its river trade with the South, was the single metropolis in all that vast uncharted region. There was no telegraph, there were no railroads, no stage lines of any consequence, scarcely any maps. For all that one could see or guess, one place was as promising as another, especially a settlement like Florida, located at the forks of a pretty stream, Salt River, which those early settlers believed might one day become navigable and carry the merchandise of that region down to the mighty Mississippi, thence to the world outside. In those days came John A. Quarles of Kentucky, with his wife, who had been Patsy Ann Lampton. Also, later, Benjamin Lampton, her father, and others of the Lampton race. It was natural that they would want Jane Clemens and her husband to give up that disheartening East Tennessee venture and join them in this new and promising land. It was natural, too, for John Quarles, happy-hearted, generous, and optimistic, to write the letter. There were only 21 houses in Florida, but Quarles counted stables, outbuildings, everything with a roof on it, and set the number at 54. Florida, with its iridescent promise and negligible future, was just the kind of place that John Clemens with unerring instinct would be certain to select, and the Quarles letter could have but one answer. Yet there would be the longing for companionship, too, and Jane Clemens must have hungered for her people. In The Gilded Age the Sellers letter ends, "Come, rush, hurry, don't wait for anything." The Clemens family began immediately its preparation for getting away. The store was sold and the farm. The last 2 wagon loads of produce were sent to Louisville, and with the aid of the money realized, a few $100s, John Clemens and his family flitted out into the great mysterious blank that lay beyond the knobs of Tennessee. They had a two-horse barouche, which would seem to have been preserved out of their earlier fortunes. The barouche held the parents and the three younger children, Pamela, Margaret, and the little boy Benjamin. There were also two extra horses, which Orion, now 10, and Jenny, the house girl, a slave, rode. This was early in the spring of 1835. They traveled by the way of their old home at Columbia and paid a visit to relatives. At Louisville they embarked on a steamer bound for St. Louis. Thence overland once more through wilderness and solitude into what was then the Far West, the Promised Land. They arrived one evening, and if Florida was not quite all in appearance that John Clemens had dreamed, it was at least a haven, with John Quarles, jovial, hospitable, and full of plans. The great Mississippi was less than 50 miles away. Salt River, with a system of locks and dams, would certainly become navigable to the Forks, with Florida as its head of navigation. It was a Seller's fancy, though perhaps it should be said here that John Quarles was not the chief original of that lovely character in the Gilded Age. That was another relative, James Lampton, a cousin, quite as lovable and a builder of even more insubstantial dreams. John Quarles was already established in merchandise in Florida, and was prospering in a small way. He had also acquired a good farm, which he worked with 30 slaves, and was probably the rich man and leading citizen of the community. He offered John Clemens a partnership in his store, and agreed to aid him in the selection of some land. Furthermore, he encouraged him to renew his practice of the law. Thus far, at least, the Florida venture was not a mistake, for, whatever came, matters could not be worse than they had been in Tennessee. In a small frame building near the center of the village John and Jane Clemens established their household. It was a humble one-story affair with 2 main rooms and a lean-to kitchen, though comfortable enough for its size, and comparatively new. It is still standing and occupied when these lines are written, and it should be preserved and guarded as a shrine for the American people, for it was here that the foremost American-born author, the man most characteristically American in every thought and word and action of his life, drew his first fluttering breath, caught blinkingly the light of a world that in years to come would rise up and in its wide realm of letters hail him as a king. It was on a bleak day, November 30th, 1835, that he entered feebly the domain he was to conquer. Long afterward one of those who knew him best said, "He always seemed to me like some great being from another planet, never quite of this race or kind." He may have been, for a great comet was in the sky that year, and it would return no more until the day when he should be borne back into the far spaces of silence and undiscovered suns. But nobody thought of this then. He was a 7-month child, and there was no fanfare of welcome at his coming. Perhaps it was even suggested that, in a house so small and so sufficiently filled, there was no real need of his coming at all. One Polly Ann Buchanan, who is said to have put the first garment of any sort on him, lived to boast of the fact. This honor has been claimed also for Mrs. Millie Upton and Mrs. Damerel. Probably all were present and assisted. But she had no particular pride in that matter then. It was only a puny baby with a wavering promise of life. Still, John Clemens must have regarded with favor this first gift of fortune in a new land, for he named the little boy Samuel, after his father, and added the name of an old and dear Virginia friend, Langhorne. The family fortunes would seem to have been improving at this time, and he may have regarded the arrival of another son as a good omen. With a family of 8 now, including Jenny, the slave girl, more room was badly needed, and he began building without delay. The result was not a mansion by any means, being still of the one-story pattern, but it was more commodious than the tiny 2-room affair. The rooms were larger, and there was at least one ell, or extension, for kitchen and dining room uses. This house, completed in 1836, occupied by the Clemens family during the remainder of the years spent in Florida, was often, in later days, pointed out as Mark Twain's birthplace. It missed that distinction by a few months, though its honor was sufficient in having sheltered his early childhood. This house is no longer standing. When it was torn down several years ago, portions of it were carried off and manufactured into souvenirs. Mark Twain himself disclaimed it as his birthplace, and once wrote on a photograph of it, "No, it is too stylish. It is not my birthplace." End of Chapter 3, A Humble Birthplace, read by John Greenman. This is Section 4 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4, Beginning a Long Journey. It was not a robust childhood. The new baby managed to go through the winter, a matter of comment among the family and neighbors. Added strength came, but slowly. Little Sam, as they called him, was always delicate during those early years. It was a curious childhood, full of weird, fantastic impressions and contradictory influences, stimulating alike to the imagination and that embryo philosophy of life which begins almost with infancy. John Clemens seldom devoted any time to the company of his children. He looked after their comfort and mental development as well as he could, and gave advice on occasion. He bought a book now and then, sometimes a picture book, and subscribed for Peter Parley's Magazine, a marvel of delight to the older children, but he did not join in their amusements, and he rarely or never laughed. Mark Twain did not remember ever having seen or heard his father laugh. The problem of supplying food was a somber one to John Clemens. Also, he was working on a perpetual motion machine at this period, which absorbed his spare time, and, to the inventor at least, was not a mirthful occupation. Jane Clemens was busy, too. Her sense of humor did not die, but with added cares and years her temper as well as her features became sharper, and it was just as well to be fairly out of range when she was busy with her employments. Little Sam's companions were his brothers and sisters, all older than himself. Orion, 10 years his senior, followed by Pamela and Margaret at intervals of 2 and 3 years, then by Benjamin, a kindly little lad whose gentle life was chiefly devoted to looking after the baby brother, 3 years his junior. But in addition to these associations, there were the still more potent influences of that day and section, the intimate, enveloping institution of slavery, the daily companionship of the slaves. All the children of that time were fond of the negroes and confided in them. They would, in fact, have been lost without such protection and company. It was Jennie, the house girl, and Uncle Ned, a man of all work, apparently acquired with the improved prospects, who were in real charge of the children and supplied them with entertainment. Wonderful entertainment it was. That was a time of visions and dreams, small gossip and superstitions. Old tales were repeated over and over, with adornments and improvements suggested by immediate events. At evening the Clemens children, big and little, gathered about the great open fireplace while Jennie and Uncle Ned told tales and hair-lifting legends. Even a baby of 2 or 3 years could follow the drift of this primitive telling, and would shiver and cling close with the horror and delight of its curdling thrill. The tales always began with "Once 'pon a time," and one of them was the story of the Golden Arm, which the smallest listener would one day repeat more elaborately to wider audiences in many lands. Briefly it ran as follows: "Once 'pon a time there was a man, and he had a wife, and she had a arm of pure gold, and she died, and they buried her in the graveyard, and one night her husband went and dug her up and cut off her golden arm and took it home, and one night a ghost, all in white, come to him, and she was his wife, and she says, "Where's my golden arm? Where's my golden arm? Where's my golden arm?" As Uncle Ned repeated these blood-curdling questions, he would look first one and then another of his listeners in the eyes, with his hands drawn up in front of his breast, his fingers turned out and crooked like claws, while he bent with each question closer to the shrinking forms before him. The tone was sepulchral, with awful pause, as if waiting each time for a reply. The culmination came with a pounce on one of the group, a shake of the shoulders, and a shout of, "You've got it!" and she tore him all to pieces. And the children would shout, "Lordy!" and look furtively over their shoulder, fearing to see a woman in white against the black wall, but instead only gloomy, shapeless shadows darted across it as the flickering flames in the fireplace went out on one brand and flared up on another. Then there was a story of a great ball of fire that used to follow lonely travelers along dark roads through the woods. "Once upon a time there was a man, and he was riding along the road, and he come to the haunted house, and he heard the chains rattling and rattling and rattling, and a ball of fire come rolling up and got under his stirrup, and it didn't make no difference if his horse galloped or went slow or stood still. The ball of fire stayed under his stirrup till he got plumb to the fronto, and his wife come out and say, 'My Gord, that's devil fire!' and she had to work a witch spell to drive it away." "How big was it, Uncle Ned?" "Oh, about as big as your head, and I expect it's likely to come down this here chimney most any time." Certainly an atmosphere like this meant a tropic development for the imagination of a delicate child. All the games and daily talk concerned fanciful semi-African conditions and strange primal possibilities. The children of that day believed in spells and charms and bad luck signs, all learned of their negro guardians. But if the negroes were the chief companions and protectors of the children, they were likewise one of their discomforts. The greatest real dread children knew was the fear of meeting runaway slaves. A runaway slave was regarded as worse than a wild beast, and treated worse when caught. Once the children saw one brought into Florida by 6 men who took him to an empty cabin, where they threw him on the floor and bound him with ropes. His groans were loud and frequent. Such things made an impression that would last a lifetime. Slave punishment, too, was not unknown, even in the household. Jennie especially was often saucy and obstreperous. Jane Clemens, with more strength of character than of body, once undertook to punish her for insolence, whereupon Jennie snatched the whip from her hand. John Clemens was sent for in haste. He came at once, tied Jennie's wrists together with a bridle rein, and administered chastisements across the shoulders with a cowhide. These were things all calculated to impress a sensitive child. In pleasant weather the children roamed over the country, hunting berries and nuts, drinking sugar water, tying knots in love vine, picking the petals from daisies to the formula, love me not," always accompanied by one or more, sometimes by half a dozen, of their small, darky followers. Shoes were taken off the 1st of April. For a time a pair of old woolen stockings were worn, but these soon disappeared, leaving the feet bare for the summer. One of their dreads was the possibility of sticking a rusty nail into the foot, as this was liable to cause lockjaw, a malady regarded with awe and terror. They knew what lockjaw was. Uncle John Quarles's black man, Dan, was subject to it. Sometimes when he opened his mouth to its utmost capacity he felt the joints slip and was compelled to put down the cornbread or jole and greens, or the piece of possum he was eating, while his mouth remained a fixed abyss, until the doctor came and restored it to a natural position by an exertion of muscular power that would have well nigh lifted an ox. Uncle John Quarles, his home, his farm, his slaves, all were sources of never ending delight. Perhaps the farm was just an ordinary Missouri farm, and the slaves just average negroes, but to those children these things were never apparent. There was a halo about anything that belonged to Uncle John Quarles, and that halo was the jovial, hilarious kindness of that gentle-hearted, humane man. To visit at his house was for a child to be in a heaven of mirth and pranks continually. When the children came for eggs, he would say, "Your hens won't lay, eh? Tell your ma to feed 'em parched corn and drive 'em uphill." And this was always a splendid stroke of humor to his small hearers. Also he knew how to mimic with his empty hands the peculiar patting and tossing of a pone of corn bread before placing it in the oven. He would make the most fearful threats to his own children for disobedience, but never executed any of them. When they were out fishing and returned late, he would say, "You, if I have to hunt you again after dark, I will make you smell like a burnt horn." Nothing could exceed the ferocity of this threat, and all the children with delightful terror and curiosity wondered what would happen, if it ever did happen, that would result in giving a child that peculiar savor. Altogether it was a curious early childhood that Little Sam had. At least it seems so to us now. Doubtless it was commonplace enough for that time and locality. End of Chapter 4. Beginning a Long Journey. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 5 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 5. The Way of Fortune. Read by John Greenman. Perhaps John Quarles's jocular, happy-go-lucky nature and general conduct did not altogether harmonize with John Clemens's more taciturn business methods. Notwithstanding the fact that he was a builder of dreams, Clemens was neat and methodical, with his papers always in order. He had a hearty dislike for anything resembling frivolity and confusion, which very likely were the chief features of John Quarles's storekeeping. At all events, they dissolved partnership at the end of 2 or 3 years, and Clemens opened business for himself across the street. He also practiced law whenever there were cases, and was elected justice of the peace, acquiring the permanent title of judge. He needed someone to assist in the store, and took Orion, who was by this time 12 or 13 years old. But besides his youth, Orion, all his days a visionary, was a studious, pensive lad with no taste for commerce. Then a partnership was formed with a man who developed neither capital nor business ability, and proved a disaster in the end. The modest tide of success which had come with John Clemens's establishment at Florida had begun to wane. Another boy, Henry, born in July, 1838, added one more responsibility to his burdens. There still remained a promise of better things. There seemed at least a good prospect that the scheme for making Salt River navigable was likely to become operative. With even small boats, bateaux, running as high as the lower branch of the South Fork, Florida would become an emporium of trade, and merchants and property owners of that village would reap a harvest. An act of the legislature was passed incorporating the navigation company, with Judge Clemens as its president. Congress was petitioned to aid this work of internal improvement. So confident was the company of success that the hamlet was thrown into a fever of excitement by the establishment of a boat yard and the actual construction of a bateau. But a Democratic Congress turned its back on the proposed improvement. No boat bigger than a skiff ever ascended Salt River, though there was a wild report, evidently a hoax, that a party of picnickers had seen one night a ghostly steamer, loaded and manned, puffing up the stream. An old Scotchman, Hugh Robinson, when he heard of it, said, "I don't doubt a word they say. In Scotland it often happens that when people have been killed or are troubled, they send their spirits abroad, and they are seen as much like themselves as a reflection in a looking-glass. That was a ghost of some wrecked steamboat." But John Quarles, who was present, laughed. "If ever anybody was in trouble, the men on that steamboat were," he said. "They were the Democratic candidates at the last election. They killed Salt River Improvements, and Salt River has killed them. Their ghosts went up the river on a ghostly steamboat." It is possible that this comment, which was widely repeated and traveled far, was the origin of the term "going up Salt River," as applied to defeated political candidates. The dictionaries give this phrase as probably traceable to a small, difficult stream in Kentucky, but it seems more reasonable to believe that it originated in Quarles's witty comment. No other attempt was ever made to establish navigation on Salt River. Rumors of railroads already running in the East put an end to any such thought. Railroads could run anywhere, and were probably cheaper and easier to maintain than the difficult navigation requiring locks and dams. Salt River lost its prestige as a possible water highway and became mere scenery. Railroads have ruined greater rivers than the Little Salt, and greater villages than Florida, though neither Florida nor Salt River has been touched by a railroad to this day. Perhaps such close detail of early history may be thought unnecessary in a work of this kind, but all these things were definite influences in the career of the little lad whom the world would one day know as Mark Twain. End of Chapter 5. The Way of Fortune. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 6 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 6. A New Home. Read by John Greenman. The death of little Margaret was the final misfortune that came to the Clemens family in Florida. Doubtless it hastened their departure. There was a superstition in those days that to refer to health as good luck, rather than to ascribe it to the kindness of Providence, was to bring about a judgment. Jane Clemens one day spoke to a neighbor of their good luck in thus far having lost no member of their family. That same day, when the sisters Pamela and Margaret returned from school, Margaret laid her books on the table, looked in the glass at her flushed cheeks, pulled out the trundle bed, and lay down. She was never in her right mind again. The doctor was sent for and diagnosed the case bilious fever. One evening about 9 o'clock Orion was sitting on the edge of the trundle bed by the patient, when the door opened and little Sam, then about 4 years old, walked in from his bedroom, fast asleep. He came to the side of the trundle bed and pulled at the bedding near Margaret's shoulder for some time before he woke. Next day the little girl was picking at the coverlet, and it was known that she could not live. About a week later she died. She was 9 years old, a beautiful child, plump in form, with rosy cheeks, black hair, and bright eyes. This was in August, 1839. It was little Sam's first sight of death, the first break in the Clemens family. It left a sad household. The shoemaker who lived next door claimed to have seen several weeks previous, in a vision, the coffin and the funeral procession pass the gate by the winding road to the cemetery, exactly as it happened. Matters were now going badly enough with John Clemens, yet he never was without one great comforting thought, the future of the Tennessee land. It underlaid every plan. It was an anodyne for every ill. "When we sell the Tennessee land, everything will be all right," was the refrain that brought solace in the darkest hours. A blessing for him that this was so, for he had little else to brighten his days. Negotiations looking to the sale of the land were usually in progress. When the pressure became very hard and finances were at their lowest ebb, it was offered at any price, at 5 cents an acre sometimes. When conditions improved, however little, the price suddenly advanced even to its maximum of $1,000 an acre. Now and then a genuine offer came along, but, though eagerly welcomed at the moment, it was always refused after a little consideration. "We will struggle along somehow, Jane," he would say. "We will not throw away the children's fortune." There was one other who believed in the Tennessee land, Jane Clemens's favorite cousin, James Lampton, the courtliest, gentlest, most prodigal optimist of all that guileless race. To James Lampton the land always had millions in it. Everything had. He made stupendous fortunes daily, in new ways. The bare mention of the Tennessee land sent him off into figures that ended with the purchase of estates in England adjoining those of the Durham Lamptons, whom he always referred to as our kindred, casually mentioning the whereabouts and health of the present earl. Mark Twain merely put James Lampton on paper when he created Colonel Sellers, and the story of the Hawkins family as told in The Gilded Age reflects clearly the struggle of those days. The words Tennessee land, with their golden promise, became his earliest remembered syllables. He grew to detest them in time, for they came to mean mockery. One of the offers received was the trifling sum of $250, and such was the moment's need that even this was considered. Then, of course, it was scornfully refused. In some autobiographical chapters which Orion Clemens left behind, he said: "If we had received that $250, it would have been more than we ever made, clear of expenses, out of the whole of the Tennessee land after 40 years of worry to 3 generations." What a less speculative and more logical reasoner would have done in the beginning, John Clemens did now. He selected a place which, though little more than a village, was on a river already navigable, a steamboat town with at least the beginnings of manufacturing and trade already established; that is to say, Hannibal, Missouri, a point well chosen, as shown by its prosperity to day. He did not delay matters. When he came to a decision he acted quickly. He disposed of a portion of his goods and shipped the remainder overland. Then, with his family and chattels loaded in a wagon, he was ready to set out for the new home. Orion records that, for some reason, his father did not invite him to get into the wagon, and how, being always sensitive to slight, he had regarded this in the light of deliberate desertion. "The sense of abandonment caused my heart to ache. The wagon had gone a few feet when I was discovered and invited to enter. How I wished they had not missed me until they had arrived at Hannibal! Then the world would have seen how I was treated, and would have cried 'Shame!'" This incident, noted and remembered, long after became curiously confused with another in Mark Twain's mind. In an autobiographical chapter published in the North American Review he tells of the move to Hannibal, and relates that he himself was left behind by his absent-minded family. The incident of his own abandonment did not happen then, but later and somewhat differently. It would indeed be an absent-minded family if the parents, and the sister and brothers ranging up to 14 years of age, should drive off leaving little Sam, age 4, behind. As mentioned in the prefatory note, Mark Twain's memory played him many tricks in later life. Incidents were filtered through his vivid imagination until many of them bore little relation to the actual occurrence. Some of these lapses were only amusing, but occasionally they worked an unintentional injustice. It is the author's purpose in every instance, so far as possible, to keep the record straight. End of Chapter 6. A New Home. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 7 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 7. The Little Town of Hannibal. Read by John Greenman. Hannibal, in 1839, was already a corporate community, and had an atmosphere of its own. It was a town with a distinct Southern flavor, though rather more austere than the true Southern community of that period; more Western in that it planned, though without excitement, certain new enterprises, and made a show, at least, of manufacturing. It was somnolent; a slave town could not be less than that. But it was not wholly asleep, that is to say, dead, and it was tranquilly content. Mark Twain remembered it as "the white town drowsing in the sunshine of a summer morning, the great Mississippi, the magnificent Mississippi, rolling its mile wide tide along, the dense forest away on the other side." The little city was proud of its scenery, and justly so. Circled with bluffs, with Holliday's Hill on the north, Lover's Leap on the south, the shining river in the foreground, there was little to be desired in the way of setting. The river, of course, was the great highway. Rafts drifted by. Steamboats passed up and down and gave communication to the outside world. St. Louis, the metropolis, was only 100 miles away. Hannibal was inclined to rank itself as of next importance, and took on airs accordingly. It had society, too, all kinds, from the negroes and the town drunkards, General Gaines and Jimmy Finn, later Old Ben Blankenship, up through several nondescript grades of mechanics and tradesmen to the professional men of the community, who wore tall hats, ruffled shirt fronts, and swallow tail coats, usually of some positive color, blue, snuff brown, and green. These and their families constituted the true aristocracy of the Southern town. Most of them had pleasant homes, brick or large frame mansions, with colonnaded entrances, after the manner of all Southern architecture of that period, which had an undoubted Greek root, because of certain drawing books, it is said, accessible to the builders of those days. Most of them also had means, slaves and land which yielded an income in addition to their professional earnings. They lived in such style as was considered fitting to their rank, and had such comforts as were then obtainable. It was to this grade of society that Judge Clemens and his family belonged, but his means no longer enabled him to provide either the comforts or the ostentation of his class. He settled his family and belongings in a portion of a house on Hill Street, the Pavey Hotel. His merchandise he established modestly on Main Street, with Orion, in a new suit of clothes, as clerk. Possibly the clothes gave Orion a renewed ambition for mercantile life, but this waned. Business did not begin actively, and he was presently dreaming and reading away the time. A little later he became a printer's apprentice in the office of the Hannibal Journal at his father's suggestion. Orion Clemens perhaps deserves a special word here. He was to be much associated with his more famous brother for many years, and his personality as boy and man is worth at least a casual consideration. He was 15 now, and had developed characteristics which in a greater or lesser degree were to go with him through life. Of a kindly, loving disposition, like all of the Clemens children, quick of temper but always contrite or forgiving, he was never without the fond regard of those who knew him best. His weaknesses were manifold, but, on the whole, of a negative kind. Honorable and truthful, he had no tendency to bad habits or unworthy pursuits. Indeed, he had no positive traits of any sort. That was his chief misfortune. Full of whims and fancies, unstable, indeterminate, he was swayed by every passing emotion and influence. Daily he laid out a new course of study and achievement, only to fling it aside because of some chance remark or printed paragraph or bit of advice that ran contrary to his purpose. Such a life is bound to be a succession of extremes, alternate periods of supreme exaltation and despair. In his autobiographical chapters already mentioned, Orion sets down every impulse and emotion and failure with that faithful humility which won him always the respect, if not always the approval, of men. Printing was a step downward, for it was a trade, and Orion felt it keenly. A gentleman's son and a prospective heir of the Tennessee land, he was entitled to a profession. To him it was punishment, and the disgrace weighed upon him. Then he remembered that Benjamin Franklin had been a printer, and had eaten only an apple and a bunch of grapes for his dinner. Orion decided to emulate Franklin, and for a time he took only a biscuit and a glass of water at a meal, foreseeing the day when he should electrify the world with his eloquence. He was surprised to find how clear his mind was on this low diet, and how rapidly he learned his trade. Of the other children, Pamela, now 12, and Benjamin, 7, were put to school. They were pretty, attractive children, and Henry, the baby, was a sturdy toddler, the pride of the household. Little Sam was the least promising of the flock. He remained delicate, and developed little beyond a tendency to pranks. He was a queer, fanciful, uncommunicative child that detested indoors and would run away if not watched, always in the direction of the river. He walked in his sleep, too, and often the rest of the household got up in the middle of the night to find him fretting with cold in some dark corner. The doctor was summoned for him oftener than was good for the family purse, or for him, perhaps, if we may credit the story of heavy dosings of those stern allopathic days. Yet he would appear not to have been satisfied with his heritage of ailments, and was ambitious for more. An epidemic of measles, the black, deadly kind, was ravaging Hannibal, and he yearned for the complaint. He yearned so much that, when he heard of a playmate, one of the Bowen boys, who had it, he ran away and, slipping into the house, crept into bed with the infection. The success of this venture was complete. Some days later the Clemens family gathered tearfully around Little Sam's bed to see him die. According to his own after confession, this gratified him, and he was willing to die for the glory of that touching scene. However, he disappointed them, and was presently up and about in search of fresh laurels. In later life Mr. Clemens did not recollect the precise period of this illness. With habitual indifference he assigned it to various years, as his mood or the exigencies of his theme required. Without doubt the measles incident occurred when he was very young. He must have been a wearing child, and we may believe that Jane Clemens, with her varied cares and labors, did not always find him a comfort.
"You gave me more uneasiness than any child I had," she said to him once in her old age.
"I suppose you were afraid I wouldn't live," he suggested in his tranquil fashion. She looked at him with that keen humor that had not dulled in 80 years.
"No, afraid you would,"
she said. But that was only her joke, for she was the most tender-hearted creature in the world, and, like mothers in general, had a weakness for the child that demanded most of her mother's care. It was mainly on his account that she spent her summers on John Quarles's farm near Florida, and it was during the first summer that an incident already mentioned occurred. It was decided that the whole family should go for a brief visit, and on one Saturday morning in June Mrs. Clemens, with the 3 elder children and the baby, accompanied by Jennie, the slave girl, set out in a light wagon for the day's drive, leaving Judge Clemens to bring Little Sam on horseback Sunday morning. The hour was early when Judge Clemens got up to saddle his horse, and Little Sam was still asleep. The horse being ready, Clemens, his mind far away, mounted and rode off without once remembering the little boy, and in the course of the afternoon arrived at his brother-in-law's farm. Then he was confronted by Jane Clemens, who demanded Little Sam.
"Why," said the judge, aghast, "I never once thought of him after I left him asleep."
Wharton Lampton, a brother of Jane Clemens and Patsy Quarles, hastily saddled a horse and set out helter-skelter for Hannibal. He arrived in the early dusk. The child was safe enough, but he was crying with loneliness and hunger. He had spent most of the day in the locked, deserted house, playing with a hole in the meal sack where the meal ran out, when properly encouraged, in a tiny stream. He was fed and comforted, and next day was safe on the farm, which, during that summer and those that followed it, became so large a part of his boyhood and lent a coloring to his later years. End of Chapter 7, The Little Town of Hannibal, read by John Greenman. This is Section 8 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 8, The Farm, read by John Greenman. We have already mentioned the delight of the Clemens children in Uncle John Quarles's farm. To Little Sam it was probably a life-saver. With his small cousin Tabitha Quarles, now Mrs. Greening of Palmyra, Missouri, has supplied most of the material for this chapter. Just his own age they called her Puss he wandered over that magic domain, fording new marvels at every step, new delights everywhere. A slave girl, Mary, usually attended them, but she was only 6 years older, and not older at all in reality, so she was just a playmate, and not a guardian to be feared or evaded. Sometimes, indeed, it was necessary for her to threaten to tell Miss Patsy or Miss Jane when her little charges insisted on going farther or staying later than she thought wise from the viewpoint of her own personal safety. But this was seldom, and on the whole a stay at the farm was just one long idyllic dream of summer time and freedom. The farmhouse stood in the middle of a large yard entered by a stile made of sawed-off logs of graduated heights. In the corner of the yard were hickory trees and black walnut, and beyond the fence the hill fell away past the barns, the corn cribs, and the tobacco house to a brook, a divine place to wade, with deep, dark, forbidden pools. Down in the pasture there were swings under the big trees, and Mary swung the children and ran under them until their feet touched the branches, and then took her turn and balanced herself so high that their one wish was to be as old as Mary and swing in that splendid way. All the woods were full of squirrels, gray squirrels and red fox species, and many birds and flowers. All the meadows were gay with clover and butterflies, and musical with singing grasshoppers and calling larks. There were blackberries in the fence rows, apples and peaches in the orchard, and watermelons in the corn. They were not always ripe, those watermelons, and once, when Little Sam had eaten several pieces of a green one, he was seized with cramps so severe that most of the household expected him to die forthwith. Jane Clemens was not heavily concerned. "Sammy will pull through," she said. "He wasn't born to die that way." It is the slender constitution that bears the strain. Sammy did pull through, and in a brief time was ready for fresh adventure. There were plenty of these. There were the horses to ride to and from the fields, the ox wagons to ride in when they had dumped their heavy loads, the circular horse-power to ride on when they threshed the wheat. This last was a dangerous and forbidden pleasure, but the children would dart between the teams and climb on, and the slave who was driving would pretend not to see. Then in the evening, when the black woman came along, going after the cows, the children would race ahead and set the cows running and jingling their bells, especially Little Sam, for he was a wild-headed, impetuous child of sudden ecstasies that sent him capering and swinging his arms, venting his emotions in a series of leaps and shrieks and somersaults and spasms of laughter as he lay rolling in the grass. His tendency to mischief grew with this wide liberty, improved health, and the encouragement of John Quarles's good-natured, fun-loving slaves. The negro quarters beyond the orchard were especially attractive. In one cabin lived a bedridden, white-headed old woman whom the children visited daily and looked upon with awe, for she was said to be 1,000 years old and to have talked with Moses. The negroes believed this, the children too, of course, and that she had lost her health in the desert, coming out of Egypt. The bald spot on her head was caused by fright at seeing Pharaoh drowned. She also knew how to avert spells and ward off witches, which added greatly to her prestige. Uncle Dan'l was a favorite, too kind-hearted and dependable, while his occasional lockjaw gave him an unusual distinction. Long afterward he would become Nigger Jim in the Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn tales, and so, in his gentle guilelessness, win immortality and the love of many men. Certainly this was a heavenly place for a little boy, the farm of Uncle John Quarles, and the house was as wonderful as its surroundings. It was a two-story double log building, with a spacious floor, roofed in, connecting the two divisions. In the summer the table was set in the middle of that shady, breezy pavilion, and sumptuous meals were served in the lavish Southern style, brought to the table in vast dishes that left only room for rows of plates around the edge. Fried chicken, roast pig, turkeys, ducks, geese, venison just killed, squirrels, rabbits, partridges, pheasants, prairie chickens the list is too long to be served here. If a little boy could not improve on that bill of fare and in that atmosphere, his case was hopeless indeed. His mother kept him there until the late fall, when the chilly evenings made them gather around the wide, blazing fireplace. 60 years later he wrote of that scene: I can see the room yet with perfect clearness. I can see all its buildings, all its details. The family room of the house, with a trundle bed in one corner and the spinning wheel in another, a wheel whose rising and falling wail, heard from a distance, was the mournfulest of all sounds to me, and made me homesick and low-spirited, and filled my atmosphere with the wandering spirits of the dead. The vast fireplace, piled high with flaming logs, from whose ends a sugary sap bubbled out, but did not go to waste, for we scraped it off and ate it. The lazy cat spread out on the rough hearthstones, the drowsy dogs braced against the jambs, blinking, my aunt in one chimney corner and my uncle in the other smoking his corncob pipe, the slick and carpetless oak floor faintly mirroring the flame tongues, and freckled with black indentations where fire coals had popped out and died a leisurely death. Half a dozen children romping in the background twilight, splint-bottom chairs here and there, some with rockers, a cradle out of service, but waiting with confidence. One is tempted to dwell on this period, to quote prodigally from these vivid memories, the thousand-minute impressions which the child's sensitive mind acquired in that long-ago time, and would reveal everywhere in his work in the years to come. For him it was education of a more valuable and lasting sort than any he would ever acquire from books. End of Chapter 8. The Farm. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 9 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 9, School Days. Read by John Greenman. Nevertheless, on his return to Hannibal, it was decided that Little Sam was now ready to go to school. He was about 5 years old, and the months on the farm had left him wiry and lively, even if not very robust. His mother declared that he gave her more trouble than all the other children put together. "He drives me crazy with his didos when he is in the house," she used to say, "and when he is out of it I am expecting every minute that some one will bring him home half dead." He did in fact achieve the first of his 9 narrow escapes from drowning about this time, and was pulled out of the river one afternoon and brought home in a limp and unpromising condition. When with Mullen tea and castor oil she had restored him to activity, she said,
"I guess there wasn't much danger. People born to be hanged are safe in water."
She declared she was willing to pay somebody to take him off her hands for a part of each day, and try to teach him manners. Perhaps this is a good place to say that Jane Clemens was the original of Tom Sawyer's Aunt Polly, and her portrait, as presented in that book, is considered perfect. Kind-hearted, fearless, looking and acting 10 years older than her age, as women did in that time, always outspoken and sometimes severe, she was regarded as a "character" by her friends, and beloved by them as a charitable, sympathetic woman whom it was good to know. Her sense of pity was abnormal. She refused to kill even flies, and punished the cat for catching mice. She would drown the young kittens when necessary, but warmed the water for the purpose. On coming to Hannibal she joined the Presbyterian Church, and her religion was of that clean-cut, strenuous kind which regards as necessary institutions hell and Satan, though she had been known to express pity for the latter for being obliged to surround himself with such poor society. Her children she directed with considerable firmness, and all were tractable and growing in grace except Little Sam. Even baby Henry at 2 was lisping the prayers that Sam would let go by default unless carefully guarded. His sister Pamela, who was 8 years older and always loved him dearly, usually supervised these spiritual exercises, and in her gentle care earned immortality as the cousin Mary of Tom Sawyer. He would say his prayers willingly enough when encouraged by his sister Pamela, but he much preferred to sit up in bed and tell astonishing tales of the day's adventure, tales which made prayer seem a futile corrective and caused his listeners to wonder why the lightning was restrained so long. They did not know they were glimpsing the first outcroppings of a genius that would one day amaze and entertain the nations. Neighbors hearing of these things, also certain of his narrations, remonstrated with Mrs. Clemens.
"You don't believe anything that child says, I hope."
"Oh yes, I know his average.
I discount him 90%. The rest is pure gold."
At another time she said,
"Sammy is a well of truth, but you can't bring it all up in one bucket."
This, however, is digression. The incidents may have happened somewhat later. A certain Miss E. Horr was selected to receive the payment for taking charge of Little Sam during several hours each day, directing him mentally and morally in the meantime. Her school was then in a log house on Main Street. Later it was removed to Third Street, and was of the primitive old-fashioned kind, with pupils of all ages, ranging in advancement from the primer to the third reader, from the tables to long division, with a little geography and grammar and a good deal of spelling. Long division and the third reader completed the curriculum in that school. Pupils who decided to take a post-graduate course went to a Mr. Cross, who taught in a frame house on the hill facing what is now the public square. Miss Horr received 25 cents a week for each pupil, and opened her school with prayer, after which came a chapter of the Bible, with explanations, and the rules of conduct. Then the A.B.C. class was called, because their recital was a hand-to-hand struggle requiring no preparation. The rules of conduct that first day interested Little Sam. He calculated how much he would need to trim in to sail close to the danger line and still avoid disaster. He made a miscalculation during the forenoon and received warning. A second offense would mean punishment. He did not mean to be caught the second time, but he had not learned Miss Horr yet, and was presently startled by being commanded to go out and bring a stick for his own correction. This was certainly disturbing. It was sudden, and then he did not know much about the selection of sticks. Jane Clemens had usually used her hand. It required a second command to get him headed in the right direction, and he was a trifle dazed when he got outside. He had the forests of Missouri to select from, but choice was difficult. Everything looked too big and competent. Even the smallest switch had a wiry, discouraging look. Across the way was a cooper shop with a good many shavings outside. One had blown across and lay just in front of him. It was an inspiration. He picked it up and, solemnly entering the schoolroom, meekly handed it to Miss Horr. Perhaps Miss Horr's sense of humor prompted forgiveness, but discipline must be maintained. "Samuel Langhorne Clemens," she said. He had never heard it all strung together in that ominous way. "I am ashamed of you. Jimmy Dunlap, go and bring a switch for Sammy." And Jimmy Dunlap went, and the switch was of a sort to give the little boy an immediate and permanent distaste for school. He informed his mother when he went home at noon that he did not care for school, that he had no desire to be a great man, that he preferred to be a pirate or an Indian and scalp or drown such people as Miss Horr. Down in her heart his mother was sorry for him, but what she said was that she was glad there was somebody at last who could take him in hand. He returned to school, but he never learned to like it. Each morning he went with reluctance and remained with loathing, the loathing which he always had for anything resembling bondage and tyranny, or even the smallest curtailment of liberty. A school was ruled with a rod in those days, a busy and efficient rod, as the Scripture recommended. Of the smaller boys, Little Sam's back was sore as often as the next, and he dreamed mainly of a day when, grown big and fierce, he would descend with his band and capture Miss Horr and probably drag her by the hair, as he had seen Indians and pirates do in the pictures. When the days of early summer came again, when from his desk he could see the sunshine lighting the soft green of Holliday's Hill with the purple distance beyond and the glint of the river, it seemed to him that to be shut up with a Webster's spelling book and a cross old maid was more than human nature could bear. Among the records preserved from that far off day there remains a yellow slip, whereon in neat old-fashioned penmanship is inscribed, "Miss Pamela Clemens has won the love of her teacher and schoolmates by her amiable deportment and faithful application to her various studies. E. Horr, Teacher." If any such testimonial was ever awarded to Little Sam, diligent search has failed to reveal it. If he won the love of his teacher and playmates, it was probably for other reasons. Yet he must have learned somehow, for he could read presently and was soon regarded as a good speller for his years. His spelling came as a natural gift, as did most of his attainments, then and later. It has already been mentioned that Miss Horr opened her school with prayer and scriptural readings. Little Sam did not especially delight in these things, but he respected them. Not to do so was dangerous. Flames were being kept brisk for little boys who were heedless of sacred matters. His home teaching convinced him of that. He also respected Miss Horr as an example of orthodox faith, and when she read the text, "Ask, and ye shall receive," and assured them that whoever prayed for a thing earnestly, his prayer would be answered, he believed it. A small schoolmate, the baker's daughter, brought gingerbread to school every morning, and Little Sam was just honing for some of it. He wanted a piece of that baker's gingerbread more than anything else in the world, and he decided to pray for it. The little girl sat in front of him, but always until that morning had kept the gingerbread out of sight. Now, however, when he finished his prayer and looked up, a small morsel of the precious food lay in front of him. Perhaps the little girl could no longer stand that hungry look in his eyes. Possibly she had heard his petition. At all events, his prayer bore fruit, and his faith at that moment would have moved Holliday's Hill. He decided to pray for everything he wanted, but when he tried the gingerbread supplication next morning it had no result. Grieved, but still unshaken, he tried next morning again. Still no gingerbread. And when a third and fourth effort left him hungry, he grew despairing and silent, and wore the haggard face of doubt. His mother said, "What's the matter, Sammy? Are you sick?" "No," he said, "but I don't believe in saying prayers any more, and I'm never going to do it again." "Why, Sammy, what in the world has happened?" she asked anxiously. Then he broke down and cried on her lap and told her, for it was a serious thing in that day openly to repudiate faith. Jane Clemens gathered him to her heart and comforted him. "I'll make you a whole pan of gingerbread, better than that," she said, "and the school will soon be out, too, and you can go back to Uncle John's farm." And so passed and ended Little Sam's first school days. End of Chapter 9, School Days, read by John Greenman. This is Section 10 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 10, Early Vicissitude and Sorrow, read by John Greenman. Prosperity came laggingly enough to the Clemens household. The year 1840 brought hard times. The business venture paid little or no return. Law practice was not much more remunerative. Judge Clemens ran for the office of Justice of the Peace and was elected, but fees were neither large nor frequent. By the end of the year it became necessary to part with Jenny, the slave girl, a grief to all of them, for they were fond of her in spite of her willfulness, and she regarded them as her family. She was tall, well formed, nearly black, and brought a good price. A Methodist minister in Hannibal sold a negro child at the same time to another minister who took it to his home farther south. As the steamboat moved away from the landing the child's mother stood at the water's edge, shrieking her anguish. We are prone to consider these things harshly now, when slavery has been dead for nearly half a century. But it was a sacred institution then, and to sell a child from its mother was little more than to sell today a calf from its lowing dam. One could be sorry, of course, in both instances, but necessity or convenience are matters usually considered before sentiment. Mark Twain once said of his mother, "Kind-hearted and compassionate as she was, I think she was not conscious that slavery was a bald, grotesque, and unwarranted usurpation. She had never heard it assailed in any pulpit, but had heard it defended and sanctified in 1,000. As far as her experience went, the wise, the good, and the holy were unanimous in the belief that slavery was right, righteous, sacred, the peculiar pet of the Deity, and a condition which the slave himself ought to be daily and nightly thankful for." Yet Jane Clemens must have had qualms at times, vague, unassembled doubts that troubled her spirit. After Jenny was gone a little black chore boy was hired from his owner, who had bought him on the east shore of Maryland and brought him to that remote Western village far from family and friends. He was a cheery spirit in spite of that, and gentle, but very noisy. All day he went about singing, whistling, and whooping until his noise became monotonous, maddening. One day Little Sam said, "Ma," that was the Southern term, "make Sandy stop singing all the time. It's awful." Tears suddenly came into his mother's eyes. "Poor thing, he is sold away from his home. When he sings it shows maybe he is not remembering. When he's still, I am afraid he is thinking, and I can't bear it." Yet any one in that day who advanced the idea of freeing the slaves was held in abhorrence. An abolitionist was something to despise, to stone out of the community. The children held the name in horror, as belonging to something less than human, something with claws, perhaps, and a tail. The money received for the sale of Jenny made Judge Clemens easier for a time. Business appears to have improved, too, and he was tided through another year, during which he seems to have made payments on an expensive piece of real estate on Hill and Main Streets. This property, acquired in November, 1839, meant the payment of some $7,000, and was a credit purchase beyond doubt. It was well rented, but the tenants did not always pay, and presently a crisis came, a descent of creditors, and John Clemens, at 44, found himself without business and without means. He offered everything, his cow, his household furniture, even his forks and spoons, to his creditors, who protested that he must not strip himself. They assured him that they admired his integrity so much they would aid him to resume business. But when he went to St. Louis to lay in a stock of goods, he was coldly met, and the venture came to nothing. He now made a trip to Tennessee in the hope of collecting some old debts and to raise money on the Tennessee land. He took along a negro man named Charlie, whom he probably picked up for a small sum, hoping to make something through his disposal in a better market. The trip was another failure. The man, who owed him a considerable sum of money, was solvent, but pleaded hard times. "It seems so very hard upon him," John Clemens wrote home, "to pay such a sum that I could not have the conscience to hold him to it. I still have Charlie. The highest price I had offered for him in New Orleans was $50, in Vicksburg $40. After performing the journey to Tennessee, I expect to sell him for whatever he will bring. I do not know what I can commence for a business in the spring. My brain is constantly on the rack with the study, and I can't relieve myself of it. The future, taking its completion from the state of my health or mind, is alternately beaming in sunshine or overshadowed with clouds, but mostly cloudy, as you may suppose. I want bodily exercise, some constant and active employment, in the first place, and in the next place I want to be paid for it, if possible." This letter is dated January 7, 1842. He returned without any financial success, and obtained employment for a time in a commission house on the levee. The proprietor found some fault one day, and Judge Clemens walked out of the premises. On his way home he stopped in a general store kept by a man named Selms to make some purchases. When he asked that these be placed on account, Selms hesitated. Judge Clemens laid down a $5 gold piece, the last money he possessed in the world, took the goods, and never entered the place again. When Jane Clemens reproached him for having made the trip to Tennessee at a cost of $200, so badly needed at this time, he only replied gently that he had gone for what he believed to be the best. "I am not able to dig in the streets," he added, and Orion, who records this, adds, "I can see yet the hopeless expression of his face." During a former period of depression such as this, death had come into the Clemens home. It came again now. Little Benjamin, a sensitive, amiable boy of 10, one day sickened, and died within a week, May 12, 1842. He was a favorite child, and his death was a terrible blow. Little Sam long remembered the picture of his parents' grief, and Orion recalls that they kissed each other, something hitherto unknown. Judge Clemens went back to his law and judicial practice. Mrs. Clemens decided to take a few boarders. Orion, by this time 17 and a very good journeyman printer, obtained a place in St. Louis to aid in the family support. The tide of fortune having touched low water mark, the usual gentle stage of improvement set in. Times grew better in Hannibal after those first 2 or 3 years. Legal fees became larger and more frequent. Within another 2 years Judge Clemens appears to have been in fairly hopeful circumstances again, able at least to invest some money in silkworm culture and lose it, also to buy a piano for Pamela, and to build a modest house on the Hill Street property, which a rich St. Louis cousin, James Clemens, had preserved for him. It was the house which is known to day as the Mark Twain home. This house, in 1911, was bought by Mr. and Mrs. George A. Mahan and presented to Hannibal for a memorial museum. Near it, toward the corner of Main Street, was his office, and here he dispensed law and justice in a manner which, if it did not bring him affluence, at least won for him the respect of the entire community. One example will serve. Next to his office was a stone cutter's shop. One day the proprietor, Dave Atkinson, got into a muss with one Fighting MacDonald, and there was a tremendous racket. Judge Clemens ran out and found the men down, punishing each other on the pavement. "I command the peace!" he shouted, as he came up to them. No one paid the least attention. "I command the peace!" he shouted again, still louder, but with no result. A stone cutter's mallet lay there, handy. Judge Clemens seized it, and, leaning over the combatants, gave the upper one, MacDonald, a smart blow on the head. "I command the peace!" he said for the third time, and struck a considerable smarter blow. That settled it. The second blow was of the sort that made MacDonald roll over, and peace ensued. Judge Clemens hailed both men into his court, fined them, and collected his fee. Such enterprise in the cause of justice deserved prompt reward. End of Chapter 10. Early Vicissitude and Sorrow. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 11 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 11. Days of Education. Read by John Greenman. The Clemens family had made one or two moves since its arrival in Hannibal, but the identity of these temporary residences and the period of occupation of each can no longer be established. Mark Twain once said: "In 1843 my father caught me in a lie. It is not this fact that gives me the date, but the house we lived in. We were there only a year." We may believe it was the active result of that lie that fixed his memory of the place, for his father seldom punished him. When he did, it was a thorough and satisfactory performance. It was about the period of moving into the new house, 1844, that the Tom Sawyer days, that is to say, the boyhood of Samuel Clemens, may be said to have begun. Up to that time he was just Little Sam, a child, wild and mischievous, often exasperating, but still a child, a delicate little lad to be worried over, mothered or spanked, and put to bed. Now, at 9, he had acquired health, with a sturdy ability to look out for himself, as boys will in a community like that, especially where the family is rather larger than the income, and there is still a younger child to claim a mother's protecting care. So Sam, as they now called him, grew up at 9, and was full of knowledge for his years. Not that he was old in spirit or manner. He was never that, even to his death. But he had learned a great number of things, mostly of a kind not acquired at school. They were not always of a pleasant kind. They were likely to be of a kind startling to a boy, even terrifying. Once Little Sam he was still Little Sam then saw an old man shot down on the main street at noonday. He saw them carry him home, lay him on the bed, and spread on his breast an open family Bible, which looked as heavy as an anvil. He thought if he could only drag that great burden away, the poor old dying man would not breathe so heavily. He saw a young emigrant stabbed with a bowie knife by a drunken comrade, and noted the spurt of lifeblood that followed. He saw two young men try to kill their uncle, one holding him while the other snapped repeatedly an Allen revolver which failed to go off. Then there was the drunken rowdy who proposed to raid the Welshman's house one dark, threatening night. He saw that, too. A widow and her one daughter lived there, and the ruffian woke the whole village with his coarse challenges and obscenities. Sam Clemens and a boon companion, John Briggs, went up there to look and listen. The man was at the gate, and the Warren were invisible in the shadow of the dark porch. The boys heard the elder woman's voice warning the man that she had a loaded gun, and that she would kill him if he stayed where he was. He replied with a ribald tirade, and she warned that she would count 10, that if he remained a second longer she would fire. She began slowly and counted up to 5, with him laughing and jeering. At 6 he grew silent, but he did not go. She counted on. 7, 8, 9. The boys watching from the dark roadside felt their hearts stop. There was a long pause, then the final count, followed a second later by a gush of flame. The man dropped, his breast riddled. At the same instant the thunderstorm that had been gathering broke loose. The boys fled wildly, believing that Satan himself had arrived to claim the lost soul. Many such instances happened in a town like that in those days, and there were events incident to slavery. He saw a slave struck down and killed with a piece of slag for a trifling offense. He saw an abolitionist attacked by a mob, and they would have lynched him had not a Methodist minister defended him on a plea that he must be crazy. He did not remember in later years that he had ever seen a slave auction, but he added, "I am suspicious that it is because the thing was a commonplace spectacle, and not an uncommon or impressive one. I do vividly remember seeing a dozen black men and women chained together, lying in a group on the pavement, waiting shipment to a Southern slave market. They had the saddest faces I ever saw." It is not surprising that a boy would gather a store of human knowledge amid such happenings as these. They were wild, disturbing things. They got into his dreams and made him fearful when he woke in the middle of the night. He did not then regard them as an education. In some vague way he set them down as warnings or punishments designed to give him a taste for a better life. He felt that it was his own conscience that made these things torture him. That was his mother's idea, and he had a high respect for her moral opinions, also for her courage. Among other things, he had seen her one day defy a vicious devil of a Corsican, a common terror in the town, who was chasing his grown daughter with a heavy rope in his hand, declaring he would wear it out on her. Cautious citizens got out of her way, but Jane Clemens opened her door wide to the refugee, and then, instead of rushing in and closing it, spread her arms across it, barring the way. The man swore and threatened her with the rope, but she did not flinch or show any sign of fear. She stood there and shamed him and derided him and defied him until he gave up the rope and slunk off, crestfallen and conquered. Anyone who could do that must have a perfect conscience, Sam thought. In the fearsome darkness he would say his prayers, especially when a thunderstorm was coming, and vow to begin a better life in the morning. He detested Sunday school as much as day school, and once Orion, who was moral and religious, had threatened to drag him there by the collar. But as the thunder got louder Sam decided that he loved Sunday school, and would go the next Sunday without being invited. Fortunately there were pleasanter things than these. There were picnics sometimes, and ferryboat excursions. Once there was a great Fourth of July celebration at which it was said a real Revolutionary soldier was to be present. Some one had discovered him living alone 7 or 8 miles in the country, but this feature proved a disappointment, for when the day came and he was triumphantly brought in, he turned out to be a Hessian and was allowed to walk home. The hills and woods around Hannibal, where with his playmates he roamed almost at will, were never disappointing. There was the cave with its marvels. There was Bear Creek, where, after repeated accidents, he had learned to swim. It had cost him heavily to learn to swim. He had seen two playmates drown. Also, time and again, he had, himself, been dragged ashore more dead than alive, once by a slave girl, another time by a slave man, Neil Champ, of the Pavey Hotel. In the end he had conquered. He could swim better than any boy in town of his age. It was the river that meant more to him than all the rest. Its charm was permanent. It was the path of adventure, the gateway to the world. The river, with its islands, its great slow-moving rafts, its marvelous steamboats that were like fairyland, its stately current swinging to the sea. He would sit by it for hours and dream. He would venture out on it in a surreptitiously borrowed boat when he was barely strong enough to lift an oar out of the water. He learned to know all its moods and phases. He felt its kinship. In some occult way he may have known it as his prototype, that resistless tide of life with its ever-changing sweep, its shifting shores, its depths, its shadows, its gorgeous sunset hues, its solemn and tranquil entrance to the sea. His hunger for the life aboard the steamers became a passion. To be even the humblest employee of one of those floating enchantments would be enough. To be an officer would be to enter heaven. To be a pilot was to be a god. "You can hardly imagine what it meant," he reflected once, "to a boy in those days, shut in as we were, to see those steamboats pass up and down, and never to take a trip on them." He had reached the mature age of 9 when he could endure this no longer. One day, when the big packet came down and stopped at Hannibal, he slipped aboard and crept under one of the boats on the upper deck. Presently the signal bells rang. The steamboat backed away and swung into midstream. He was really going at last. He crept from beneath the boat and sat looking out over the water and enjoying the scenery. Then it began to rain, a terrific downpour. He crept back under the boat, but his legs were outside, and one of the crew saw him. So he was taken down into the cabin, and at the next stop set ashore. It was the town of Louisiana, and there were Lampton relatives there who took him home. Jane Clemens declared that his father had got to take him in hand, which he did, doubtless impressing the adventure on him in the usual way. These were all educational things. Then there was always the farm, where entertainment was no longer a matter of girl plays and swings, with a colored nurse following about, but of manlier sports with his older boy cousins, who had a gun and went hunting with the men for squirrels and partridges by day, for coons and possums by night. Sometimes the little boy had followed the hunters all night long and returned with them through the sparkling and fragrant morning, fresh, hungry, and triumphant, just in time for breakfast. So it is no wonder that at 9 he was no longer Little Sam, but Sam Clemens, quite mature and self-dependent, with a wide knowledge of men and things and a variety of accomplishments. He had even learned to smoke a little out there on the farm, and had tried tobacco chewing, though that was a failure. He had been stung to this effort by a big girl at a school which, with his cousin Puss, he sometimes briefly attended. "Do you use terbacker?" the big girl had asked, meaning did he chew it. "No," he said, abashed at the confession. "Ha!" she cried to the other scholars. "Here's a boy that can't chaw terbacker." Degraded and ashamed, he tried to correct his fault, but it only made him very ill, and he did not try it again. He had also acquired the use of certain strong, expressive words, and used them, sometimes, when his mother was safely distant. He had an impression that she would skin him alive if she heard him swear. His education had doubtful spots in it, but it had provided wisdom. He was not a particularly attractive lad. He was not tall for his years, and his head was somewhat too large for his body. He had a great ruck of light, sandy hair which he plastered down to keep it from curling, keen blue gray eyes, and rather large features. Still, he had a fair, delicate complexion, when it was not blackened by grime or tan, a gentle, winning manner, a smile that, with his slow, measured way of speaking, made him a favorite with his companions. He did not speak much, and his mental attainments were not highly regarded, but for some reason, whenever he did speak, every playmate in hearing stopped whatever he was doing and listened. Perhaps it would be a plan for a new game or lark. Perhaps it was something droll. Perhaps it was just a commonplace remark that his peculiar drawl made amusing. Whatever it was, they considered it worth while. His mother always referred to his slow fashion of speaking as "Sammy's long talk." Her own speech was still more deliberate, but she seemed not to notice it. Henry, a much handsomer lad, and regarded as far more promising, did not have it. He was a lovable, obedient little fellow whom the mischievous Sam took delight in teasing. For this and other reasons the latter's punishments were frequent enough, perhaps not always deserved. Sometimes he charged his mother with partiality. He would say, "Yes, no matter what it is, I am always the one to get punished." And his mother would answer, "Well, Sam, if you didn't deserve it for that, you did for something else." Henry Clemens became the Sid of Tom Sawyer, though Henry was in every way a finer character than Sid. His brother Sam always loved him, and fought for him oftener than with him. With the death of Benjamin Clemens, Henry and Sam were naturally drawn much closer together, though Sam could seldom resist the temptation of tormenting Henry. A schoolmate, George Butler he was a nephew of General Butler and afterward fought bravely in the Civil War had a little blue suit with a leather belt to match, and was the envy of all. Mrs. Clemens finally made Sam and Henry suits of blue cotton velvet, and the next Sunday, after various services were over, the two sauntered about, shedding glory for a time, finally going for a stroll in the woods. They walked along properly enough at first. Then just ahead Sam spied the stump of a newly cut tree, and with a wild, whooping impulse took a running leap over it. There were splinters on the stump where the tree had broken away, but he cleared them neatly. Henry wanted to match the performance, but was afraid to try, so Sam dared him. He kept daring him until Henry was goaded to the attempt. He cleared the stump, but the highest splinters caught the slack of his little blue trousers, and the cloth gave way. He escaped injury, but the precious trousers were damaged almost beyond repair. Sam, with a boy's heartlessness, was fairly rolling on the ground with laughter at Henry's appearance. "Cottontail rabbit!" he shouted. "Cottontail rabbit!" while Henry, weeping, set out for home by a circuitous and unfrequented road. Let us hope, if there was punishment for this mishap, it fell in the proper locality. These two brothers were of widely different temperament. Henry, even as a little boy, was sturdy, industrious, and dependable. Sam was volatile and elusive, his industry of an erratic kind. Once his father set him to work with a hatchet to remove some plaster. He hacked at it for a time well enough, then lay down on the floor of the room and threw his hatchet at such areas of the plaster as were not in easy reach. Henry would have worked steadily at a task like that until the last bit was removed and the room swept clean. The home incidents in Tom Sawyer, most of them, really happened. Sam Clemens did clod Henry for getting him into trouble about the colored thread with which he sewed his shirt when he came home from swimming. He did inveigle a lot of boys into whitewashing a fence for him. He did give painkiller to Peter the cat. There was a cholera scare that year, and painkiller was regarded as a preventive. Sam had been ordered to take it liberally, and perhaps thought Peter, too, should be safeguarded. As for escaping punishment for his misdeeds in the manner described in that book, this was a daily matter, and the methods adapted themselves to the conditions. In the introduction to Tom Sawyer, Mark Twain confesses to the general truth of the history, and to the reality of its characters. "Huck Finn was drawn from life," he tells us. "Tom Sawyer also, but not from an individual. He is a combination of the characteristics of three boys whom I knew." The three boys were himself chiefly, and in a lesser degree John Briggs and Will Bowen. John Briggs was also the original of Joe Harper in that book. As for Huck Finn, his original was Tom Blankenship, neither elaborated nor qualified. There were several of the Blankenships. There was old Ben, the father, who had succeeded General Gaines as the town drunkard; young Ben, the eldest son, a hard case with certain good traits; and Tom, that is to say, Huck, who was just as he is described in Tom Sawyer, a ruin of rags, a river rat, an irresponsible bit of human drift, kind of heart, and possessing that priceless boon, absolute unaccountability of conduct to any living soul. He could come and go as he chose. He never had to work or go to school. He could do all things, good or bad, that the other boys longed to do and were forbidden. He represented to them the very embodiment of liberty, and his general knowledge of important matters, such as fishing, hunting, trapping, and all manner of signs and spells and hoodoos and incantations, made him immensely valuable as a companion. The fact that his society was prohibited gave it a vastly added charm. The Blankenships picked up a precarious living fishing and hunting, and lived at first in a miserable house of bark under a tree, but later moved into quite a pretentious building back of the new Clemens home on Hill Street. It was really an old barn of a place, poor and ramshackle even then, but now, more than 60 years later, a part of it is still standing. The siding of the part that stands is of black walnut, which must have been very plentiful in that long ago time. Old drunken Ben Blankenship never dreamed that pieces of his house would be carried off as relics because of the literary fame of his son Tom, a fame founded on irresponsibility and inconsequence. Orion Clemens, who was concerned with missionary work about this time, undertook to improve the Blankenships spiritually. Sam adopted them outright and took them to his heart. He was likely to be there at any hour of the day, and he and Tom had catcall signals at night which would bring him out on the back single-story roof, and down a little arbor and flight of steps, to a group of boon companions which, besides Tom, included John Briggs, the Bowen boys, Will Pitts, and one or two other congenial spirits. They were not vicious boys. They were not really bad boys. They were only mischievous, fun-loving boys, thoughtless and rather disregardful of the comforts and the rights of others. End of Chapter 11. Days of Education. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 12 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 12. Tom Sawyer's Band. Read by John Greenman. They ranged from Holliday's Hill on the north to the cave on the south, and over the fields and through all the woods about. They navigated the river from Turtle Island to Glasscock's Island, now Pearl, or Tom Sawyer's Island, and far below. They penetrated the wilderness of the Illinois shore. They could run like wild turkeys and swim like ducks. They could handle a boat as if born in one. No orchard or melon patch was entirely safe from them, no dog or slave patrol so vigilant that they did not sooner or later elude it. They borrowed boats when their owners were not present. Once, when they found this too much trouble, they decided to own a boat, and one Sunday gave a certain borrowed craft a coat of red paint formerly it had been green and secluded it for a season up Bear Creek. They borrowed the paint also, and the brush, though they carefully returned these the same evening about nightfall, so the painter could have them Monday morning. Tom Blankenship rigged up a sail for the new craft, and Sam Clemens named it Cecilia, after which they didn't need to borrow boats any more, though the owner of it did, and he sometimes used to observe as he saw it pass that if it had been any other color but red he would have sworn it was his. Some of their expeditions were innocent enough. They often cruised up to Turtle Island, about 2 miles above Hannibal, and spent the day feasting. You could have loaded a car with turtles and their eggs up there, and there were quantities of mussels and plenty of fish. Fishing and swimming were their chief pastimes, with general marauding for adventure. Where the railroad bridge now ends on the Missouri side was their favorite swimming hole, that and along Bear Creek, a secluded, limpid water with special interests of its own. Sometimes at evening they swam across to Glasscock's Island, the rendezvous of Tom Sawyer's Black Avengers and the hiding place of Huck and Nigger Jim. Then, when they had frolicked on the sandbar at the head of the island for an hour or more, they would swim back in the dusk, a distance of half a mile, breasting the strong, steady Mississippi current without exhaustion or fear. They could swim all day, likely enough, those graceless young scamps. Once, though this was considerably later, when he was 16, Sam Clemens swam across to the Illinois side, and then turned and swam back again without landing, a distance of at least 2 miles, as he had to go. He was seized with a cramp on the return trip, his legs became useless, and he was obliged to make the remaining distance with his arms. It was a hardy life they led, and it is not recorded that they ever did any serious damage, though they narrowly missed it sometimes. One of their Sunday pastimes was to climb Holliday's Hill and roll down big stones to frighten the people who were driving to church. Holliday's Hill above the road was steep. A stone, once started, would go plunging and leaping down and bound across the road with the deadly swiftness of a 12-inch shell. The boys would get a stone poised, then wait until they saw a team approaching, and, calculating the distance, would give it a start. Dropping down behind the bushes, they would watch the dramatic effect upon the church-goers as the great missile shot across the road a few yards before them. This was Homeric sport, but they carried it too far. Stones that had a habit of getting loose so numerously on Sundays and so rarely on other days invited suspicion, and the patter-rollers, river patrol, a kind of police of those days, were put on the watch. So the boys found other diversions until the patter-rollers did not watch any more. Then they planned a grand coup that would eclipse anything before attempted in the stone-rolling line. A rock about the size of an omnibus was lying up there, in a good position to go downhill, once started. They decided it would be a glorious thing to see that great boulder go smashing down 100 yards or so in front of some unsuspecting and peaceful-minded churchgoer. Quarrymen were getting out rock not far away, and left their picks and shovels over Sundays. The boys borrowed these and went to work to undermine the big stone. It was a heavier job than they had counted on, but they worked faithfully, Sunday after Sunday. If their parents had wanted them to work like that, they would have thought they were being killed. Finally, one Sunday while they were digging, it suddenly got loose and started down. They were not quite ready for it. Nobody was coming but an old colored man in a cart, so it was going to be wasted. It was not quite wasted, however. They had planned for a thrilling result, and there was thrill enough while it lasted. In the first place, the stone nearly caught Will Bowen when it started. John Briggs had just that moment quit digging and handed Will the pick. Will was about to step into the excavation when Sam Clemens, who was already there, leapt out with a yell, "Look out, boys, she's coming!" She came. The huge stone kept to the ground at first, then, gathering a wild momentum, it went bounding into the air. About halfway down the hill it struck a tree several inches through and cut it clean off. This turned its course a little, and the negro in the cart, who heard the noise, saw it come crashing in his direction and made a wild effort to whip up his horse. It was also headed toward a cooper shop across the road. The boys watched it with growing interest. It made longer leaps with every bound, and whenever it struck the fragments the dust would fly. They were certain it would demolish the negro and destroy the cooper shop. The shop was empty, it being Sunday, but the rest of the catastrophe would invite close investigation, with results. They wanted to fly, but they could not move until they saw the rock land. It was making mighty leaps now, and the terrified negro had managed to get directly in its path. They stood holding their breath, their mouths open. Then, suddenly, they could hardly believe their eyes. The boulder struck a projection a distance above the road, and with a mighty bound sailed clear over the negro and his mule, and landed in the soft dirt beyond, only a fragment striking the shop. Damaging, but not wrecking it. Half buried in the ground, that boulder lay there for nearly 40 years. Then it was blasted up for milling purposes. It was the last rock the boys ever rolled down. They began to suspect that the sport was not altogether safe. Sometimes the boys needed money, which was not easy to get in those days. On one occasion of this sort Tom Blankenship had the skin of a coon he had captured, which represented the only capital in the crowd. At Selm's store on Wildcat Corner the coonskin would bring 10 cents, but that was not enough. They arranged a plan which would make it pay a good deal more than that. Sellen's window was open, it being summertime, and his pile of pelts was pretty handy. Huck, that is to say Tom, went in the front door and sold the skin for 10 cents to Selms, who tossed it back on the pile. Tom came back with the money, and after a reasonable period went around to the open window, crawled in, got the coonskin, and sold it to Selms again. He did this several times that afternoon. Then John Pierce, Sellen's clerk, said,
"Look here, Selms, there is something wrong about this. That boy has been selling us coonskins all the afternoon."
Selms went to his pile of pelts. There were several sheepskins and some cowhides, but only one coonskin, the one he had that moment bought. Selms himself used to tell this story as a great joke. Perhaps it is not adding to Mark Twain's reputation to say that the boy Sam Clemens, a pretty small boy, a good deal less than 12 at this time, was the leader of this unhallowed band, yet any other record would be less than historic. If the band had a leader, it was he. They were always ready to listen to him. They would even stop fishing to do that, and to follow his projects. They looked to him for ideas and organization, whether the undertaking was to be real or make-believe. When they played bandit or pirate or Indian, Sam Clemens was always chief. When they became real raiders, it is recorded that he was no less distinguished. Like Tom Sawyer, he loved the glare and trappings of leadership. When the Christian Sons of Temperance came along with a regalia and a red sash that carried with it rank and the privilege of inventing passwords, the god of these things got into his eyes, and he gave up smoking, which he did rather gingerly, and swearing, which he did only under heavy excitement, also liquor, though he had never tasted it yet, and marched with the newly washed and pure in heart for a full month, a month of splendid leadership and servitude. Then even the red sash could not hold him in bondage. He looked up Tom Blankenship and said,
"Say, Tom, I'm blamed tired of this. Let's go somewhere and smoke,"
which must have been a good deal of a sacrifice, for the uniform was a precious thing. Limelight and the center of the stage was a passion of Sam Clemens's boyhood, a love of the spectacular that never wholly died. It seems almost a pity that in those far off barefoot old days he could not have looked down the years to a time when, with the world at his feet, venerable Oxford should clothe him in a scarlet gown. He could not by any chance have dreamed of that stately honor. His ambitions did not lie in the direction of mental achievement. It is true that now and then, on Friday at school, he read a composition, one of which, a personal burlesque on certain older boys, came near resulting in bodily damage. But any literary ambition he may have had in those days was a fleeting thing. His permanent dream was to be a pirate, or a pilot, or a bandit, or a trapper scout, something gorgeous and active, where his word, his nod even, constituted sufficient law. The river kept the pilot ambition always fresh, and the cave supplied a background for those other things. The cave was an enduring and substantial joy. It was a real cave, not merely a hole, but a subterranean marvel of deep passages and vaulted chambers that led away into bluffs and far down into the earth's black silences, even below the river, some said. For Sam Clemens the cave had a fascination that never faded. Other localities and diversions might pall, but any mention of the cave found him always eager and ready for the 3-mile walk or pull that brought them to its mystic door. With its long corridors, its royal chambers hung with stalactites, its remote hiding places, its possibilities as the home of a gallant outlaw band, it contained everything that a romantic boy could love or long for. In Tom Sawyer, Indian Joe dies in the cave. He did not die there in real life, but was lost there once, and was living on bats when they found him. He was a dissolute reprobate, and when, one night, he did die, there came up a thunderstorm so terrific that Sam Clemens at home and in bed was certain that Satan had come in person for the half-breed's wicked soul. He covered his head and said his prayers industriously, in the fear that the evil one might conclude to save another trip by taking him along too. The treasure-digging adventure in the book had a foundation in fact. There was a tradition concerning some French trappers who long before had established a trading post 2 miles above Hannibal, on what is called the Bay. It is said that while one of these trappers was out hunting, Indians made a raid on the post and massacred the others. The hunter, on returning, found his comrades killed and scalped, but the Indians had failed to find the treasure, which was buried in a chest. He left it there, swam across to Illinois, and made his way to St. Louis, where he told of the massacre and the burial of the chest of gold. Then he started to raise a party to go back for it, but was taken sick and died. Later some men came up from St. Louis looking for the chest. They did not find it, but they told the circumstances, and afterward a good many people tried to find the gold. Tom Blankenship one morning came to Sam Clemens and John Briggs and said he was going to dig up the treasure. He said he had dreamed just where it was, and said if they would go with him and dig he would divide up. The boys had great faith in dreams, especially Tom's dreams. Tom's unlimited freedom gave him a large importance in their eyes. The dreams of a boy like that were pretty sure to mean something. They followed Tom to the place with some shovels and a pick, and he showed them where to dig. Then he sat down under the shade of a pawpaw tree and gave orders. They dug nearly all day. Now and then they stopped to rest, and maybe to wonder a little why Tom didn't dig some himself. But of course he had done the dreaming, which entitled him to an equal share. They did not find it that day, and when they went back next morning they took 2 long iron rods. These they would push and drive into the ground until they struck something hard. Then they would dig down and see what it was, but it never turned out to be money. That night the boys declared they would not dig any more. But Tom had another dream. He dreamed the gold was exactly under the little pawpaw tree. This sounded so circumstantial that they went back and dug another day. It was hot weather, too, August, and that night they were nearly dead. Even Tom gave it up then. He said there was something about the way they dug, but he never offered to do any digging himself. This differs considerably from the digging incident in the book, but it gives us an idea of the respect the boys had for the ragamuffin original of Huckleberry Finn. Much of the detail in this chapter was furnished to the writer by John Briggs shortly before his death in 1907. Tom Blankenship's brother, Ben, was also drawn upon for that creation, at least so far as one important phase of Huck's character is concerned. He was considerably older, as well as more disreputable than Tom. He was inclined to torment the boys by tying knots in their clothes when they went swimming, or by throwing mud at them when they wanted to come out, and they had no deep love for him. But somewhere in Ben Blankenship there was a fine, generous strain of humanity that provided Mark Twain with that immortal episode in the story of Huck Finn in sheltering the nigger Jim. This is the real story. A slave ran off from Monroe County, Missouri, and got across the river into Illinois. Ben used to fish and hunt over there in the swamps, and one day found him. It was considered a most worthy act in those days to return a runaway slave. In fact, it was a crime not to do it. Besides, there was for this one a reward of $50, a fortune to ragged outcast Ben Blankenship. That money and the honor he could acquire must have been tempting to the waif, but it did not outweigh his human sympathy. Instead of giving him up and claiming the reward, Ben kept the runaway over there in the marshes all summer. The negro would fish, and Ben would carry him scraps of other food. Then, by and by, it leaked out. Some wood choppers went on a hunt for the fugitive, and chased him to what was called Bird Slough. There, trying to cross a drift, he was drowned. In the book, the author makes Huck's struggle a psychological one between conscience and the law on one side, and sympathy on the other. With Ben Blankenship, the struggle, if there was a struggle, was probably between sympathy and cupidity. He would care very little for conscience and still less for law. His sympathy with the runaway, however, would be large and elemental, and it must have been very large to offset the lure of that reward. There was a gruesome sequel to this incident. Some days following the drowning of the runaway, Sam Clemens, John Briggs, and the Bowen boys went to the spot and were pushing the drift about, when suddenly the negro rose before them, straight and terrible, about half his length out of the water. He had gone down feet foremost, and the loosened drift had released him. The boys did not stop to investigate. They thought he was after them and flew in wild terror, never stopping until they reached human habitation. How many gruesome experiences there appear to have been in those early days! In The Innocents Abroad, Mark Twain tells of the murdered man he saw one night in his father's office. The man's name was McFarlane. He had been stabbed that day in the old Hudson-McFarlane feud and carried in there to die. Sam Clemens and John Briggs had run away from school and had been skylarking all that day and knew nothing of the affair. Sam decided that his father's office was safer for him than to face his mother, who was probably sitting up waiting. He tells us how he lay on the lounge, and how a shape on the floor gradually resolved itself into the outlines of a man; how a square of moonlight from the window approached it and gradually revealed the dead face and the ghastly stabbed breast. "I went out of there," he says. "I do not say that I went away in any sort of a hurry, but I simply went. That is sufficient. I went out of the window, and I carried the sash along with me. I did not need the sash, but it was handier to take it than to leave it, and so I took it. I was not scared, but I was considerably agitated." He was not yet 12, for his father was no longer alive when the boy reached that age. Certainly these were disturbing, haunting things. Then there was the case of the drunken tramp in the calaboose, to whom the boys kind heartedly enough carried food and tobacco. Sam Clemens spent some of his precious money to buy the tramp a box of lucifer matches, a brand new invention then, scarce and high. The tramp started a fire with the matches and burnt down the calaboose, himself in it. For weeks the boy was tortured, awake and in his dreams, by the thought that if he had not carried the man the matches the tragedy could not have happened. Remorse was always Samuel Clemens's surest punishment. To his last days on earth he never outgrew its pangs. What a number of things crowded themselves into a few brief years! It is not easy to curtail these boyhood adventures of Sam Clemens and his scapegrace friends, but one might go on indefinitely with their mad doings. They were an unpromising lot. Ministers and other sober-minded citizens freely prophesied sudden and violent ends for them, and considered them hardly worth praying for. They must have proven a disappointing lot to those prophets. The Bowen boys became fine river pilots. Will Pitts was in due time a leading merchant and bank director. John Briggs grew into a well-to-do and highly respected farmer. Even Huck Finn, that is to say, Tom Blankenship, is reputed to have ranked as an honored citizen and justice of the peace in a Western town. But in those days they were a riotous, fun-loving band, with little respect for order and even less for ordinance. End of Chapter 12. Tom Sawyer's Band. Read by John Greenman. This is section 13 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 13. The Gentler Side. His associations were not all of that lawless breed. At his school he had sampled several places of learning, and was now at Mr. Cross's on the square were a number of less adventurous, even if not intrinsically better, playmates. There was George Robards, the Latin scholar, and John, his brother, a handsome boy who rode away at last with his father into the sunset to California, his golden curls flying in the wind. And there was Jimmy McDaniel, a kind-hearted boy whose company was worth while because his father was a confectioner, and he used to bring candy and cake to school. Also there was Buck Brown, a rival speller, and John Meredith, the doctor's son, and John Garth, who was one day to marry little Helen Kercheval, and in the end would be remembered and honored with a beautiful memorial building not far from the site of the old school. Furthermore, there were a good many girls. Tom Sawyer had an impressionable heart, and Sam Clemens no less so. There was Betty Ormsley, and Artemisia Briggs, and Jenny Brady. Also Mary Miller, who was nearly twice his age and gave him his first broken heart. "I believe I was as miserable as a grown man could be," he said once, remembering. Tom Sawyer had heart sorrows, too, and we may imagine that his emotions at such times were the emotions of Sam Clemens, say, at the age of 10. But as Tom Sawyer had one faithful sweetheart, so did he. They were one and the same. Becky Thatcher in the book was Laura Hawkins in reality. The acquaintance of these two had begun when the Hawkins family moved into the Virginia house on the corner of Hill and Main Streets. The Hawkins family in real life bore no resemblance to the family of that name in the Gilded Age. Judge Hawkins of the Gilded Age, as already noted, was John Clemens. Mark Twain used the name Hawkins, also the name of his boyhood sweetheart Laura, merely for old time's sake, and because in portraying the childhood of Laura Hawkins he had a picture of the real Laura in his mind. The Clemens family was then in the new home across the way, and the children were soon acquainted. The boy could be tender and kind, and was always gentle in his treatment of the other sex. They visited back and forth, especially around the new house, where there were nice pieces of boards and bricks for playhouses. So they played keeping house, and if they did not always agree, well, since the beginning of the world sweethearts have not always agreed, even in Arcady. Once, when they were building a house, and there may have been some difference of opinion as to its architecture, the boy happened to let a brick fall on the little girl's finger. If there had been any disagreement, it vanished instantly with that misfortune. He tried to comfort her and soothe the pain. Then he wept with her and suffered most of the two, no doubt. So, you see, he was just a little boy, after all, even though he was already chief of a red-handed band, the Black Avengers of the Spanish Main. He was always a tender-hearted lad. He would never abuse an animal unless, as in the painkiller incident, his tendency to pranking ran away with him. He had indeed a genuine passion for cats. Summers, when he went to the farm, he never failed to take his cat in a basket. When he ate, it sat in the chair beside him at the table. His sympathy included inanimate things as well. He loved flowers, not as the embryo botanist or gardener, but as a personal friend. He pitied the dead leaf and the murmuring dried weed of November, because their brief lives were ended, and they would never know the summer again, or grow glad with another spring. His heart went out to them, to the river and the sky, the sunlit meadow and the drifted hill. That his observation of all nature was minute and accurate is shown everywhere in his writing, but it was never the observation of a young naturalist. It was the subconscious observation of a sympathetic love. We are wandering away from his school days. They were brief enough and came rapidly to an end. They will not hold us long. Undoubtedly, Tom Sawyer's distaste for school and his excuses for staying at home, usually some pretended illness, have ample foundation in the boyhood of Sam Clemens. His mother punished him and pleaded with him, alternately. He detested school as he detested nothing else on earth, even going to church. "Church ain't worth shucks," said Tom Sawyer, but it was better than school. As already noted, the school of Mr. Cross stood in or near what is now the Square in Hannibal. The Square was only a grove then, grown up with plum, hazel, and vine, a rare place for children. At recess and the noon hour the children climbed trees, gathered flowers, and swung in grapevine swings. There was a spelling bee every Friday afternoon, for Sam the only endurable event of the school exercises. He could hold the floor at spelling longer than Buck Brown. This was spectacular and showy. It invited compliments even from Mr. Cross, whose name must have been handed down by angels, it fitted him so well. One day Sam Clemens wrote on his slate, "Cross by name and cross by nature, Cross jumped over an Irish potato." He showed this to John Briggs, who considered it a stroke of genius. He urged the author to write it on the board at noon, but the poet's ambition did not go so far. "Oh, pshaw!" said John. "I wouldn't be afraid to do it." "I dare you to do it," said Sam. John Briggs never took a dare, and at noon, when Mr. Cross was at home at dinner, he wrote flamingly the descriptive couplet. When the teacher returned and books were called, he looked steadily at John Briggs. He had recognized the penmanship. "Did you do that?" he asked ominously. It was a time for truth. "Yes, sir," said John. "Come here." And John came and paid for his exploitation of genius heavily. Sam Clemens expected that the next call would be for author, but for some reason the investigation ended there. It was unusual for him to escape. His back generally kept fairly warm from one frailing to the next. His rewards were not all of a punitive nature. There were two medals in the school, one for spelling, the other for amiability. They were awarded once a week, and the holders wore them about the neck conspicuously and were envied accordingly. John Robards, he of the golden curls, wore almost continuously the medal for amiability, while Sam Clemens had a mortgage on the medal for spelling. Sometimes they traded to see how it would seem, but the master discouraged this practice by taking the medals away from them for the remainder of the week. Once Sam Clemens lost the medal by leaving the first R out of February. He could have spelled it backward if necessary, but Laura Hawkins was the only one on the floor against him, and he was a gallant boy. The picture of that school as presented in the book written 30 years later is faithful, we may believe, and the central figure is a tender-hearted, romantic, devil-may-care lad, loathing application and longing only for freedom. It was a boon which would come to him sooner even than he had dreamed. End of Chapter 13. The Gentler Side. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 14 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 14. The Passing of John Clemens. Judge Clemens, who time and again had wrecked or crippled his fortune by devices more or less unusual, now adopted the one unfailing method of achieving disaster. He endorsed a large note for a man of good repute, and the payment of it swept him clean. Home, property, everything vanished again. The St. Louis cousin took over the home and agreed to let the family occupy it on payment of a small interest, but after an attempt at housekeeping with a few scanty furnishings and Pamela's piano, all that had been saved from the wreck, they moved across the street into a portion of the Virginia house, then occupied by a Dr. Grant. The Grants proposed that the Clemens family move over and board them, a welcome arrangement enough at this time. Judge Clemens had still a hope left. The clerkship of the surrogate court was soon to be filled by election. It was an important remunerative office, and he was regarded as the favorite candidate for the position. His disaster had aroused general sympathy, and his nomination and election were considered sure. He took no chances. He made a canvass on horseback from house to house, often riding through rain and the chill of fall, acquiring a cough which was hard to overcome. He was elected by a heavy majority, and it was believed he could hold the office as long as he chose. There seemed no further need of worry. As soon as he was installed in office they would live in style becoming their social position. About the end of February he rode to Palmyra to be sworn in. Returning, he was drenched by a storm of rain and sleet, arriving at last half frozen. His system was in no condition to resist such a shock. Pneumonia followed. Physicians came with torments of plasters and allopathic dosings that brought no relief. Orion returned from St. Louis to assist in caring for him, and sat by his bed, encouraging him and reading to him, but it was evident that he grew daily weaker. Now and then he became cheerful and spoke of the Tennessee land as the seed of a vast fortune that must surely flower at last. He uttered no regrets, no complaints. Once only he said, "I believe if I had stayed in Tennessee I might have been worth $20,000 today." On the morning of the 24th of March, 1847, it was evident that he could not live many hours. He was very weak. When he spoke, now and then, it was of the land. He said it would soon make them all rich and happy. "Cling to the land," he whispered. "Cling to the land and wait. Let nothing beguile it away from you." A little later he beckoned to Pamela, now a lovely girl of 19, and, putting his arm about her neck, kissed her for the first time in years.
let me die," he said.
He never spoke after that. A little more, and the sad, weary life that had lasted less than 49 years was ended. A dreamer and a moralist, an upright man honored by all, he had never been a financier. He ended life with less than he had begun. End of Chapter 14. The Passing of John Clemens. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 15 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 15. A Young Ben Franklin. Read by John Greenman. For a third time death had entered the Clemens home. Not only had it brought grief now, but it had banished the light of new fortune from the very threshold. The disaster seemed complete. The children were dazed. Judge Clemens had been a distant, reserved man, but they had loved him, each in his own way, and they had honored his uprightness and nobility of purpose. Mrs. Clemens confided to a neighbor that, in spite of his manner, her husband had been always warm-hearted, with a deep affection for his family. They remembered that he had never returned from a journey without bringing each one some present, however trifling. Orion, looking out of his window next morning, saw old Abram Kurtz, and heard him laugh. He wondered how anybody could still laugh. The boy Sam was fairly broken down. Remorse, which always dealt with him unsparingly, laid a heavy hand on him now. Wildness, disobedience, indifference to his father's wishes, all were remembered. 100 things, in themselves trifling, became ghastly and heart-wringing in the knowledge that they could never be undone. Seeing his grief, his mother took him by the hand and led him into the room where his father lay. "It is all right, Sammy," she said. "What's done is done, and it does not matter to him any more. But here, by the side of him now, I want you to promise me." He turned, his eyes streaming with tears, and flung himself into her arms. "I will promise anything," he sobbed, "if you won't make me go to school. Anything." His mother held him for a moment, thinking. Then she said, "No, Sammy, you need not go to school any more. Only promise me to be a better boy. Promise not to break my heart." So he promised her to be a faithful and industrious man, and upright, like his father. His mother was satisfied with that. The sense of honor and justice was already strong within him. To him a promise was a serious matter at any time. Made under conditions like these, it would be held sacred. That night it was after the funeral his tendency to somnambulism manifested itself. His mother and sister, who were sleeping together, saw the door open and a form in white enter. Naturally nervous at such a time, and living in a day of almost universal superstition, they were terrified and covered their heads. Presently a hand was laid on the coverlet, first at the foot, then at the head of the bed. A thought struck Mrs. Clemens. "Sam," she said. He answered, but he was sound asleep and fell to the floor. He had risen and thrown a sheet around him in his dreams. He walked in his sleep several nights in succession after that. Then he slept more soundly. Orion returned to St. Louis. He was a very good book and job printer by this time, and received a salary of $10 a week, high wages in those frugal days, of which he sent $3 weekly to the family. Pamela, who had acquired a considerable knowledge of the piano and guitar, went to the town of Paris in Monroe County, about 50 miles away, and taught a class of music pupils, contributing whatever remained after paying for her board and clothing to the family fund. It was a hard task for the girl, for she was timid and not over strong, but she was resolute and patient, and won success. Pamela Clemens was a noble character and deserves a fuller history than can be afforded in this work. Mrs. Clemens and her son Samuel now had a sober talk, and realizing that the printing trade offered opportunity for acquiring further education as well as a livelihood, they agreed that he should be apprenticed to Joseph P. Ament, who had lately moved from Palmyra to Hannibal and bought a weekly Democrat paper, the Missouri Courier. The apprentice terms were not over liberal. They were the usual thing for that time, board and clothes. "More board than clothes, and not much of either," Mark Twain used to say. "I was supposed to get 2 suits of clothes a year, like a nigger, but I didn't get them. I got 1 suit, and took the rest out in Ament's old garments, which didn't fit me in any noticeable way. I was only about half as big as he was, and when I had on one of his shirts I felt as if I had on a circus tent. I had to turn the trousers up to my ears to make them short enough." There was another apprentice, a young fellow of about 18, named Wales McCormick, a devilish fellow and a giant. Ament's clothes were too small for Wales, but he had to wear them, and Sam Clemens and Wales McCormick together, fitted out with Ament's clothes, must have been a picturesque pair. There was also, for a time, a boy named Ralph, but he appears to have presented no features of a striking sort, and the memory of him has become dim. The apprentices ate in the kitchen at first, served by the old slave cook and her handsome mulatto daughter. But those printers' devils made it so lively there that in due time they were promoted to the family table, where they sat with Mr. and Mrs. Ament and the one journeyman, Pet McMurry, a name that in itself was an inspiration. What those young scamps did not already know, Pet McMurry could teach them. Sam Clemens had promised to be a good boy, and he was, by the standards of boyhood. He was industrious, regular at his work, quick to learn, kind and truthful. Angels could hardly be more than that in a printing office, but when food was scarce even an angel, a young printer angel, could hardly resist slipping down the cellar stairs at night for raw potatoes, onions, and apples, which they carried into the office, where the boys slept on a pallet on the floor, and this forage they cooked on the office stove. Wales especially had a way of cooking a potato that his associate never forgot. It is unfortunate that no photographic portrait has been preserved of Sam Clemens at this period, but we may imagine him from a letter which, long years after, Pet McMurry wrote to Mark Twain. He said: "If your memory extends so far back you will recall a little sandy-haired boy." The color of Mark Twain's hair in early life has been variously referred to as red, black, and brown. It was, in fact, as stated by McMurry, sandy in boyhood, deepening later to that rich mahogany tone known as auburn. "Of nearly a quarter of a century ago, in the printing office at Hannibal, over the Brittingham drug store, mounted upon a little box at the case, pulling away at a huge cigar, or a diminutive pipe, who used to love to sing so well the expression of the poor drunken man who was supposed to have fallen by the wayside, 'If ever I get up again I'll stay up if I can.' Do you recollect any of the serious conflicts that mirth-loving brain of yours used to get you into with that diminutive creature Wales McCormick? How you used to call upon me to hold your cigar or pipe whilst you went entirely through him?" This is good testimony, without doubt. When he had been with Ament little more than a year, Sam had become office favorite and chief standby. Whatever required intelligence and care and imagination was given to Sam Clemens. He could set type as accurately and almost as rapidly as Pet McMurry. He could wash up the forms a good deal better than Pet, and he could run the job press to the tune of Annie Laurie or along the beach at Rockaway without missing a stroke or losing a finger. Sometimes, at odd moments, he would "set up" one of the popular songs, or some favorite poem like "The Blackberry Girl," and of these he sent copies printed on cotton, even on scraps of silk, to favorite girl friends. Also to Puss Quarles, on his uncle's farm, where he seldom went now, because he was really grown up, associating with men and doing a man's work. He had charge of the circulation, which is to say, he carried the papers. During the last year of the Mexican War, when a telegraph wire found its way across the Mississippi to Hannibal, a long, sagging span that for some reason did not break of its own weight, he was given charge of the extras with news from the front, and the burning importance of his mission, the bringing of news hot from the field of battle, spurred him to endeavors that won plaudits and success. He became a sort of sub editor. When the forms of the paper were ready to close and Ament was needed to supply more matter, it was Sam who was delegated to find that rather uncertain and elusive person and labor with him until the required copy was produced. Thus it was he saw literature in the making. It is not believed that Sam had any writing ambitions of his own. His chief desire was to be an all round journeyman printer like Pet McMurray, to drift up and down the world in Pet's untrammeled fashion, to see all that Pet had seen and a number of things which Pet appeared to have overlooked. He varied on occasion from this ambition. When the first negro minstrel show visited Hannibal and had gone, he yearned for a brief period to be a magnificent middleman, or even the end man of that combination. When the circus came and went, he dreamed of the day when, a capering frescoed clown, he would set crowded tiers of spectators guffawing at his humor. When the traveling hypnotist arrived, he volunteered as a subject, and amazed the audience by the marvel of his performance. In later life he claimed that he had not been hypnotized in any degree, but had been pretending throughout, a statement always denied by his mother and his brother Orion. This dispute was never settled, and never could be. Sam Clemens's tendency to somnambulism would seem to suggest that he really might have taken on a hypnotic condition, while his consummate skill as an actor, then and always, and his early fondness of exhibition and a joke, would make it not unlikely that he was merely showing off and having his fun. He could follow the dictates of a vivid imagination and could be as outrageous as he chose, without incurring responsibility of any sort. But there was a penalty. He must allow pins and needles to be thrust into his flesh, and suffer these tortures without showing discomfort to the spectators. It is difficult to believe that any boy, however great his exhibitory passion, could permit, in the full possession of his sensibilities, a needle to be thrust deeply into his flesh without manifestations of a most unmesmeric sort. The conclusion seems warranted that he began by pretending, but that at times he was at least under semi-mesmeric control. At all events, he enjoyed a week of dazzling triumph, though in the end he concluded to stick to printing as a trade. We have said that he was a rapid learner and a neat workman. At Ament's he generally had a daily task, either of composition or press work, after which he was free. When he had got the hang of his work he was usually done by 3 in the afternoon. Then away to the river or the cave, as in the old days, sometimes with his boy friends, sometimes with Laura Hawkins, gathering wild columbine on that high cliff overlooking the river, Lover's Leap. He was becoming quite a beau, attending parties on occasion, where old-fashioned games, forfeits, ring around a rosy, Dusty Miller and the like, were regarded as rare amusements. He was a favorite with girls of his own age. He was always good-natured, though he played jokes on them, too, and was often a severe trial. He was with Laura Hawkins more than the others, usually her escort. On Saturday afternoons in winter he carried her skates to Bear Creek and helped her to put them on, after which they skated partners, holding hands tightly, and were a likely pair of children, no doubt. In The Gilded Age Laura Hawkins at 12 is pictured with her dainty hands propped into the ribbon bordered pockets of her apron, a vision to warm the coldest heart and bless and cheer the saddest. The author had the real Laura of his childhood in his mind when he wrote that, though the story itself bears no resemblance to her life. They were never really sweethearts, those two. They were good friends and comrades. Sometimes he brought her magazines, exchanges from the printing office, Godey's and others. These were a treat, for such things were scarce enough. He cared little for reading, himself, beyond a few exciting tales, though the putting into type of a good deal of miscellaneous matter had beyond doubt developed in him a taste for general knowledge. It needed only to be awakened. End of Chapter 15. A Young Ben Franklin. Read by John Greenman. This is section 16 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 16. The Turning Point. Read by John Greenman. There came into his life just at this period one of those seemingly trifling incidents which, viewed in retrospect, assume pivotal proportions. He was on his way from the office to his home one afternoon when he saw flying along the pavement a square of paper, a leaf from a book. At an earlier time he would not have bothered with it at all, but any printed page had acquired a professional interest for him now. He caught the flying scrap and examined it. It was a leaf from some history of Joan of Arc. The Maid was described in the cage at Rouen, in the fortress, and the two ruffian English soldiers had stolen her clothes. There was a brief description and a good deal of dialogue, her reproaches and their ribald replies. He had never heard of the subject before. He had never read any history. When he wanted to know any fact he asked Henry, who read everything obtainable. Now, however, there arose within him a deep compassion for the gentle Maid of Orleans, a burning resentment toward her captors, a powerful and indestructible interest in her sad history. It was an interest that would grow steadily for more than half a lifetime, and culminate at last in that crowning work, The Recollections, the loveliest story ever told of the martyred girl. The incident meant even more than that. It meant the awakening of his interest in all history, the world's story in its many phases, a passion which became the largest feature of his intellectual life and remained with him until his very last day on earth. From the moment when that fluttering leaf was blown into his hands his career as one of the world's mentally elect was assured. It gave him his cue, the first word of a part in the human drama. It crystallized suddenly within him sympathy with the oppressed, rebellion against tyranny and treachery, scorn for the divine rights of kings. A few months before he died he wrote a paper on "The Turning Point of My Life." For some reason he did not mention this incident, yet if there was a turning point in his life he reached it that bleak afternoon on the streets of Hannibal when a stray leaf from another life was blown into his hands. He read hungrily now everything he could find relating to the French wars, and to Joan in particular. He acquired an appetite for history in general, the record of any nation or period. He seemed likely to become a student. Presently he began to feel the need of languages, French and German. There was no opportunity to acquire French that he could discover, but there was a German shoemaker in Hannibal who agreed to teach his native tongue. Sam Clemens got a friend, very likely it was John Briggs, to form a class with him, and together they arranged for lessons. The shoemaker had little or no English. They had no German. It would seem, however, that their teacher had some sort of a word book, and when they assembled in his little cubbyhole of a retreat he began reading aloud from it this puzzling sentence: "Die Hein it flie whoop in die Haier." "There!" he said, triumphantly. "You know das word?" The students looked at each other helplessly. The teacher repeated the sentence, and again they were helpless when he asked if they recognized it. Then in despair he showed them the book. It was an English primer, and the sentence was, "The hen it flies up in the air." They explained to him gently that it was German they wished to learn, not English, not under the circumstances. Later Sam made an attempt at Latin, and got a book for that purpose, but gave it up, saying, "No, that language is not for me. I'll do well enough to learn English." A boy who took it up with him became a Latin scholar. His prejudice against oppression he put into practice. Boys who were being imposed upon found in him a ready protector. Sometimes, watching a game of marbles or tops, he would remark in his slow, impressive way, "You mustn't cheat that boy," and the cheating stopped. When it didn't, there was a combat with consequences. End of Chapter 16, The Turning Point, read by John Greenman. This is section 17 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 17, The Hannibal Journal, read by John Greenman. Orion returned from St. Louis. He felt that he was needed in Hannibal, and, while wages there were lower, his expenses at home were slight. There was more real return for the family fund. His sister Pamela was teaching a class in Hannibal at this time. Orion was surprised when his mother and sister greeted him with kisses and tears. Any outward display of affection was new to him. The family had moved back across the street by this time. With Sam supporting himself, the earnings of Orion and Pamela provided at least a semblance of comfort. But Orion was not satisfied. Then, as always, he had a variety of vague ambitions. Oratory appealed to him, and he delivered a temperance lecture with an accompaniment of music supplied chiefly by Pamela. He aspired to the study of law, a recurring inclination throughout his career. He also thought of the ministry, an ambition which Sam shared with him for a time. Every mischievous boy has it, sooner or later, though not all for the same reasons. "It was the most earnest ambition I ever had," Mark Twain once remarked thoughtfully. "Not that I ever really wanted to be a preacher, but because it never occurred to me that a preacher could be damned. It looked like a safe job." A periodical ambition of Orion's was to own and conduct a paper in Hannibal. He felt that in such a position he might become a power in Western journalism. Once his father had considered buying the Hannibal Journal to give Orion a chance, and possibly to further his own political ambitions. Now Orion considered it for himself. The paper was for sale under a mortgage, and he was enabled to borrow the $500 which would secure ownership. Sam's 2 years at Ament's were now complete, and Orion induced him to take employment on the Journal. Henry, at 11, was taken out of school to learn typesetting. Orion was a gentle, accommodating soul, but he lacked force and independence. "I followed all the advice I received," he says in his record. "If 2 or more persons conflicted with each other, I adopted the views of the last." He started full of enthusiasm. He worked like a slave to save help, wrote his own editorials, and made his literary selections at night. The others worked, too. Orion gave them hard tasks and long hours. He had the feeling that the paper meant fortune or failure to them all, that all must labor without stint. In his usual self-accusing way he wrote afterward, "I was tyrannical and unjust to Sam. He was as swift and as clean as a good journeyman. I gave him tasks, and if he got through well I begrudged him the time, and made him work more. He set a clean proof, and Henry a very dirty one. The correcting was left to be done in the form the day before publication. Once we were kept late, and Sam complained with tears of bitterness
that he was held till midnight on Henry's dirty proofs. Orion did not realize any injustice at the time. The game was too desperate to be played tenderly. His first editorials were so brilliant that it was not believed he could have written them. The paper throughout was excellent, and seemed on the high road to success, but the pace was too hard to maintain. Overwork brought weariness, and Orion's enthusiasm, never a very stable quantity, grew feeble. He became still more exacting. It is not to be supposed that Sam Clemens had given up all amusements to become merely a toiling drudge, or had conquered in any large degree his natural taste for amusement. He had become more studious, but after the long, hard days in the office it was not to be expected that a boy of 15 would employ the evening, at least not every evening, in reading beneficial books. The river was always near at hand, for swimming in the summer and skating in the winter, and once even at this late period it came near claiming a heavy tribute. That was one winter's night when with another boy he had skated until nearly midnight. They were about in the middle of the river when they heard a terrific and grinding noise near the shore. They knew what it was. The ice was breaking up, and they set out for home forthwith. It was moonlight, and they could tell the ice from the water, which was a good thing, for there were wide cracks toward the shore, and they had to wait for these to close. They were an hour making the trip, and just before they reached the bank they came to a broad space of water. The ice was lifting and falling and crunching all around them. They waited as long as they dared and decided to leap from cake to cake. Sam made the crossing without accident, but his companion slipped in when a few feet from shore. He was a good swimmer and landed safely, but the bath probably cost him his hearing. He was taken very ill. One disease followed another, ending with scarlet fever and deafness. There was also entertainment in the office itself. A country boy named Jim Wolfe had come to learn the trade, a green, good-natured, bashful boy. In every trade tricks are played on the new apprentice, and Sam felt that it was his turn to play them. With John Briggs to help him, tortures for Jim Wolfe were invented and applied. They taught him to paddle a canoe, and upset him. They took him sniping at night, and left him holding the bag in the old traditional fashion while they slipped off home and went to bed. But Jim Wolfe's masterpiece of entertainment was one which he undertook on his own account. Pamela was having a candy pull downstairs one night, a grown-up candy pull to which the boys were not expected. Jim would not have gone anyway, for he was bashful beyond belief, and always dumb, and even pale with fear in the presence of pretty Pamela Clemens. Up in their room the boys could hear the merriment from below, and could look out in the moonlight on the snowy sloping roof that came just beneath their window. Down at the eaves was the small arbor, green in summer, but covered now with dead vines and snow. They could hear the candy makers come out now and then, doubtless setting out pans of candy to cool. By and by the whole party seemed to come out into the little arbor to try the candy. Perhaps the joking and laughter came plainly to the boys upstairs. About this time there appeared on the roof from somewhere 2 disreputable cats, who set up a most disturbing duel of charge and recrimination. Jim detested the noise, and perhaps was gallant enough to think it would disturb the party. He had nothing to throw at them, but he said, "For 2 cents I'd get out there and knock their heads off." "You wouldn't dare to do it," Sam said purringly. This was wormwood to Jim. He was really a brave spirit. "I would, too," he said, "and I will if you say that again." "Why, Jim, of course you wouldn't dare to go out there. You might catch cold." "You wait and see," said Jim Wolfe. He grabbed a pair of yarn stockings for his feet, raised the window, and crept out on the snowy roof. There was a crust of ice on the snow, but Jim jabbed his heels through it and stood up in the moonlight, his legs bare, his single garment flapping gently in the light winter breeze. Then he started slowly toward the cats. sinking his heels in the snow each time for a footing, a piece of lath in his hands. The cats were on the corner of the roof above the arbor, and Jim cautiously worked his way in that direction. The roof was not very steep. He was doing well enough until he came to a place where the snow had melted until it was nearly solid ice. He was so intent on the cats that he did not notice this, and when he struck his heel down to break the crust nothing yielded. A second later Jim's feet had shot out from under him, and he vaulted like an avalanche down the icy roof, out on the little vine-clad arbor, and went crashing through among those candy-pullers, gathered there with their pans of cooling taffy. There were wild shrieks and a general flight. Neither Jim nor Sam ever knew how he got back to their room, but Jim was overcome with the enormity of his offense, while Sam was in an agony of laughter. "You did it splendidly, Jim," he drawled, when he could speak. "Nobody could have done it better. And did you see how those cats got out of there? I never had any idea when you started that you meant to do it that way, and it was such a surprise to the folks downstairs. How did you ever think of it?" It was a fearful ordeal for a boy like Jim Wolfe, but he stuck to his place in spite of what he must have suffered. The boys made him one of them soon after that. His initiation was thought to be complete. An account of Jim Wolfe and the cats was the first original story Mark Twain ever told. He told it next day, which was Sunday, to Jimmy McDaniel, the baker's son, as they sat looking out over the river, eating gingerbread. His hearer laughed immoderately, and the storyteller was proud and happy in his success. End of Chapter 17, The Hannibal Journal, read by John Greenman. This is Section 18 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 18, The Beginning of a Literary Life, read by John Greenman. Orion's paper continued to go downhill. Following some random counsel, he changed the name of it and advanced the price, 2 blunders. Then he was compelled to reduce the subscription, also the advertising rates. He was obliged to adopt a descending scale of charges and expenditures to keep pace with his declining circulation, a fatal sign. A publisher must lead his subscription list, not follow it. "I was walking backward," he said, "not seeing where I stepped." In desperation he broke away and made a trip to Tennessee to see if something could not be realized on the land, leaving his brother Sam in charge of the office. It was a journey without financial results, yet it bore fruit, for it marked the beginning of Mark Twain's literary career. Sam, in his brother's absence, concluded to edit the paper in a way that would liven up the circulation. He had never done any writing, not for print, but he had the courage of his inclinations. His local items were of a kind known as spicy. His personals brought prompt demand for satisfaction. The editor of a rival paper had been in love, and was said to have gone to the river one night to drown himself. Sam gave a picturesque account of this, with all the names connected with the affair. Then he took a couple of big wooden block letters, turned them upside down, and engraved illustrations for it, showing the victim wading out into the river with a stick to test the depth of the water. When this issue of the paper came out the demand for it was very large. The press had to be kept running steadily to supply copies. The satirized editor at first swore that he would thrash the whole Journal office. Then he left town and did not come back any more. The embryo Mark Twain also wrote a poem. It was addressed "To Mary in Hannibal," but the title was too long to be set in one column, so he left out all the letters in Hannibal, except the first and the last, and supplied their place with a dash. with a startling result. Such were the early flickerings of a smoldering genius. Orion returned, remonstrated, and apologized. He reduced Sam to the ranks. In later years he saw his mistake. "I could have distanced all competitors even then," he said, "if I had recognized Sam's ability and let him go ahead, merely keeping him from offending worthy persons." Sam was subdued, but not done for. He never would be now. He had got his first taste of print, and he liked it. He promptly wrote 2 anecdotes which he thought humorous, and sent them to the Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post. They were accepted, without payment, of course, in those days, and when the papers containing them appeared he felt suddenly lifted to a lofty plane of literature. This was in 1851. Seeing them in print was a joy which rather exceeded anything in that line I have ever experienced since, he said nearly 60 years later. Yet he did not feel inspired to write anything further for the Post. Twice during the next 2 years he contributed to the Journal, once something about Jim Wolfe, though it was not the story of the cats, and another burlesque on a rival editor whom he pictured as hunting snipe with a cannon, the explosion of which was said to have blown the snipe out of the country. No contributions of this time have been preserved. High prices have been offered for copies of the Hannibal Journal containing them, but without success. The Post sketches were unsigned and have not been identified. It is likely they were trivial enough. His earliest work showed no special individuality or merit, being mainly crude and imitative, as the work of a boy, even a precocious boy, is likely to be. He was not especially precocious, not in literature. His literary career would halt and hesitate and trifle along for many years yet, gathering impetus and equipment for the fuller, statelier swing which would bring a greater joy to the world at large, even if not to himself, than that first far-off triumph. In Mark Twain's sketch, "My First Literary Venture," he has set down with characteristic embroideries some account of this early authorship. Those were hard financial days. Orion could pay nothing on his mortgage, barely the interest. He had promised Sam $3.50 a week, but he could do no more than supply him with board and clothes. "Poor, shabby clothes," he says in his record. "My mother and sister did the housekeeping. My mother was cook. She used the provisions I supplied her. We therefore had a regular diet of bacon, butter, bread, and coffee." Mrs. Clemens again took a few boarders. Pamela, who had given up teaching for a time, organized another music class. Orion became despondent. One night a cow got into the office, upset a type case, and ate up 2 composition rollers. Orion felt that fate was dealing with a heavy hand. Another disaster quickly followed. Fire broke out in the office, and the loss was considerable. An insurance company paid $150. With it Orion replaced such articles as were absolutely needed for work, and removed his plant into the front room of the Clemens dwelling. He razed the 1-story part of the building to give them an added room upstairs, and there for another 2 years, by hard work and pinching economies, the dying paper managed to drag along. It was the fire that furnished Sam Clemens with his Jim Wolfe sketch. In it he stated that Jim, in his excitement, had carried the office broom half a mile, and had then come back after the washpan. In the meantime Pamela Clemens married. Her husband was a well-to-do merchant, William A. Moffett, formerly of Hannibal, but then of St. Louis, where he had provided her with the comforts of a substantial home. Orion tried the experiment of a serial story. He wrote to a number of well-known authors in the East, but was unable to find one who would supply a serial for the price he was willing to pay. Finally he obtained a translation of a French novel for the sum offered, which was $5. It did not save the sinking ship, however. He made the experiment of a tri-weekly without success. He noticed that even his mother no longer read his editorials, but turned to the general news. This was a final blow. "I sat down in the dark," he says, "the moon glinting in at the open door. I sat with one leg over the chair and let my mind float." He had received an offer of $500 for his office, the amount of the mortgage, and in his moonlight reverie he decided to dispose of it on those terms. This was 1853. His brother Samuel was no longer with him. Several months before, in June, Sam decided he would go out into the world. He was in his 18th year now, a good workman, faithful and industrious, but he had grown restless in unrewarded service. Beyond his mastery of the trade he had little to show for 6 years of hard labor. Once, when he had asked Orion for a few dollars to buy a second-hand gun, Orion, exasperated by desperate circumstances, fell into a passion and rated him for thinking of such extravagance. Soon afterward Sam confided to his mother that he was going away, that he believed Orion hated him, that there was no longer a place for him at home. He said he would go to St. Louis, where Pamela was. There would be work for him in St. Louis, and he could send money home. His intention was to go farther than St. Louis, but he dared not tell her. His mother put together, sadly enough, the few belongings of what she regarded as her one wayward boy. Then she held up a little testament. "I want you to take hold of the other end of this, Sam," she said, "and make me a promise." If one might have a true picture of that scene, the thin, wiry woman of 49, her figure as straight as her deportment, gray-eyed, tender, and resolute, facing the fair-cheeked, auburn-haired youth of 17, his eyes as piercing and unwavering as her own. Mother and son, they were of the same metal and the same mold. "I want you to repeat after me, Sam, these words," Jane Clemens said. "I do solemnly swear that I will not throw a card or drink a drop of liquor while I am gone." He repeated the oath after her, and she kissed him. "Remember that, Sam, and write to us," she said. And so, Orion records, he went wandering in search of that comfort and that advancement and those rewards of industry which he had failed to find where I was, gloomy, taciturn, and selfish. I not only missed his labor, we all missed his bounding activity and merriment. End of Chapter 18. The beginning of a literary life. Read by John Greenman. This is section 19 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 19. In the Footsteps of Franklin. He went to St. Louis by the night boat, visited his sister Pamela, and found a job in the composing room of the Evening News. He remained on the paper only long enough to earn money with which to see the world. The world was New York City, where the Crystal Palace Fair was then going on. The railway had been completed by this time, but he had not traveled on it. It had not many comforts. Several days and nights were required for the New York trip, yet it was a wonderful and beautiful experience. He felt that even Pet McMurray could hardly have done anything to surpass it. He arrived in New York with $2 or $3 in his pocket and a $10 bill concealed in the lining of his coat. New York was a great and amazing city. It almost frightened him. It covered the entire lower end of Manhattan Island. Visionary citizens boasted that one day it would cover it all. The World's Fair building, the Crystal Palace, stood a good way out. It was where Bryant Park is now, on 42nd Street and 6th Avenue. Young Clemens classed it as one of the wonders of the world, and wrote lavishly of its marvels. A portion of a letter to his sister Pamela has been preserved, and is given here not only for what it contains, but as the earliest existing specimen of his composition.
The fragment concludes what was doubtless an exhaustive description. From the gallery, second floor, you have a glorious sight, the flags of the different countries represented, the lofty dome, glittering jewelry, gaudy tapestry, etc., with the busy crowd passing to and fro. 'Tis a perfect fairy palace, beautiful beyond description. The machinery department is on the main floor, but I cannot enumerate any of it on account of the lateness of the hour, past 1 o'clock. It would take more than a week to examine everything on exhibition, and I was only in a little over 2 hours to night. I only glanced at about one third of the articles, and having a poor memory I have enumerated scarcely any of even the principal objects. The visitors to the palace average 6,000 daily, double the population of Hannibal. The price of admission being 50 cents, they take in about $3,000. The Latting Observatory, height about 280 feet, is near the palace. From it you can obtain a grand view of the city and the country around. The Croton Aqueduct, to supply the city with water, is the greatest wonder yet. Immense sewers are laid across the bed of the Hudson River and pass through the country to Westchester County, where a whole river is turned from its course and brought to New York. From the reservoir in the city to the Westchester County reservoir the distance is 38 miles, and, if necessary, they could easily supply every family in New York with 100 barrels of water per day. I am very sorry to learn that Henry has been sick. He ought to go to the country and take exercise, for he is not half so healthy as Ma thinks he is. If he had my walking to do, he would be another boy entirely. 4 times every day I walk a little over a mile, and working hard all day and walking 4 miles is exercise. I am used to it now, though, and it is no trouble. Where is it Orion's going to? Tell Ma my promises are faithfully kept, and if I have my health I will take her to Kentucky in the spring. I shall save money for this. Tell Jim Wolfe and all the rest of them to write, and give me all the news. It has just struck 2 A.M., and I always get up at 6 and am at work at 7. You ask where I spend my evenings. Where would you suppose, with a free printer's library containing more than 4,000 volumes within a quarter of a mile of me, and nobody at home to talk to? Write soon. Truly your brother, SAM. P.S. I have written this by a light so dim that you nor Ma could not read by it. Write and let me know how Henry is. It is a good letter. It is direct and clear in its descriptive quality, and it gives us a scale of things. Double the population of Hannibal visited the Crystal Palace in one day, and the water to supply the city came a distance of 38 miles. Doubtless these were amazing statistics. Then there was the interest in family affairs, always strong, his concern for Henry, whom he loved tenderly, his memory of the promise to his mother,
his understanding of her craving to visit her old home. He did not write to her direct, for the reason that Orion's plans were then uncertain, and it was not unlikely that he had already found a new location. From this letter, too, we learn that the boy who detested school was reveling in a library of 4,000 books, more than he had ever seen together before. We have somehow the feeling that he had all at once stepped from boyhood to manhood, and that the separation was marked by a very definite line. The work he had secured was in Cliff Street, in the printing establishment of John A. Gray & Green, who agreed to pay him $4 a week, and did pay that amount in wildcat money, which saved them from 25% of the sum. He lodged at a mechanics' boarding house in Duane Street, and when he had paid his board and washing he sometimes had as much as 50 cents to lay away. He did not like the board. He had been accustomed to the Southern mode of cooking, and wrote home complaining that New Yorkers did not have hot bread or biscuits, but ate light bread, which they allowed to get stale, seeming to prefer it in that way. On the whole, there was not much inducement to remain in New York after he had satisfied himself with its wonders. He lingered, however, through the hot months of 1853, and found it not easy to go. In October he wrote to Pamela, suggesting plans for Orion, also for Henry and Jim Wolfe, whom he seems never to have overlooked. Among other things he says: I have not written to any of the family for some time, from the fact, firstly, that I didn't know where they were, and, secondly, because I have been fooling myself with the idea that I was going to leave New York every day for the last 2 weeks. I have taken a liking to the abominable place, and every time I get ready to leave I put it off a day or so, from some unaccountable cause. I think I shall get off Tuesday, though. Edwin Forrest has been playing for the last 16 days at the Broadway Theater, but I never went to see him till last night. The play was The Gladiator. I did not like parts of it much, but other portions were really splendid. In the latter part of the last act, where the gladiator, Forrest, dies at his brother's feet, in all the fierce pleasure of gratified revenge, the man's whole soul seems absorbed in the part he is playing, and it is really startling to see him. I am sorry I did not see him play Damon and Pythias, the former character being the greatest. He appears in Philadelphia on Monday night. I have not received a letter from home lately, but got a journal the other day in which I see the office has been sold. If my letters do not come often, you need not bother yourself about me, for if you have a brother nearly 18 years of age who is not able to take care of himself a few miles from home, such a brother is not worth one's thoughts. And if I don't manage to take care of number one, be assured you will never know it. I am not afraid, however. I shall ask favors of no one, and endeavor to be, and shall be, as independent as a wood sawyer's clerk. Passage to Albany, 160 miles on the finest steamers that ply the Hudson, is now 25 cents, cheap enough, but is generally cheaper than that in the summer. I have been fooling myself with the idea that I was going to leave New York is distinctly a Mark Twain phrase. He might have said that 50 years later. He did go to Philadelphia presently, and found work subbing on a daily paper, the Inquirer. He was a fairly swift compositor. He could set 10,000 ems a day, and he received pay according to the amount of work done. Days or evenings, when there was no vacant place for him to fill, he visited historic sites, the art galleries, and the libraries. He was still acquiring education, you see. Sometimes at night, when he returned to his boarding house, his roommate, an Englishman named Sumner, grilled a herring, and this was regarded as a feast. He tried his hand at writing in Philadelphia, though this time without success. For some reason he did not again attempt to get into the Post, but offered his contributions to the Philadelphia Ledger, mainly poetry of an obituary kind. Perhaps it was burlesque. He never confessed that, but it seems unlikely that any other obituary poetry would have failed of print. "My efforts were not received with approval," was all he ever said of it afterward. There were 2 or 3 characters in the Inquirer office whom he did not forget. One of these was an old compositor who had "held a case" in that office for many years. His name was Frog, and sometimes when he went away the office devils would hang a line over his case with a hook on it baited with a piece of red flannel. They never got tired of this joke, and Frog was always able to get as mad over it as he had been in the beginning. Another old fellow there furnished amusement. He owned a house in a distant part of the city and had an abnormal fear of fire. Now and then, when everything was quiet except the clicking of the types, some one would step to the window and say with a concerned air, "Doesn't that smoke, or that light if it was evening, seem to be in the northwestern part of the city?" Or, "There go the fire bells again," and away the old man would tramp up to the roof to investigate. It was not the most considerate sport, and it is to be feared that Sam Clemens had his share in it. He found that he liked Philadelphia. He could save a little money there, for one thing, and now and then sent something to his mother, small amounts, but welcome and gratifying, no doubt. In a letter to Orion, whom he seems to have forgiven with absence, written October 26th, he encloses a gold dollar to buy her a handkerchief, and "to serve as a specimen of the kind of stuff we are paid with in Philadelphia." Further along he adds, "Unlike New York, I like this Philadelphia amazingly, and the people in it. There is only one thing that gets my dander up, and that is the hands are always encouraging me, telling me it's no use to get discouraged, no use to be downhearted, for there is more work here than you can do." Downhearted! The devil! I have not had a particle of such a feeling since I left Hannibal, more than 4 months ago. I fancy they'll have to wait some time till they see me downhearted or afraid of starving while I have strength to work and am in a city of 400,000 inhabitants. When I was in Hannibal, before I had scarcely stepped out of the town limits, nothing could have convinced me that I would starve as soon as I got a little way from home. He mentions the grave of Franklin in Christ Churchyard, with its inscription, "Benjamin and Deborah Franklin," and one is sharply reminded of the similarity between the early careers of Benjamin Franklin and Samuel Clemens. Each learned the printer's trade. Each worked in his brother's printing office and wrote for the paper. Each left quietly and went to New York, and from New York to Philadelphia as a journeyman printer. Each in due season became a world figure, many-sided, human, and of incredible popularity. The foregoing letter ends with a long description of a trip made on the Fairmount stage. It is a good, vivid description, impressions of a fresh, sensitive mind, set down with little effort at fine writing, a letter to convey literal rather than literary enjoyment. The Wire Bridge, Fairmount Park and Reservoir, new buildings, all these passed in review. A fine residence about completed impressed him. It was built entirely of great blocks of red granite. The pillars in front were all finished but one. These pillars were beautiful, ornamental, fluted columns, considerably larger than a hogshead at the base, and about as high as Clapinger's second story front windows. To see some of them finished and standing, and then the huge blocks lying about, looks so massy and carries one in imagination to the ruined piles of ancient Babylon. I despise the infernal bogus brick columns plastered over with mortar. Marble is the cheapest building stone about Philadelphia. There is a flavor of the innocence about it. Then, a little further along, I saw small steamboats with their signs up, "For Wissahickon and Manayunk, 25 cents." George Lippard, in his Legends of Washington and his Generals, has rendered the Wissahickon sacred in my eyes, and I shall make that trip, as well as one to Germantown, soon. There is one fine custom observed in Philadelphia. A gentleman is always expected to hand up a lady's money for her. Yesterday I sat in the front end of the bus, directly under the driver's box. A lady sat opposite me. She handed me her money, which was right, but, Lord, a St. Louis lady would think herself ruined if she should be so familiar with a stranger. In St. Louis a man will sit in the front end of the stage and see a lady stagger from the far end to pay her fare. There are two more letters from Philadelphia, one of November 28th to Orion, who by this time had bought a paper in Muscatine, Iowa, and located the family there, and one to Pamela dated December 5th. Evidently Orion had realized that his brother might be of value as a contributor, for the latter says: I will try to write for the paper occasionally, but I fear my letters will be very uninteresting, for this incessant night work dulls one's ideas amazingly. I believe I am the only person in the Enquirer office that does not drink. One young fellow makes $18 for a few weeks, and gets on a grand bender, and spends every cent of it. How do you like Free Soil? I would like amazingly to see a good old-fashioned negro. My love to all. Truly your brother, SAM. In the letter to Pamela he is clearly homesick. I only want to return to avoid night work, which is injuring my eyes, is the excuse, but in the next sentence he complains of the scarcity of letters from home, and those not written as they should be. One only has to leave home to learn how to write interesting letters to an absent friend, he says, and in conclusion, I don't like our present prospect for cold weather at all. He had been gone half a year, and the first attack of home longing for a boy of his age was due. The novelty of things had worn off, it was coming on winter, changes had taken place among his home people and friends. The life he had known best and longest was going on, and he had no part in it. Leaning over his case, he sometimes hummed, "An exile from home, splendor dazzles in vain." He weathered the attack and stuck it out for more than a half a year longer. In January, when the days were dark and he grew depressed, he made a trip to Washington to see the sights of the capital. His stay was comparatively brief, and he did not work there. He returned to Philadelphia, working for a time on the Ledger and North American. Finally he went back to New York. There are no letters of this period. His second experience in New York appears not to have been recorded, and in later years was only vaguely remembered. It was late in the summer of 1854 when he finally set out on his return to the West. His Wanderjahr had lasted nearly 15 months. He went directly to St. Louis, sitting up 3 days and nights in a smoking car to make the journey. He was worn out when he arrived, but stopped there only a few hours to see Pamela. It was his mother he was anxious for. He took the Keokuk packet that night, and flinging himself on his berth, slept the clock 3 times around, scarcely rousing or turning over, only waking at last at Muscatine. For a long time that missing day confused his calculations. When he reached Orion's house the family sat at breakfast. He came in carrying a gun. They had not been expecting him, and there was a general outcry and a rush in his direction. He warded them off, holding the butt of the gun in front of him. "You wouldn't let me buy a gun," he said, "so I bought one myself, and am going to use it now in self-defense." "You Sam! You Sam!" cried Jane Clemens. "Behave yourself!" For she was wary of a gun. Then he had had his joke and gave himself into his mother's arms. End of Chapter 19. In the Footsteps of Franklin. Read by John Greenman. This is section 20 of Mark Twain, A Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 20, Keokuk Days. Read by John Greenman. Orion wished his brother to remain with him in the Muscatine office, but the young man declared he must go to St. Louis and earn some money before he would be able to afford that luxury. He returned to his place on the St. Louis Evening News, where he remained until late winter or early spring of the following year. He lived at this time with the Pavey family, probably one of the Hannibal Paveys, rooming with a youth named Frank E. Burrough, a journeyman chairmaker with a taste for Dickens, Thackeray, Scott, and Disraeli. Burrough had really a fine literary appreciation for his years, and the boys were comrades and close friends. 22 years later Mark Twain exchanged with Burrough some impressions of himself at that earlier time. Clemens wrote: "My dear Burrough, as you describe me I can picture myself as I was 22 years ago. The portrait is correct. You think I have grown some. Upon my word, there was room for it. You have described a callow fool, a self-sufficient ass, a mere human tumble-bug, stern in air, heaving at his bit of dung, imagining that he is remodeling the world, and is entirely capable of doing it right. That is what I was at 19 to 20." Orion Clemens, in the meantime, had married and removed to Keokuk. He had married during a visit to that city, in the casual, impulsive way so characteristic of him, and the fact that he had acquired a wife in the operation seemed at first to have escaped his inner consciousness. He tells it himself. He says: "At sunrise on the next morning after the wedding we left in a stage for Muscatine. We halted for dinner at Burlington. After dispatching that meal we stood on the pavement when the stage drove up, ready for departure. I climbed in, gathered the buffalo robe around me, and leaned back unconscious that I had anything further to do. A gentleman standing on the pavement said to my wife, 'Miss, do you go by this stage?' I said, Oh, I forgot," and sprang out and helped her in. A wife was a new kind of possession to which I had not yet become accustomed. I had forgotten her. Orion's wife had been Mary Stotts, her mother a friend of Jane Clemens's girlhood. She proved a faithful helpmate to Orion, but in those early days of marriage she may have found life with him rather trying, and it was her homesickness that brought them to Keokuk. Brother Sam came up from St. Louis by and by to visit them, and Orion offered him $5 a week and board to remain. He accepted. The office at this time, or soon after, was located on the third floor of 52 Main Street, in the building at present occupied by the Patterson Shoe Company. Henry Clemens, now 17, was also in Orion's employ, and a lad by the name of Dick Hingham. Henry and Sam slept in the office, and Dick came in for social evenings. Also a young man named Edward Brownell, who clerked in the bookstore on the ground floor. These were likely to be lively evenings. A music dealer and teacher, Professor Isbell, occupied the floor just below, and did not care for their diversions. He objected, but hardly in the right way. Had he gone to Samuel Clemens gently, he undoubtedly would have found him willing to make any concessions. Instead, he assailed him roughly, and the next evening the boys set up a lot of empty wine bottles, which they had found in a barrel in a closet, and with stones for balls played tenpins on the office floor. This was Dick and Sam. Henry declined to join the game. Isbell rushed upstairs and battered on the door, but they paid no attention. Next morning he waited for the young men and denounced them wildly. They merely ignored him, and that night organized a military company, made up of themselves and a new German apprentice boy, and drilled up and down over the singing class. Dick Hingham led these military maneuvers. He was a girlish sort of a fellow, but he had a natural taste for soldiering. The others used to laugh at him. They called him a disguised girl, and declared he would run if a gun were really pointed in his direction. They were mistaken. 7 years later Dick died at Fort Donelson with a bullet in his forehead. This by the way. Isbell now adopted new tactics. He came up very pleasantly and said, "I like your military practice better than your tenpin exercise, but on the whole it seems to disturb the young ladies. You see how it is yourself. You couldn't possibly teach music with a company of raw recruits drilling overhead, now could you? Won't you please stop it? It bothers my pupils." Sam Clemens regarded him with mild surprise. "Does it?" he said very deliberately. "Why, didn't you mention it before? To be sure we don't want to disturb the young ladies." They gave up the horseplay, and not only stopped the disturbance, but joined one of the singing classes. Samuel Clemens had a pretty good voice in those days, and could drum fairly well on the piano and guitar. He did not become a brilliant musician, but he was easily the most popular member of the singing class. They liked his frank nature, his jokes, and his humor, his slow, quaint fashion of speech. The young ladies called him openly and fondly a fool, a term of endearment, as they applied it meaning only that he kept them in a more or less constant state of wonder and merriment. And indeed it would have been hard for them to say whether he was really light-minded and frivolous, or the wisest of them all. He was 20 now, and at the age for love-making, yet he remained, as in Hannibal, a beau rather than a suitor, good friend and comrade to all, wooer of none. Ella Creel, a cousin on the Lampton side, a great belle. Also Ella Patterson, related through Orion's wife and generally known as Ick, and Belle Stotts were perhaps his favorite companions, but there were many more. He was always ready to stop and be merry with them, full of his pranks and pleasantries, though they noticed that he quite often carried a book under his arm, a history or a volume of Dickens or the tales of Edgar Allan Poe. He read at odd moments, at night voluminously, until very late sometimes. Already, in that early day, It was his habit to smoke in bed, and he had made him an Oriental pipe of the hubble bubble variety, because it would hold more and was more comfortable than the regular short pipe of daytime use. But it had its disadvantages. Sometimes it would go out, and that would mean sitting up and reaching for a match and leaning over to light the bowl which stood on the floor. Young Brownell from below was passing upstairs to his room on the fourth floor one night when he heard Sam Clemens call. The two were great chums by this time, and Brownell poked his head in at the door. "What will you have, Sam?" he asked. "Come in, Ed. Henry's asleep, and I am in trouble. I want somebody to light my pipe." "Why don't you get up and light it yourself?" Brownell asked. "I would, only I knew you'd be along in a few minutes and would do it for me." Brownell scratched the necessary match, stooped down, and applied it. "What are you reading, Sam?" he asked. "Oh, nothing much. A so-called funny book. One of these days I'll write a funnier book than that myself." Brownell laughed. "No, you won't, Sam," he said. "You are too lazy ever to write a book." A good many years later, when the name Mark Twain had begun to stand for American humor, the owner of it gave his Sandwich Island lecture in Keokuk. Speaking of the unreliability of the islanders, he said: "The King is, I believe, one of the greatest liars on the face of the earth, except one, and I am very sorry to locate that one right here in the city of Keokuk, in the person of Ed Brownell." The Keokuk episode in Mark Twain's life was neither very long nor very actively important. It extended over a period of less than 2 years, 2 vital years, no doubt, if all the bearings could be known, but they were not years of startling occurrence. Yet he made at least one beginning there. At a printer's banquet he delivered his first after-dinner speech, a hilarious speech, its humor of a primitive kind. Whatever its shortcomings, it delighted his audience and raised him many points in the public regard. He had entered a field of entertainment in which he would one day have no rival. They impressed him into a debating society after that, and there was generally a stir of attention when Sam Clemens was about to take the floor. Orion Clemens records how his brother undertook to teach the German apprentice music. "There was an old guitar in the office, and Sam taught Fritz a song beginning, 'Grasshopper sitting on a sweet potato vine, Turkey came along and yanked him from behind.'" The main point in the lesson was in giving the word "yanked" the proper expression and emphasis, accompanied by a sweep of the fingers across the strings. With serious face and deep earnestness, Fritz in his broken English would attempt these lines, while his teacher would bend over and hold his sides with laughter at each ridiculous effort. Without intending it, Fritz had his revenge. One day his tormentor's hand was caught in the press when the German boy was turning the wheel. Sam called to him to stop, but the boy's mind was slow to grasp the situation. The hand was badly wounded, though no bones were broken. In due time it recovered its power and dexterity, but the trace of the scars remained. Orion's printing office was not a prosperous one. He had not the gift of prosperity in any form. When he found it difficult to pay his brother's wages, he took him into partnership, which meant that Sam got no wages at all, barely a living, for the office could not keep its head above water. The junior partner was not disturbed, however. He cared little for money in those days, beyond his actual needs, and these were modest enough. His mother, now with Pamela, was amply provided for. Orion himself tells how his business dwindled away. He printed a Keokuk directory, but it did not pay largely. He was always too eager for the work, too low in his bid for it. Samuel Clemens in this directory is set down as an antiquarian, a joke, of course, though the point of it is now lost. Only 2 of his Keokuk letters have been preserved. The first indicates the general disorder of the office and a growing dissatisfaction. It is addressed to his mother and sister, and bears date of June 10, 1856. I don't like to work at too many things at once. They take Henry and Dick away from me, too. Before we commenced the directory Orion printed two editions of the directory. This was probably the second one. I could tell before breakfast just how much work could be done during the day, and manage accordingly, but now they throw all my plans into disorder by taking my hands away from their work. I am not getting along well with the job work. I can't work blindly without system. I gave Dick a job yesterday which I calculated he could set in 2 hours and I could work off on the press in 3, and therefore just finish it by supper time. But he was transferred to the directory, and the job promised this morning remains untouched. Through all the great pressure of job work lately, I never before failed in a promise of the kind. The other letter is dated 2 months later, August 5th. It was written to Henry, who was visiting in St. Louis or Hannibal at the time, and introduces the first mention of the South American fever, which now possessed the writer. Lynch and Herndon had completed their survey of the upper Amazon, and Lieutenant Herndon's account of the exploration was being widely read. Poring over the book nights, young Clemens had been seized with a desire to go to the headwaters of the South American river, there to collect coca and make a fortune. All his life he was subject to such impulses as that, and ways and means were not always considered. It did not occur to him that it would be difficult to get to the Amazon, and still more difficult to ascend the river. It was his nature to see results with a dazzling largeness that blinded him to the detail of their achievement. In the Turning Point article already mentioned he refers to this. He says: "That was more than 50 years ago. In all that time my temperament has not changed by even a shade. I have been punished many and many a time, and bitterly, for doing things and reflecting afterward, but these tortures have been of no value to me. I still do the thing commanded by circumstance and temperament, and reflect afterward, always violently. When I am reflecting on these occasions, even deaf persons can hear me think." In the letter to Henry we see that his resolve was already made, his plans matured; also that Orion had not as yet been taken into full confidence. "Ma knows my determination, but even she counsels me to keep it from Orion. She says I can treat him as I did her when I started to St. Louis and went to New York. I can start for New York and go to South America." He adds that Orion had promised him $50 or $100, but that he does not depend upon it, and will make other arrangements. He fears obstacles may be put in his way, and he will bring various influences to bear. "I shall take care that Ma and Orion are plentifully supplied with South American books. They have Herndon's report now. Ward and the doctor and myself will hold a grand consultation to night at the office. We have agreed that no more shall be admitted into our company." He had enlisted those two adventurers in his enterprise, a Dr. Martin and the young man Ward. They were very much in earnest, but the start was not made as planned, most likely for want of means. Young Clemens, however, did not give up the idea. He made up his mind to work in the direction of his desire, following his trade and laying by money for the venture. But fate or providence, or accident, whatever we may choose to call the unaccountable, stepped in just then and laid before him the means of turning another sharp corner in his career. One of those things happened which we refuse to accept in fiction as possible, but fact has a smaller regard for the credibilities. As in the case of the Joan of Arc episode, and this adds to its marvel, it was the wind that brought the talismanic gift. It was a day in early November, bleak, bitter, and gusty, with curling snow. Most persons were indoors. Samuel Clemens, going down Main Street, saw a flying bit of paper pass him and lodge against the side of a building. Something about it attracted him, and he captured it. It was a $50 bill. He had never seen one before, but he recognized it. He thought he must be having a pleasant dream. The temptation came to pocket his good fortune and say nothing. His need of money was urgent, but he had also an urgent and troublesome conscience. In the end he advertised his find. "I didn't describe it very particularly, and I waited in daily fear that the owner would turn up and take away my fortune. By and by I couldn't stand it any longer. My conscience had gotten all that was coming to it. I felt that I must take that money out of danger." In the Turning Point article he says, "I advertised the find and left for the Amazon the same day," a statement which we may accept with a literary discount. As a matter of fact, he remained ample time, and nobody ever came for the money. It may have been swept out of a bank or caught up by the wind from some counting room table. It may have materialized out of the unseen. Who knows? At all events, it carried him the first stage of a journey, the end of which he little dreamed. End of Chapter 20, Keokuk Days, read by John Greenman. This is section 21 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 21, Scotchman named McFarlane. He concluded to go to Cincinnati, which would be on the way either to New York or New Orleans. He expected to sail from one of these points, but first paid a brief visit to his mother in St. Louis, for he had a far journey and a long absence in view. Jane Clemens made him renew his promise as to cards and liquor, and gave him her blessing. He had expected to go from St. Louis to Cincinnati, but a new idea, a literary idea, came to him, and he returned to Keokuk. The Saturday Post, a Keokuk weekly, was a prosperous sheet, giving itself certain literary airs. He was in favor with the management, of which George Reese was the head, and it had occurred to him that he could send letters of his travels to the Post, for a consideration. He may have had a still larger ambition, at least the possibility of a book seems to have been in his consciousness. Reese agreed to take letters from him at $5 each, good payment for that time and place. The young traveler, jubilant in the prospect of receiving money for literature, now made another start, this time by way of Quincy, Chicago, and Indianapolis, according to his first letter in the Post, supplied by Thomas Reese, of the Springfield, Illinois Register, son of George Reese named. This letter is dated Cincinnati, November 14, 1856, and it is not a promising literary production. It was written in the exaggerated dialect then regarded as humorous, and while here and there are flashes of the undoubted Mark Twain type, they are few and far between. The genius that a little more than 10 years later would delight the world flickered feebly enough at 21. The letter is a burlesque account of the trip to Cincinnati. A brief extract from it, as characteristic as any, will serve. I went down one night to the railroad office there, purty close onto the McLeod house, and bought about a quire o' yaller paper, cut up into tickets, one for each railroad in the United States, I thought, but I found out afterwards that the Alexandria and Boston air line was left out, and then got a baggage feller to take my trunk down to the boat, where he spilled it out on the levee, busting it open and shaking out the contents, consisting of guides to Chicago and guides to Cincinnati and travelers' guides and all kinds of sich books, not excepting a guide to heaven, which last ain't much use to a feller in Chicago, I can tell you. Finally that fast packet quit ringing her bell and started down the river, but she hadn't gone more'n a mile till she ran clean up on top of a sandbar, whar she stuck till plumb 1 o'clock, spite of the captain's swearin', and they had to set the whole crew to cussin' at last afore they'd got her off. This is humor, we may concede, of that early American type which a little later would have its flower in Nasby and Artemus Ward. Only careful examination reveals in it a hint of the later Mark Twain. The letters were signed Snodgrass, and there are but two of them. The second, dated exactly 4 months after the first, is in the same assassinating dialect, and recounts among other things the scarcity of coal in Cincinnati, and an absurd adventure in which Snodgrass has a baby left on his hands. From the fewness of the letters we may assume that Snodgrass found them hard work, and it is said he raised on the price. At all events, the second concluded the series. They are mainly important in that they are the first of his contributions that have been preserved, also the first for which he received a cash return. He secured work at his trade in Cincinnati at the printing office of Wrightson & Company, and remained there until April, 1857. That winter in Cincinnati was eventless enough, but it was marked by one notable association, one that beyond doubt forwarded Samuel Clemens's general interest in books, influenced his taste, and inspired in him certain views and philosophies which he never forgot. He lodged at a cheap boarding house filled with the usual commonplace people, with one exception. This exception was a long, lank, unsmiling Scotchman named Macfarlane, who was twice as old as Clemens and wholly unlike him, without humor or any comprehension of it. Yet, meeting on the common plane of intellect, the two became friends. Clemens spent his evenings in Macfarlane's room until the clock struck 10. Then Macfarlane grilled a herring, just as the Englishman Sumner in Philadelphia had done 2 years before, and the evening ended. Macfarlane had books, serious books, histories, philosophies, and scientific works, also a Bible and a dictionary. He had studied these and knew them by heart. He was a direct and diligent talker. He never talked of himself, and beyond the statement that he had acquired his knowledge from reading and not at school, his personality was a mystery. He left the house at 6 in the morning and returned at the same hour in the evening. His hands were hardened from some sort of toil, mechanical labor his companion thought, but he never knew. He would have liked to know, and he watched for some reference to slip out that would betray Macfarlane's trade, but this never happened. What he did learn was that Macfarlane was a veritable storehouse of abstruse knowledge, a living dictionary, and a thinker and philosopher besides. He had at least one vanity, the claim that he knew every word in the English dictionary, and he made it good. The younger man tried repeatedly to discover a word that Macfarlane could not define. Perhaps Macfarlane was vain of his other mental attainments, for he never tried of discoursing upon deep and grave matters, and his companion never tired of listening. This Scotch philosopher did not always reflect the conclusions of others. He had speculated deeply and strikingly on his own account. That was a good while before Darwin and Wallace gave out their conclusions on the descent of man. Yet Macfarlane was already advancing a similar philosophy. He went even further. Life, he said, had been developed in the course of ages from a few microscopic seed germs, from one, perhaps, planted by the Creator in the dawn of time, and that from this beginning development on an ascending scale had finally produced man. Macfarlane said that the scheme had stopped there and failed, that man had retrograded, that man's heart was the only bad one in the animal kingdom, that man was the only animal capable of malice, vindictiveness, drunkenness, almost the only man that could endure personal uncleanliness. He said that man's intellect was a depraving addition to him which, in the end, placed him in a rank far below the other beasts, though it enabled him to keep them in servitude and captivity, along with many members of his own race. They were long, fermenting discourses that young Samuel Clemens listened to that winter in Macfarlane's room, and those who knew the real Mark Twain and his philosophies will recognize that those evenings left their impress upon him for life. End of Chapter 21, Scotchman Named Macfarlane, read by John Greenman. This is Section 22 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 22, The Old Call of the River. When spring came, with budding life and quickening impulses, when the trees in the parks began to show a hint of green, the Amazonian idea developed afresh, and the would-be cocoa hunter prepared for his expedition. He had saved a little money, enough to take him to New Orleans, and he decided to begin his long trip with a peaceful journey down the Mississippi, for once, at least, to give himself up to that indolent luxury of the majestic stream that had been so large a part of his early dreams. The Ohio River steamers were not the most sumptuous craft afloat, but they were slow and hospitable. The winter had been bleak and hard. Spring fever and a large love of indolence had combined in that drowsy condition which makes one willing to take his time. Mark Twain tells us in Life on the Mississippi that he ran away, vowing to never return until he could come home a pilot, shedding glory. This is a literary statement. The pilot ambition had never entirely died, but it was coca and the Amazon that were uppermost in his head when he engaged passage on the Paul Jones for New Orleans, and so conferred immortality on that ancient little craft. He bade good-by to Macfarlane, put his traps aboard, the bell rang, the whistle blew, the gangplank was hauled in, and he had set out on a voyage that was to continue not for a week or a fortnight, but for 4 years, 4 marvelous sunlit years, the glory of which would color all that followed them. In the Mississippi book the author conveys the impression of being then a boy of perhaps 17. Writing from that standpoint, he records incidents that were more or less inventions, or that happened to others. He was, in reality, considerably more than 21 years old, for it was April, 1857, that he went aboard the Paul Jones, and he was fairly familiar with steamboats and the general requirements of piloting. He had been brought up in a town that turned out pilots. He had heard the talk of their trade. One, at least, of the Bowen boys was already on the river, while Sam Clemens was still a boy in Hannibal, and had often been home to air his grandeur and dilate on the marvel of his work. That learning the river was no light task, Sam Clemens very well knew. Nevertheless, as the little boat made its drowsy way down the river into lands that grew ever pleasanter with advancing spring, the old permanent ambition of boyhood stirred again, and the call of the faraway Amazon, with its coca and its variegated zoology, grew faint. Horace Bixby, pilot of the Paul Jones, then a man of 32, still living (1910) and at the wheel (the writer of this memoir interviewed Mr. Bixby personally and has followed his phrasing throughout), was looking out over the bow at the head of Island No. 35 when he heard a slow, pleasant voice say, "Good morning." Bixby was a clean-cut, direct, courteous man. "Good morning, sir," he said briskly, without looking around. As a rule, Mr. Bixby did not care for visitors in the pilot house. This one presently came up and stood a little behind him. "How would you like a young man to learn the river?" he said. The pilot glanced over his shoulder and saw a rather slender, loose-limbed young fellow with a fair, girlish complexion and a great tangle of auburn hair. "I wouldn't like it. Cub pilots are more trouble than they're worth a great deal more trouble than profit." The applicant was not discouraged. "I am a printer by trade," he went on in his easy, deliberate way. "It doesn't agree with me. I thought I'd go to South America." Bixby kept his eye on the river, but a note of interest crept into his voice. "What makes you pull your words that way?" Pulling being the river term for drawling, he asked. The young man had taken a seat on the visitors' bench. "You'll have to ask my mother," he said, more slowly than ever. "She pulls hers, too." Pilot Bixby woke up and laughed. He had a keen sense of humor, and the manner of the reply amused him. His guest made another advance. "Do you know the Bowen boys?" he asked. "Pilots in the St. Louis and New Orleans trade?" "I know them well, all three of them. William Bowen did his first steering for me a mighty good boy, too. Had a Testament in his pocket when he came aboard. In a week's time he had swapped it for a pack of cards. I know Sam, too, and Bart. Old schoolmates of mine in Hannibal. Sam and Will, especially, were my chums." "Come over and stand by the side of me," he said. "What is your name?" The applicant told him, and the two stood looking at the sunlit water. "Do you drink?" "No." "Do you gamble?" "No, sir." "Do you swear?" "Not for amusement, only under pressure." "Do you chew?" "No, sir, never. But I must smoke." "Did you ever do any steering?" was Bixby's next question. "I have steered everything on the river but a steamboat, I guess." "Very well. Take the wheel and see what you can do with a steamboat. Keep her as she is, toward that lower cottonwood snag." Bixby had a sore foot and was glad of a little relief. He sat down on the bench and kept a careful eye on the course. By and by he said, "There is just one way that I would take a young man to learn the river. That is, for money." "What do you charge?" $500, and I to be at no expense whatever." In those days pilots were allowed to carry a learner, or cub, board free. Mr. Bixby meant that he was to be at no expense in port or for incidentals. His terms looked rather discouraging. "I haven't got $500 in money," Sam said. "I've got a lot of Tennessee land worth 25 cents an acre. I'll give you 2,000 acres of that." Bixby dissented. "No, I don't want any unimproved real estate. I have too much already." Sam reflected upon the amount he could probably borrow from Pamela's husband without straining his credit. "Well, then, I'll give you $100 cash, and the rest when I earn it." Something about this young man had won Horace Bixby's heart. His slow, pleasant speech, his unhurried, quiet manner with the wheel, his evident sincerity of purpose these were externals,
but beneath them the pilot felt something of that quality of mind or heart which later made the world love Mark Twain. The terms proposed were agreed upon. The deferred payments were to begin when the pupil had learned the river and was receiving pilot's wages. During Mr. Bixby's daylight watches his pupil was often at the wheel, that trip, while the pilot sat directing him and nursing his sore foot. Any literary ambitions Samuel Clemens may have had grew dim. By the time they had reached New Orleans he had almost forgotten he had been a printer, and when he learned that no ship would be sailing to the Amazon for an indefinite period, the feeling grew that a directing hand had taken charge of his affairs. From New Orleans his chief did not return to Cincinnati, but went to St. Louis, taking with him his new cub, who thought it fine, indeed, to come steaming up to that great city with its thronging waterfront, its levee fairly packed with trucks, drays, and piles of freight, the whole flanked with a solid mile of steamboats lying side by side, bow a little upstream, their belching stacks reared high against the blue, a towering front of trade. It was glorious to nose one's way to a place in that stately line, to become a unit, however small, of that imposing fleet. At St. Louis Sam borrowed from Mr. Moffett the funds necessary to make up his first payment, and so concluded his contract. Then, when he suddenly found himself on a fine big boat in a pilot house so far above the water that he seemed perched on a mountain, a sumptuous temple, his happiness seemed complete. End of Chapter 22. The Old Call of the River. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 23 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 23. The Supreme Science. In his Mississippi book, Mark Twain has given us a marvelous exposition of the science of river piloting, and of the colossal task of acquiring and keeping a knowledge requisite for that work. He has not exaggerated this part of the story of developments in any detail. He has set down a simple confession. Serenely enough he undertook the task of learning 1,200 miles of the great changing, shifting river as exactly and as surely by daylight or darkness as one knows the way to his own features. As already suggested, he had at least an inkling of what that undertaking meant. His statement that he supposed all that a pilot had to do was to keep his boat in the river is not to be accepted literally. Still, he could hardly have realized the full majesty of his task. Nobody could do that, not until afterward. Horace Bixby was a lightning pilot with a method of instruction as direct and forcible as it was effective. He was a small man, hot and quick-firing, though kindly, too, and gentle when he had blown off. After one rather pyrotechnic misunderstanding as to the manner of imparting and acquiring information, he said: "My boy, you must get a little memorandum book, and every time I tell you a thing, put it down right away. There's only one way to be a pilot, and that is to get this entire river by heart. You have to know it, just like ABC." So Sam Clemens got the little book, and presently it fairly bristled with the names of towns, points, bars, islands, bends, and reaches, but it made his heart ache to think that he had only half of the river set down, for, as the watches were 4 hours off and 4 hours on, there were long gaps during which he had slept. The little notebook still exists, thin and faded, with black waterproof covers, its neat, tiny, penciled notes still telling the story of that first trip. Most of them are cryptographic abbreviations, not readily deciphered now. Here and there is an easier line: Meriwether's Bend, 1/4 less 3. Depth of water, 1/4 less than 3 fathoms. Run shape of upper bar and go into the low place in willows about 200 feet lower down than last year. one simple little note out of hundreds far more complicated. It would take days for the average mind to remember even a single page of such statistics, and those long 4 hour gaps where he had been asleep, they are still there, and somehow, after more than 50 years, the old heartache is still in them. He got a new book, maybe, for the next trip, and laid this one away. There is but one way to account for the fact that the man whom the world knew as Mark Twain, dreamy, unpractical, and indifferent to details, ever persisted in acquiring knowledge like that, in the vast, the absolutely limitless quantity necessary to Mississippi piloting. It lies in the fact that he loved the river in its every mood and aspect and detail, and not only the river, but a steamboat, and still more, perhaps, the freedom of the pilot's life and its prestige. Wherever he has written of the river, and in one way or another he was always writing of it, we feel the claim of the old captivity and that it still holds him. In the Huckleberry Finn book, during those nights and days with Huck and Nigger Jim on the raft, whether in stormlit blackness, still noontide, or the lifting mists of morning, we can fairly smell the river, as Huck himself would say, and we know that it is because the writer loved it with his heart of hearts and literally drank in its environment and atmosphere during those halcyon pilot days. So in his love lay the secret of his marvelous learning, and it is recorded, not by himself but by his teacher, that he was an apt pupil. Horace Bixby has more than once declared, "Sam was always good natured, and he had a natural taste for the river. He had a fine memory, and never forgot anything I told him." Mark Twain himself records a different opinion of his memory, with the size of its appalling task. It can only be presented in his own words. In the pages quoted he had mastered somewhat of the problem, and had begun to take on airs. His chief was a constant menace at such moments. One day he turned on me suddenly with this settler: "What is the shape of Walnut Bend?" He might as well have asked me my grandmother's opinion of protoplasm. I reflected respectfully, and then said I didn't know it had any particular shape. My gunpowdery chief went off with a bang, of course, and then went on loading and firing until he was out of adjectives. I waited. By and by he said, "My boy, you've got to know the shape of the river perfectly. It is all there is left to steer by on a very dark night. Everything is blotted out and gone, but, mind you, it hasn't the same shape in the night that it has in the daytime." How on earth am I ever going to learn it, then? How do you follow a hall at home in the dark? Because you know the shape of it. You can't see it. Do you mean to say that I've got to know all the million trifling variations of shape in the banks of this interminable river as well as I know the shape of the front hall at home? On my honor, you've got to know them better than any man ever did know the shapes of the halls in his own house. I wish I was dead. Now, I don't want to discourage you, but well, pile it on me. I might as well have it now as another time. You see, this has got to be learned. There isn't any getting around it. A clear starlight night throws such heavy shadows that if you didn't know the shape of a shore perfectly you would
claw away from every bunch of timber, because you would take the black shadow of it for a solid cape. And, you see, you would be getting scared to death every 15 minutes by the watch. You would be 50 yards from shore all the time when you ought to be within 50 feet of it. You can't see a snag in one of those shadows, but you know exactly where it is, and the shape of the river tells you when you are coming to it. Then there's your pitch dark night. The river is a very different shape on a pitch dark night from what it is on a starlight night. All shores seem to be straight lines then, and mighty dim ones, too, and you'd run them for straight lines, only you know better. You boldly drive your boat right into what seems to be a solid straight wall. You know very well that in reality there is a curve there, and that wall falls back and makes way for you. Then there's your gray mist. You take a night when there's one of these grisly, drizzly, gray mists, and then there isn't any particular shape to a shore. A gray mist would tangle the head of the oldest man that ever lived. Well, then, different kinds of moonlight change the shape of the river in different ways. You see Oh, don't say any more, please. Have I got to learn the shape of the river according to all these 500,000 different ways? If I tried to carry all that cargo in my head it would make me stoop shouldered. No, you only learn the shape of the river, and you learn it with such absolute certainty that you can always steer by the shape that's in your head, and never mind the one that's before your eyes. Very well, I'll try it, but after I have learned it, can I depend on it? Will it keep the same form and not go fooling around? Before Mr. Bixby could answer, Mr. W. came in to take the watch, and he said, "Bixby, you'll have to look out for President's Island and all that country clear away up above the old hen and chickens. The banks are caving, and the shape of the shores changing like everything. Why, you wouldn't know the point about 40. You can go up inside the old sycamore snag now." So that question was answered. Here were leagues of shore changing shape. My spirits were down in the mud again. Two things seemed pretty apparent to me. One was that in order to be a pilot a man had got to learn more than any one man ought to be allowed to know, and the other was that he must learn it all over again in a different way every 24 hours. I went to work now to learn the shape of the river, and of all the eluding and ungraspable objects that ever I tried to get mind or hands on, that was the chief. I would fasten my eyes upon a sharp, wooded point that projected far into the river some miles ahead of me, and go to laboriously photographing its shape upon my brain, and just as I was beginning to succeed to my satisfaction, we would draw up to it, and the exasperating thing would begin to melt away and fold back into the bank. It was plain that I had got to learn the shape of the river in all the different ways that could be thought of: upside down, wrong end first, inside out, fore and aft, and Thorpships, and then know what to do on gray nights when it hadn't any shape at all. So I set about it. In the course of time I began to get the best of this knotty lesson, and my self complacency moved to the front once more. Mr. Bixby was all fixed and ready to start it to the rear again. He opened on me after this fashion: "How much water did we have in the middle crossing at Hole in the Wall trip before last?" I considered this an outrage. I said, "Every trip down and up the leadsmen are singing through that tangled place for three-quarters of an hour on a stretch. How do you reckon I can remember such a mess as that?" My boy, you've got to remember it. You've got to remember the exact spot and the exact marks the boat lay in when we had the shoalest water, in every one of the 500 shoal places between St. Louis and New Orleans, and you mustn't get the shoal soundings and marks of one trip mixed up with the shoal soundings and marks of another, either, for they're not often twice alike. You must keep them separate. When I came to myself again, I said, "When I get so that I can do that, I'll be able to raise the dead, and then I won't have to pilot a steamboat to make a living. I want to retire from this business. I want a slush bucket and a brush. I'm only fit for a roustabout. I haven't got brains enough to be a pilot, and if I had I wouldn't have strength enough to carry them around unless I went on crutches. Now drop that. When I say I'll learn a man the river, I mean it, and you can depend on it. I'll learn him or kill him." We have quoted at length from this chapter because it seems of very positive importance here. It is one of the most luminous in the book so far as the mastery of the science of piloting is concerned, and shows better than could any other combination of words something of what is required of the learner. It does not cover the whole problem, by any means. Mark Twain himself could not present that. And even considering his old-time love of the river and the pilot's trade, it is still incredible that a man of his temperament could have persisted, as he did, against such obstacles. End of Chapter 23, The Supreme Science, read by John Greenman. This is section 24 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 24, The River Curriculum. He acquired other kinds of knowledge, as the streets of Hannibal in those early days and the printing offices of several cities had taught him human nature in various unvarnished aspects, so the river furnished an added course to that vigorous education. Morally, its atmosphere could not be said to be an improvement on the others.
Navigation in the West had begun with crafts of the flatboat type, their navigators rude, hardy men, heavy drinkers, reckless fighters, barbaric in their sports, coarse in their wit, profane in everything. Steamboatmen were the natural successors of these pioneers, a shade less coarse, a thought less profane, a veneer less barbaric, but these things were mainly above stairs. You had but to scratch lightly a mate or a deckhand to find the old keel boatmen's savagery. Captains were overlords, and pilots kings in this estate, but they were not angels. In Life on the Mississippi Clemens refers to his chief's explosive vocabulary, and tells us how he envied the mate's manner of giving an order. It was easier to acquire those things than piloting, and, on the whole, quicker. One could improve upon them, too, with imagination and wit and a natural gift for terms. That Samuel Clemens maintained his promise as to drink and cards during those apprentice days is something worth remembering. If he did not always restrict his profanity to moments of severe pressure or sift the quality of his wit, we may also remember that he was an extreme example of a human being in that formative stage which gathers all as grist later to refine it for the uses and delights of men. He acquired a vast knowledge of human character. He says: "In that brief, sharp schooling I got personally and familiarly acquainted with all the different types of human nature that are to be found in fiction, biography, or history. When I find a well drawn character in fiction or biography I generally take a warm personal interest in him, for the reason that I have known him before, met him on the river." Undoubtedly the river was a great school for the study of life's broader philosophies and humors, philosophies that avoid vague circumlocution and aim at direct and sure results, humors of the rugged and vigorous sort that in Europe are known as American and in America are known as Western. Let us be thankful that Mark Twain's school was no less than it was, and no more. The demands of the Missouri River trade took Horace Bixby away from the Mississippi somewhat later, and he consigned his pupil, according to custom, to another pilot. It is not certain now to just which pilot, but probably to Zeb Leavenworth or Beck Jolly of the John J. Roe. The Roe was a freight boat, as slow as an island and as comfortable as a farm. In fact, the Roe was owned and conducted by farmers, and Sam Clemens thought if John Quarles's farm could be set afloat it would greatly resemble that craft in the matter of good fellowship, hospitality, and speed. It was said of her that upstream she could even beat an island, though downstream she could never quite overtake the current, but was a love of a steamboat nevertheless. The Roe was not licensed to carry passengers, but she always had a dozen family guests aboard, and there was a big boiler deck for dancing and moonlight frolics, also a piano in the cabin. The young pilot sometimes played on the piano and sang to his music songs relating to the grasshopper on the sweet potato vine, or to an old horse by the name of Methusalem. "Took him down and sold him in Jerusalem a long time ago." There were 48 stanzas about this ancient horse, all pretty much alike, but the assembled company was not likely to be critical, and his efforts won him laurels. He had a heavenly time on the John J. Roe, and then came what seemed inferno by contrast. Bixby returned, made a trip or two, then left and transferred him again, this time to a man named Brown. Brown had a berth on the fine new steamer Pennsylvania, one of the handsomest boats on the river, and young Clemens had become a fine steersman, so it is not unlikely that both men at first were gratified by the arrangement.
but Brown was a fault-finding, tyrannical chief, ignorant, vulgar, and malicious. In the Mississippi book the author gives his first interview with Brown, also his last one. For good reasons these occasions were burned into his memory, and they may be accepted as substantially correct. Brown had an offensive manner. His first greeting was a surly question: "Are you Horace Bigsby's cub?" Bixby was usually pronounced Bigsby on the river. But Brown made it especially obnoxious and followed it up with questions and comments and orders still more odious. His subordinate soon learned to detest him thoroughly. It was necessary, however, to maintain a respectable deportment. Custom, discipline, even the law required that. But it must have been a hard winter and spring the young steersman put in during those early months of 1858, restraining himself from the gratification of slaying Brown. Time would bring revenge, a tragic revenge, and at a fearful cost. But he could not guess that, and he put in his spare time planning punishments of his own. "I could imagine myself killing Brown. There was no law against that, and that was the thing I always used to do the moment I was abed. Instead of going over my river in my mind, as was my duty, I threw business aside for the pleasure and killed Brown. I killed Brown every night for a month, not in old, stale, commonplace ways, but in new and picturesque ones, ways that were sometimes surprising for freshness of design and ghastly for situation and environment." Once, when Brown had been more insulting than usual, his subordinate went to bed and killed him in 17 different ways, all of them new. He had made an effort at first to please Brown, but it was no use. Brown was the sort of a man that refused to be pleased. No matter how carefully his subordinate steered, he was always at him. "Here!" he would shout. "Where are you going now? Pull her down! Pull her down! Don't you hear me? Dod derned mudcat!" His assistant lost all desire to be obliging to such a person, and even took occasion now and then to stir him up. One day they were steaming up the river when Brown noticed that the boat seemed to be heading toward some unusual point. "Here, where are you heading for now?" he yelled. "What in nation are you steering at, anyway, ding numbskull?" "Why," said Sam, in unruffled deliberation, "I didn't see much else I could steer for, and I was heading for that white heifer on the bank." "Get away from that wheel, and get out'n this pilot house!" yelled Brown. "You ain't fit to become no pilot." Which was what Sam wanted. Any temporary relief from the carping tyranny of Brown was welcome. He had been on the river nearly a year now, and though universally liked and accounted a fine steersman, he was receiving no wages. There had been small need of money for a while, for he had no board to pay, but clothes wear out at last, and there were certain incidentals. The Pennsylvania made a round trip in about 35 days, with a day or two of idle time at either end. The young pilot found that he could get night employment, watching freight on the New Orleans levee, and thus earn from $2.50 to $3 for each night's watch. Sometimes there would be 2 nights, and with a capital of $5 or $6 he accounted himself rich. "It was a desolate experience," he said long afterward, "watching there in the dark among those piles of freight. Not a sound, not a living creature astir. But it was not a profitless one. I used to have inspirations as I sat there alone those nights. I used to imagine all sorts of situations and possibilities. Those things got into my books by and by, and furnished me with many a chapter. I can trace the effect of those nights through most of my books in one way and another. Many of the curious tales in the latter half of the Mississippi book came out of those long night watches. It was a good time to think of such things. End of Chapter 24, The River Curriculum, read by John Greenman. This is section A Biography, in 25 of Mark Twain, a biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 25, Love-Making and Adventure. Of course, life with Brown was not all sorrow. At either end of the trip there was respite and recreation. In St. Louis, at Pamela's, there was likely to be company. Hannibal friends mostly, schoolmates, girls, of course. At New Orleans he visited friendly boats, especially the John J. Roe, where he was generously welcomed. One such visit on the Roe he never forgot. A young girl was among the boat's guests that trip, another Laura, 15, winning, delightful. They met and were mutually attracted. Life of each, it was one of those bright spots which are likely to come in youth, one of those sudden, brief periods of romance, love, call it what you will, the thing that leads to marriage, if pursued. I was not 4 inches from that girl's elbow during our waking hours for the next 3 days. Then came a sudden interruption. Zeb Leavenworth came flying aft, shouting, "The Pennsylvania is backing out!" A flutter of emotion, a fleeting good by, a flight across the decks, a flying leap from romance back to reality, and it was all over. He wrote her, but received no reply. He never saw her again, never heard from her for 48 years, when both were married, widowed, and old. She had not received his letter. Even on the Pennsylvania life had its interests. A letter dated March 9, 1858, recounts a delightfully dangerous night adventure in the steamer's yawl, hunting for soundings in the running ice. Then the fun commenced. We made fast a line 20 fathoms long to the bow of the yawl, and put the men, both crews, to it, like horses on the shore. Brown, the pilot, stood in the bow with an oar to keep her head out, and I took the tiller. We would start the men, and all would go well till the yawl would bring up on a heavy cake of ice, and then the men would drop like so many tenpins, while Brown assumed the horizontal in the bottom of the boat. After an hour's hard work we got back, with ice half an inch thick on the oars, sent back and warped up the other yawl, and then George Earle, the other pilot, and myself took a double crew of fresh men and tried it again. This time we found the channel in less than half an hour, and landed on an island till the Pennsylvania came along and took us off. The next day was colder still. I was out in the yawl twice, and then we got through, but the infernal steamboat came near running us over. We sounded Hat Island, warped up around a bar, and sounded again, but in order to understand our situation you will have to read Dr. Kane. It would have been impossible to get back to the boat. But the Maria Denning was aground at the head of the island. They hailed us. We ran alongside, and they hoisted us in and thawed us out. We had then been out in the yawl from 4 o'clock in the morning till half past 9 without being near a fire. There was a thick coating of ice over men and yawl, ropes, and everything else, and we looked like rock candy statuary. This was the sort of thing he loved in those days. We feel the writer's evident joy and pride in it. In the same letter he says, "I can't correspond with the paper, because when one is learning the river he is not allowed to do or think about anything else." Then he mentions his brother Henry, and we get the beginning of that tragic episode for which, though blameless, Samuel Clemens always held himself responsible. Henry was doing little or nothing here, St. Louis, and I sent him to our clerk to work his way for a trip, measuring wood piles, counting coal boxes, and doing other clerkly duties, which he performed satisfactorily. He may go down with us again. Henry Clemens was about 20 at this time, a handsome, attractive boy of whom his brother was lavishly fond and proud. He did go on the next trip, and continued to go regularly after that, as third clerk in line of promotion. It was a bright spot in those hard days with Brown to have Henry along. The boys spent a good deal of their leisure with the other pilot, George Ealer, who was as kind-hearted as Brown wasn't, and quoted Shakespeare and Goldsmith, and played the flute to his fascinated and inspiring audience. These were things worth while. The young steersman could not guess that the shadow of a long sorrow was even then stretching across the path ahead. Yet in due time he received a warning, a remarkable and impressive warning, though of a kind seldom heeded. One night, when the Pennsylvania lay in St. Louis, he slept at his sister's house and had this vivid dream. He saw Henry, a corpse, lying in a metallic burial case in the sitting room, supported on 2 chairs. On his breast lay a bouquet of flowers, white, with a single crimson bloom in the center. When he awoke it was morning, but the dream was so vivid that he believed it real. Perhaps something of the old hypnotic condition was upon him, for he rose and dressed, thinking he would go in and look at his dead brother. Instead, he went out on the street in the early morning, and had walked to the middle of the block before it suddenly flashed upon him that it was only a dream. He bounded back, rushed to the sitting room, and felt a great trembling revulsion of joy when he found it really empty. He told Pamela the dream, then put it out of his mind as quickly as he could. The Pennsylvania sailed from St. Louis as usual, and made a safe trip to New Orleans. A safe trip, but an eventful one. On it occurred that last interview with Brown already mentioned. It is recorded in the Mississippi book, but cannot be omitted here. Somewhere down the river, it was in Eagle Bend, Henry appeared on the hurricane deck to bring an order from the captain for a landing to be made a little lower down. Brown was somewhat deaf, but would never confess it. He may not have understood the order; at all events he gave no sign of having heard it, and went straight ahead. He disliked Henry as he disliked everybody of a finer grain than himself, and in any case was too arrogant to ask for a repetition. They were passing the landing when Captain Klinefelter appeared on the deck and called to him to let the boat come round, adding, "Didn't Henry tell you to land here?" "No, sir." Captain Klinefelter turned to Sam. "Didn't you hear him?" "Yes, sir." Brown said, "Shut your mouth. You never heard anything of the kind." By and by Henry came into the pilot house unaware of any trouble. Brown set upon him in his ugliest manner. "Here, why didn't you tell me we had to go to land at that plantation?" he demanded. Henry was always polite, always gentle. "I did tell you, Mr. Brown." "It's a lie." Sam Clemens could stand Brown's abuse of himself, but not of Henry. He said, "You lie yourself. He did tell you." Brown was dazed for a moment, and then he shouted, "I'll attend to your case in half a minute," and ordered Henry out of the pilot house. The boy had started, when Brown suddenly seized him by the collar and struck him in the face. In the Mississippi book the writer states that Brown started to strike Henry with a large piece of coal, but in a letter written soon after the occurrence to Mrs. Orion Clemens he says: "Henry started out of the pilot house. Brown jumped up and collared him, turned him half way round, and struck him in the face, and him nearly 6 feet high struck my little brother. I was wild from that moment. I left the boat to steer herself, and avenged the insult, and the captain said I was right." Instantly Sam was upon Brown with a heavy stool and stretched him on the floor. Then all the bitterness and indignation that had been smoldering for months flamed up, and, leaping upon Brown and holding him with his knees, he pounded him with his fists until strength and fury gave out. Brown struggled free then, and with pilot instinct sprang to the wheel, for the vessel had been drifting and might have got into trouble. Seeing there was no further danger, he seized a spyglass as a weapon. "Get out of this here pilot house!" he raged. But his subordinate was not afraid of him now. "You should leave out the 'here'," he drawled critically. "It is understood, and not considered good English form." "Don't you give me none of your airs!" yelled Brown. "I ain't going to stand nothing more from you." "You should say, 'Don't give me any of your airs,'" Sam said sweetly. "And the last half of your sentence almost defies correction." A group of passengers and white aproned servants assembled on the deck forward applauded the victor. Brown turned to the wheel, raging and growling. Clemens went below, where he expected Captain Klinefelter to put him in irons, perhaps, for it was thought to be felony to strike a pilot. The officer took him into his private room and closed the door. At first he looked at the culprit thoughtfully. Then he made some inquiries. "Did you strike him first?" Captain Klinefelter asked. "Yes, sir." "What with?" "A stool, sir." "Hard?" "Middling, sir." "Did it knock him down?" He fell, sir." "Did you follow it up? Did you do anything further?" "Yes, sir." "What did you do?" "Pounded him, sir." "Pounded him?" "Yes, sir." "Did you pound him much that is, severely?" "One might call it that, sir. Maybe." "I am deuced glad of it. Hark ye, never mention that I said that. You have been guilty of a great crime, and don't ever be guilty of it again on this boat, but lay for him ashore. Give him a good sound thrashing, do you hear? I'll pay the expenses." Life on the Mississippi. Captain Klinefelter told him to clear out then, and the culprit heard him enjoying himself as the door closed behind him. Brown, of course, forbade him the pilot house after that, and he made the rest of the trip an emancipated slave, listening to George Ealer's flute and his readings from Goldsmith and Shakespeare, playing chess with him sometimes, and learning a trick which he would use himself in the long after years, that of taking back the last move and running out the game differently when he saw defeat. Brown swore that he would leave the boat at New Orleans if Sam Clemens remained on it, and Captain Klinefelter told Brown to go. Then, when another pilot could not be obtained to fill his place, the captain offered to let Clemens himself run the daylight watches, thus showing his confidence in the knowledge of the young steersman, who had been only a little more than a year at the wheel. But Clemens himself had less confidence and advised the captain to keep Brown back to St. Louis. He would follow up the river by another boat and resume his place as steersman when Brown was gone. Without knowing it, he may have saved his life by that decision. It is doubtful if he remembered his recent disturbing dream, though some foreboding would seem to have hung over him the night before the Pennsylvania sailed. Henry liked to join in the night watches on the levee when he had finished his duties, and the brothers often walked the round chatting together. On this particular night the elder spoke of disaster on the river. Finally he said: "In case of accident, whatever you do, don't lose your head. The passengers will do that. Rush for the hurricane deck and to the lifeboat, and obey the mate's orders. When the boat is launched, help the women and children into it. Don't get in yourself. The river is only a mile wide. You can swim ashore easily enough." It was good manly advice, but it yielded a long harvest of sorrow. End of Chapter 25. Love Making and Adventure, read by John Greenman. This is section 26 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 26. The Tragedy of the Pennsylvania. Captain Klinefelter obtained his steersman a pass on the A.T. Lacey, which left 2 days behind the Pennsylvania. This was pleasant, for Bart Bowen had become captain of the fine ship. The Lacey touched at Greenville, Mississippi, and a voice from the landing shouted: "The Pennsylvania is blown up just below Memphis, at Ship Island. 150 lives lost." Nothing further could be learned there, but that evening at Napoleon a Memphis extra reported some of the particulars. Henry Clemens's name was mentioned as one of those who had escaped injury. Still farther up the river they got a later extra. Henry was again mentioned, this time as being scalded beyond recovery. By the time they reached Memphis they knew most of the details. At 6 o'clock that warm mid-June morning, while loading wood from a large flat boat 60 miles below Memphis, 4 out of 8 of the Pennsylvania's boilers had suddenly exploded with fearful results. All the forward end of the boat had been blown out. Many persons had been killed outright. Many more had been scalded and crippled, and would die. It was one of those hopeless wholesale steamboat slaughters which for more than a generation had made the Mississippi a river of death and tears. Samuel Clemens found his brother stretched upon a mattress on the floor of an improvised hospital, a public hall, surrounded by more than 30 others more or less desperately injured. He was told that Henry had inhaled steam, and that his body was badly scalded. His case was considered hopeless. Henry was one of those who had been blown into the river by the explosion. He had started to swim for the shore, only a few hundred yards away, but presently, feeling no pain and believing himself unhurt, he had turned back to assist in the rescue of the others. What he did after that could not be clearly learned. The vessel had taken fire. The rescued were being carried aboard the big wood boat still attached to the wreck. The fire soon raged so that the rescuers and all who could be saved were driven into the wood flat, which was then cut adrift and landed. There the sufferers had to lie in the burning sun many hours until help could come. Henry was among those who were insensible by that time. Perhaps he had really been uninjured at first and had been scalded in his work of rescue. It will never be known. His brother, hearing these things, was thrown into the deepest agony and remorse. He held himself to blame for everything: for Henry's presence on the boat, for his advice concerning safety of others, for his own absence when he might have been there to help and protect the boy. He wanted to telegraph at once to his mother and sister to come, but the doctors persuaded him to wait. Just why he never knew. He sent word of the disaster to Orion, who by this time had sold out in Keokuk and was in East Tennessee studying law. Then he set himself to the all but hopeless task of trying to bring Henry back to life. Many Memphis ladies were acting as nurses, and one, a Miss Wood, attracted by the boy's youth and striking features, joined in the desperate effort. Some medical students had come to assist the doctors, and one of these also took special interest in Henry's case. Dr. Peyton, an old Memphis practitioner, declared that with such care the boy might pull through. But on the fourth night he was considered to be dying. Half delirious with grief and the strain of watching, Samuel Clemens wrote to his mother and to his sister-in-law in Tennessee. The letter to Orion Clemens' wife has been preserved. Memphis, Tennessee, Friday, June 18, 1858. Dear Sister Mollie, long before this reaches you, my poor Henry, my darling, my pride, my glory, my all, will have finished his blameless career, and the light of my life will have gone out in utter darkness. The horrors of 3 days have swept over me. They have blasted my youth and left me an old man before my time. Mollie, there are gray hairs in my head tonight. For 48 hours I labored at the bedside of my poor burned and bruised but uncomplaining brother, and then the star of my hope went out and left me in the gloom of despair. Men take me by the hand and congratulate me and call me lucky because I was not on the Pennsylvania when she blew up. May God forgive them, for they know not what they say. I was on the Pennsylvania 5 minutes before she left New Orleans, and I must tell you the truth, Mollie. 300 human beings perished by that fearful disaster. But may God bless Memphis, the noblest city on the face of the earth. She has done her duty by these poor afflicted creatures, especially Henry, for he has had 5, 10, 15, 20 times the care and attention that anyone else has had. Dr. Peyton, the best physician in Memphis he is exactly like the portraits of Webster sat by him for 36 hours. There are 32 scalded men in that room, and you would know Dr. Peyton better than I can describe him if you could follow him around and hear each man murmur as he passes, "May the God of heaven bless you, doctor." The ladies have done well, too. Our second mate, a handsome, noble-hearted young fellow, will die. Yesterday a beautiful girl of 15 stooped timidly down by his side and handed him a pretty bouquet. The poor suffering boy's eyes kindled, his lips quivered out a gentle "God bless you, miss," and he burst into tears. He made them write her name on a card for him that he might not forget it. Pray for me, Mollie, and pray for my poor sinless brother. Your unfortunate brother, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. I got here 2 days after Henry. But alas, this was not all, nor the worst. It would seem that Samuel Clemens's cup of remorse must be always overfull. The final draft that would embitter his years was added the sixth night after the accident, the night that Henry died. He could never bring himself to write it. He was never known to speak of it but twice. Henry had rallied soon after the foregoing letter had been mailed, and improved slowly that day and the next. Dr. Peyton came around about 11 o'clock on the sixth night and made careful examination. He said: "I believe he is out of danger and will get well. He is likely to be restless during the night. The groans and fretting of the others will disturb him. If he cannot rest without it, tell the physician in charge to give him 1/8 of a grain of morphine." The boy did wake during the night, and was disturbed by the complaining of the other sufferers. His brother told the young medical student in charge what the doctor had said about the morphine. But morphine was a new drug then. The student hesitated, saying: "I have no way of measuring. I don't know how much 1/8 of a grain would be." Henry grew rapidly worse, more and more restless. His brother was half beside himself with the torture of it. He went to the medical student. "If you have studied drugs," he said, "you ought to be able to judge 1/8 of a grain of morphine." The young man's courage was overswayed. He yielded and ladled out in the old fashioned way, on the point of a knife blade, what he believed to be the right amount. Henry immediately sank into a heavy sleep. He died before morning. His chance of life had been infinitesimal, and his death was not necessarily due to the drug, but Samuel Clemens, unsparing in his self blame, all his days carried the burden of it. He saw the boy taken to the dead room, then the long strain of grief, the days and nights without sleep, the ghastly realization of the end, overcame him. A citizen of Memphis took him away in a kind of daze and gave him a bed in his house, where he fell into a stupor of fatigue and surrender. It was many hours before he woke. When he did, at last, he dressed and went to where Henry lay. The coffin provided for the dead were of unpainted wood, but the youth and striking face of Henry Clemens had aroused a special interest. The ladies of Memphis had made up a fund of $60 and bought for him a metallic case. Samuel Clemens, entering, saw his brother lying exactly as he had seen him in his dream, lacking only the bouquet of white flowers with its crimson center, a detail made complete while he stood there, for at that moment an elderly lady came in with a large white bouquet, and in the center of it was a single red rose. Orion arrived from Tennessee, and the brothers took their sorrowful burden to St. Louis, subsequently to Hannibal, his old home. The death of this lovely boy was a heavy sorrow to the community where he was known, for he had been a favorite with all. For a fine characterization of Henry Clemens the reader is referred to a letter written by Orion Clemens to Miss Wood. See Appendix A at the end of the last volume. From Hannibal the family returned to Pamela's home in St. Louis. There one night Orion heard his brother moaning and grieving and walking the floor of his room. By and by Sam came in to where Orion was. He could endure it no longer, he said. He must tell somebody. Then he poured all the story of that last tragic night. It has been set down here because it accounts for much in his afterlife. It magnified his natural compassion for the weakness and blunders of humanity, while it increased the poor opinion implanted by the Scotchman Macfarlane of the human being as a divine invention. Two of Mark Twain's chief characteristics were consideration for the human species and contempt for it. In many ways he never overcame the tragedy of Henry's death. He never really looked young again. Gray hairs had come, as he said, and they did not disappear. His face took on the serious, pathetic look which from that time it always had in repose. At 23 he looked 30. At 30 he looked nearer 40. After that the discrepancy in age and looks became less notable. In vigor, complexion, and temperament he was regarded in later life as young for his years, but never in looks. End of Chapter 26. The Tragedy of the Pennsylvania. Read by John Greenman. This is section 27 of Mark Twain, a biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 27. The Pilot. The young pilot returned to the river as steersman for George Ealer, whom he loved, and in September of that year obtained a full license as Mississippi River pilot. In Life on the Mississippi he gives his period of learning at from 2 to 2½ years, but documentary evidence, as well as Mr. Bixby's testimony, places the apprenticeship at 18 months. Bixby had returned by this time, and they were again together, first on the Crescent City, later on a fine new boat called the New Falls City. Clemens was still a steersman when Bixby returned, but as soon as his license was granted, September 9, 1858, his old chief took him as full partner. He was a pilot at last. In 18 months he had packed away in his head all the multitude of volatile statistics and acquired that confidence and courage which made him one of the elect, a river sovereign. He knew every snag and bank and dead tree and reef in all those endless miles between St. Louis and New Orleans, every cut-off and current, every depth of water, the whole story, by night and by day. He could smell danger in the dark. He could read the surface of the water as an open page. At 23 he had acquired a profession which surpassed all others for absolute sovereignty and yielded an income equal to that then earned by the Vice President of the United States. Boys generally finish college at about that age, but it is not likely that any boy ever finished college with the mass of practical information and training that was stored away in Samuel Clemens's head, or with his knowledge of human nature, his preparation for battle with the world. Not only was he a pilot, but a good one. These are Horace Bixby's words, and he added, "It is the fashion today to disparage Sam's piloting. Men who were born since he was on the river and never saw him will tell you that Sam was never much of a pilot. Most of them will tell you that he was never a pilot at all. As a matter of fact, Sam was a fine pilot, and in a day when piloting on the Mississippi required a great deal more brains and skill and application than it does now. There were no signal lights along the shore in those days, and no searchlights on the vessels. Everything was blind, and on a dark, misty night, in a river full of snags and shifting sand, bars and changing shores, a pilot's judgment had to be founded on absolute certainty." He had plenty of money now. He could help his mother with a liberal hand, and he did it. He helped Orion, too, with money and with advice. From a letter written toward the end of the year we gather the new conditions. Orion would seem to have been lamenting over prospects, and the young pilot, strong and exalted in his new estate, urges him to renewed, consistent effort. "What is a government without energy?" he says. "And what is a man without energy? Nothing. Nothing at all. What is the grandest thing in Paradise Lost? The arch fiend's terrible energy. What was the greatest feature in Napoleon's character? His unconquerable energy. Sum all the gifts that man is endowed with, and we give our greatest share of admiration to his energy. And today, if I were a heathen, I would rear a statue to energy and fall down and worship it. I want a man to I want you to take up a line of action and follow it out in spite of the very devil." Orion and his wife had returned to Keokuk by this time, waiting for something in the way of a business opportunity. His pilot brother wrote him more than once letters of encouragement and counsel. Here and there he refers to the tragedy of Henry's death and the shadow it has cast upon his life. But he was young, he was successful, his spirits were naturally exuberant. In the exhilaration of youth and health and success he finds vent at times in that natural human outlet, self-approval. He not only exhibits this weakness, but confesses it with characteristic freedom. "Putting all things together, I begin to think I am rather lucky than otherwise, a notion which I was slow to take up. The other night I was about to round to for a storm, but concluded that I could find a smoother bank somewhere. I landed 5 miles below. The storm came, passed away, and did not injure us. Coming up, day before yesterday, I looked at the spot I first chose, and half the trees on the bank were torn to shreds. We couldn't have lived 5 minutes in such a tornado, and I am also lucky in having a berth, while all the other young pilots are idle. This is the luckiest circumstance that ever befell me, not on account of the wages, for that is a secondary consideration, but from the fact that the city of Memphis is the largest boat in the trade and the hardest to pilot, and consequently I can get a reputation on her, which is a thing I never could accomplish on a transient boat. I can bank in the neighborhood of $100 a month on her, and that will satisfy me for the present, principally because the other youngsters are sucking their fingers. Bless me, what a pleasure there is in revenge, and what vast respect prosperity commands! Why, 6 months ago I could enter the rooms and receive only the customary fraternal greeting. Now they say, "Why, how are you, old fellow? When did you get in?" And the young pilots who used to tell me patronizingly that I could never learn the river cannot keep from showing a little of their chagrin at seeing me so far ahead of them. Permit me to blow my horn, for I derive a living pleasure from these things, and I must confess that when I go to pay my dues I rather like to let the damned rascals get a glimpse of $100 bill peeping out from amongst notes of smaller dimensions whose face I do not exhibit. You will despise this egotism, but I tell you there is a stern joy in it. We are dwelling on this period of Mark Twain's life, for it was a period that perhaps more than any other influenced his future years. He became completely saturated with the river. Its terms, its memories, its influence remained a definite factor in his personality to the end of his days. Moreover, it was his first period of great triumph. Where before he had been a subaltern, not always even a wage earner, now, all in a moment, he had been transformed into a high chief. The fullest ambition of his childhood had been realized, more than realized, for in that day he had never dreamed of a boat or of an income of such stately proportions. Of great personal popularity, and regarded as a safe pilot, he had been given one of the largest, most difficult of boats. Single handed and alone he had fought his way into the company of kings. And we may pardon his vanity. He could hardly fail to feel his glory and revel in it
and wear it as a halo perhaps a little now and then in the association rooms. To this day he is remembered as a figure there, though we may believe, regardless of his own statement, that it was not entirely because of his success. As the boys of Hannibal had gathered round to listen when Sam Clemens began to speak, so we may be certain that the pilots at St. Louis and New Orleans laid aside other things when he had an observation to make or a tale to tell. "He was much given to spinning yarns," writes one associate of those days, "so funny that his hearers were convulsed, and yet all the time his own face was perfectly sober. If he laughed at all, it must have been inside. It would have killed his hearers to do that. Occasionally some of his droll yarns would get into the papers. He may have written them himself." Another riverman of those days has recalled a story he heard Sam Clemens tell. "We were speaking of presence of mind in accidents. We were always talking of such things. Then he said, 'Boys, I had great presence of mind once. It was at a fire. An old man leaned out of a 4-story building calling for help. Everybody in the crowd below looked up, but nobody did anything. The ladders weren't long enough. Nobody had any presence of mind, nobody but me. I came to the rescue. I yelled for a rope. When it came I threw the old man the end of it. He caught it, and I told him to tie it around his waist. He did so, and I pulled him down.'" This was one of the stories that got into print and traveled far. Perhaps, as the old pilot suggests, he wrote some of them himself, for Horace Bixby remembers that "Sam was always scribbling when not at the wheel." But if he published any work in those river days he did not acknowledge it later, with one exception. The exception was not intended for publication either. It was a burlesque written for the amusement of his immediate friends. He has told the story himself more than once, but it belongs here for the reason that somewhere out of the general circumstance of it there originated a pseudonym one day to become the best known in the hemispheres, the name Mark Twain. That terse, positive, peremptory, dynamic pen name was first used by an old pilot named Isaiah Sellers, a sort of oldest inhabitant of the river, who made the other pilots weary with the scope and antiquity of his reminiscent knowledge. He contributed paragraphs of general information and Nestorian opinions to the New Orleans Picayune, and signed them Mark Twain. They were quaintly egotistical in tone, usually beginning, "My opinion for the benefit of the citizens of New Orleans," and reciting incidents and comparisons dating as far back as 1811. Captain Sellers naturally was regarded as fair game by the young pilots, who amused themselves by imitating his manner and general attitude of speech. But Clemens went further. He wrote at considerable length a broadly burlesque imitation, signed "Sergeant Fathom," with an introduction which referred to the said Fathom as "one of the oldest cub pilots on the river." The letter that followed related a perfectly impossible trip, supposed to have been made in 1763 by the steamer the Old First Jubilee, with a Chinese captain and a Choctaw crew. It is a gem of its kind, and will bear reprint in full to day. See Appendix B at the end of the last volume. The burlesque delighted Bart Bowen, who was Clemens' pilot partner on the Edward J. Gay at the time. He insisted on showing it to others, and finally upon printing it. Clemens was reluctant, but consented. It appeared in the True Delta, May 8 or 9, 1859, and was widely and boisterously enjoyed. It broke Captain Sellers's literary heart. He never contributed another paragraph. Mark Twain always regretted the whole matter deeply, and his own revival of the name was a sort of tribute to the old man he had thoughtlessly wounded. If Captain Sellers has knowledge of material matters now, he is probably satisfied, for these things brought to him, and to the name he had chosen,
what he could never himself have achieved immortality. End of Chapter 27. The Pilot. Read by John Greenman. This is section 28 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 28, Piloting and Prophecy. Those who knew Samuel Clemens best in those days say that he was a slender, fine-looking man, well-dressed, even dandified, given to patent leathers, blue serge, white duck, and fancy striped shirts. Old for his years, he heightened his appearance at times by wearing his beard in the atrocious mutton-chop fashion, then popular, but becoming to no one, least of all to him. The pilots regarded him as a great reader, a student of history, travels, literature, and the sciences, a young man whom it was an education as well as an entertainment to know. When not at the wheel, he was likely to be reading or telling yarns in the association rooms. He began the study of French one day when he passed a school of languages where three tongues, French, German, and Italian, were taught, one in each of three rooms. The price was $25 for one language or three for $50. The student was provided with a set of cards for each room and supposed to walk from one apartment to another, changing tongues at each threshold. With his usual enthusiasm and prodigality, the young pilot decided to take all three languages, but after the first 2 or 3 round trips concluded that, for the present, French would do. He did not return to the school, but kept his cards and bought textbooks. He must have studied pretty faithfully when he was off watch and in port, for his river notebook contains a French exercise, all neatly written, and it is from the dialogues of Voltaire. This old notebook is interesting for other things. The notes are no longer timid, hesitating memoranda, but vigorous records made with the dash of assurance that comes from confidence and knowledge, and with the authority of one in supreme command. Under the head of Second High Water Trip, January 1861, Alonzo Child, we have the story of a rising river with its overflowing banks, its blind passages and cut-offs, all the circumstance and uncertainty of change. Good deal of water all over Cole's Creek chute, 12 or 15 feet bank. Could have gone up shore above General Taylor's, too much drift. Night didn't run either 77 or 76 towheads, 8-foot bank on main shore, Ozark chute, and so on, page after page of cryptographic memoranda. It means little enough to the lay reader, yet one gets an impression somehow of the swirling, turbulent water and a lonely figure in that high glassed-in place peering into the dark for blind landmarks and possible dangers, picking his way up the dim, hungry river of which he must know every foot as well as a man knows the hall of his own home. All the qualifications must come into play, then memory, judgment, courage, and the high art of steering. "Steering is a very high art," he says. "One must not keep a rudder dragging across a boat's stern if he wants to get up the river fast." He had an example of the perfection of this art one misty night on the Alonzo Child. Nearly 50 years later, sitting on his veranda in the dark, he recalled it. He said: "There was a pilot in those days by the name of Jack Leonard, who was a perfectly wonderful creature. I do not know that Jack knew any more about the river than most of us, and perhaps could not read the water any better, but he had a knack of steering away ahead of our ability, and I think he must have had an eye that could see farther into the darkness. I had never seen Leonard steer, but I had heard a good deal about it. I had heard it said that the crankiest old tub afloat, one that would kill any other man to handle, would obey and be as docile as a child when Jack Leonard took the wheel. I had a chance one night to verify that for myself. We were going up the river, and it was one of the nastiest nights I ever saw. Besides that, the boat was loaded in such a way that she steered very hard, and I was half blind and crazy trying to locate the safe channel, and was pulling my arms out to keep her in it. It was one of those nights when everything looks the same, whichever way you look, just two long lines where the sky comes down to the trees, and where the trees meet the water with all the trees precisely the same height, all planted on the same day, as one of the boys used to put it, and not a thing to steer by except the knowledge in your head of the real shape of the river. Some of the boats had what they call a night hawk on the jackstaff, a thing which you could see when it was in the right position against the sky or the water, though it seldom was in the right position, and was generally pretty useless. I was in a bad way that night, and wondering how I could ever get through it, when the pilot house door opened and Jack Leonard walked in. He was a passenger that trip, and I had forgotten he was aboard. I was just about in the worst place, and was pulling the boat first one way, then another, running the wheel backward and forward, and climbing it like a squirrel. "Sam," he said, "let me take the wheel. Maybe I have been over this place since you have." I didn't argue the question. Jack took the wheel, gave it a little turn one way, then a little turn the other. That old boat settled down as quietly as a lamb, went right along as if it had been broad daylight in a river without snags, bars, bottom, or banks, or anything that one could possibly hit. I never saw anything so beautiful. He stayed my watch out for me, and I hope I was decently grateful. I have never forgotten it. The old notebook contained the record of many such nights as that, but there were other nights, too, when the stars were blazing out, or when the moon on the water made the river a wide, mysterious way of speculative dreams. He was always speculating. The planets and the remote suns were always a marvel to him. A love of astronomy, the romance of it, its vast distances, and its possibilities, began with those lonely river watches, and never waned to his last day. For a time a great comet blazed in the heavens, a wonderful sheaf of light that glorified his lonely watch. Night after night he watched it as it developed and then grew dim, and he read eagerly all the comet literature that came to his hand, then or afterward. He speculated of many things, of life, death, the reason of existence, of creation, the ways of Providence and destiny. It was a fruitful time for such meditation. Out of such vigils grew those larger philosophies that would find expression later, when the years had conferred the magic gift of phrase. Life lay all ahead of him then, and during those still watches he must have revolved many theories of how the future should be met and mastered. In the old notebook there still remains a well-worn clipping, the words of some unknown writer, which he had preserved and may have consulted as a sort of creed. It is an interesting little document, a prophetic one the reader may concede. How to take life. Take it just as though it was, as it is, an earnest, vital, and important affair. Take it as though you were born to the task of performing a merry part in it, as though the world had awaited for your coming. Take it as though it was a grand opportunity to do and achieve, to carry forward great and good schemes, to help and cheer a suffering, weary, it may be heartbroken brother. Now and then a man stands aside from the crowd, labors earnestly, steadfastly, confidently, and straightway becomes famous for wisdom, intellect, skill, greatness of some sort. The world wonders, admires, idolizes, and it only illustrates what others may do if they take hold of life with a purpose. The miracle, or the power that elevates the few, is to be found in their industry, application, and perseverance under the promptings of a brave, determined spirit. The old notebook contains no record of disasters. Horace Bixby, who should know, has declared, "Sam Clemens never had an accident either as a steersman or as a pilot, except once when he got aground for a few hours in the bagasse (cane) smoke, with no damage to anybody, though of course there was some good luck in that, too, for the best pilots do not escape trouble now and then." Bixby and Clemens were together that winter on the Alonzo Child, and a letter to Orion contains an account of great feasting which the two enjoyed at a French restaurant in New Orleans, dissipating on a $10 dinner, tell it not to Ma, where they had sheep's head fish, oysters, birds, mushrooms, and what not, after which the day was too far gone to do anything. So it appears that he was not always reading Macaulay or studying French and astronomy, but sometimes went frivoling with his old chief, now his chum, always his dear friend. Another letter records a visit with Pamela to a picture gallery in St. Louis, where was being exhibited Church's Heart of the Andes. He describes the picture in detail and with vast enthusiasm. "I have seen it several times," he concludes, "but it is always a new picture, totally new. You seem to see nothing the second time that you saw the first." Further along he tells of having taken his mother and the girls, his cousin Ella Creel and another, for a trip down the river to New Orleans. "Ma was delighted with her trip, but she was disgusted with the girls for allowing me to embrace and kiss them, and she was horrified at the schottische as performed by Miss Castle and myself. She was perfectly willing for me to dance until 12 o'clock, at the imminent peril of my going to sleep on the after watch, but then she would top off with a very inconsistent sermon on dancing in general, ending with a terrific broadside aimed at that heresy of heresies, the schottische. I took Ma and the girls in a carriage round that portion of New Orleans where the finest gardens and residences are to be seen, and although it was a blazing hot, dusty day, they seemed hugely delighted. To use an expression which is commonly ignored in polite society, they were hell bent on stealing some of the luscious looking oranges from branches which overhung the fence, but I restrained them." In another letter of this period we get a hint of the future Mark Twain. It was written to John T. Moore, a young clerk on the John J. Roe. "What a fool old Adam was! Had everything his own way, had succeeded in gaining the love of the best looking girl in the neighborhood, but yet, unsatisfied with his conquest, he had to eat a miserable little apple. Ah, John, If you had been in his place you would not have eaten a mouthful of the apple, that is, if it had required any exertion. I have noticed that you shun exertion. There comes in the difference between us. I court exertion. I love work. Why, sir, when I have a piece of work to perform, I go away to myself, sit down in the shade, and muse over the coming enjoyment. Sometimes I am so industrious that I muse too long. There remains another letter of this period, a sufficiently curious document. There was in those days a famous New Orleans clairvoyant known as Madame Caprell. Some of the young pilot's friends had visited her, and obtained what seemed to be satisfying results. From time to time they had urged him to visit the fortune teller, and one idle day he concluded to make the experiment. As soon as he came away he wrote to Orion in detail: "She's a very pleasant little lady, rather pretty, about 28, say 5 feet 2 1/4, would weigh 116, has black eyes and hair, is polite and intelligent, used good language, and talks much faster than I do. She invited me into the little back parlor, closed the door, and we were alone. We sat down facing each other. Then she asked my age. Then she put her hands before her eyes a moment, and commenced talking as if she had a good deal to say and not much time to say it in. Something after this style: Madame, yours is a watery planet. You gain your livelihood on the water. But you should have been a lawyer. There is where your talents lie. You might have distinguished yourself as an orator or as an editor. You have written a great deal. You write well, but you are rather out of practice. No matter, you will be in practice some day. You have a superb constitution, and as excellent health as any man in the world. You have great powers of endurance. In your profession your strength holds out against the longest sieges without flagging. Still the upper part of your lungs, the top of them, is slightly affected. You must take care of yourself. You do not drink, but you use entirely too much tobacco, and you must stop it. Mind, not moderate, but stop the use of it totally. Then I can almost promise you 86, when you will surely die. Otherwise, look out for 28, 31, 34, 47, and 65. Be careful, for you are not of a long lived race, that is, on your father's side. You are the only healthy member of your family, and the only one in it who has anything like the certainty of attaining to a great age. So stop using tobacco and be careful of yourself. In some respects you take after your father, but you are much more like your mother, who belongs to the long lived, energetic side of the house. You never brought all your energies to bear upon any subject but what you accomplished it. For instance, you are self made, self educated. S.L.C. Which proves nothing. Madame, don't interrupt. When you sought your present occupation you found 1,000 obstacles in your way, obstacles unknown, not even suspected by any save you and me, since you keep such matter to yourself. But you fought your way and hid the long struggle under a mask of cheerfulness, which saved your friends anxiety on your account. To do all this requires the qualities which I have named. SLC. You flatter well, madame. Madame. Don't interrupt. Up to within a short time you had always lived from hand to mouth. Now you are in easy circumstances, for which you need give credit to no one but yourself. The turning point in your life occurred in 1840 7/8. SLC. Which was? Madame. A death, perhaps, and this threw you upon the world, and made you what you are. It was always intended that you should make yourself. Therefore it was well that this calamity occurred as early as it did. You will never die of water, although your career upon it in the future seems well sprinkled with misfortune. You will continue upon the water for some time yet. You will not retire finally until 10 years from now. What is your brother's age? 23, and a lawyer, and in pursuit of an office? Well, he stands a better chance than the other two, and he may get it. He is too visionary, is always flying off on a new hobby. This will never do. Tell him I said so. He is a good lawyer, a very good lawyer, and a fine speaker, is very popular and much respected, and makes many friends. But although he retains their friendship, he loses their confidence by displaying his instability of character. The land he has now will be very valuable after a while. SLC. Say 250 years hence, or thereabouts, madame. Madame. No, less time, but never mind the land. That is a secondary consideration. Let him drop that for the present, and devote himself to his business and politics with all his might, for he must hold offices under government. After a while you will possess a good deal of property, retire at the end of 10 years, after which your pursuits will be literary. Try the law, you will certainly succeed. I am done now. If you have any questions to ask them freely, and if it be in my power, I will answer without reserve. Without reserve. I asked a few questions of minor importance, paid her, and left, under the decided impression that going to the fortune teller's was just as good as going to the opera, and cost scarcely a trifle more. Ergo, I will disguise myself and go again one of these days, when other amusements fail. Now, isn't she the devil? That is to say, isn't she a right smart little woman? When you want money, let Ma know, and she will send it. She and Pamela are always fussing about change, so I sent them 120 quarters yesterday, fiddler's change enough to last till I get back, I reckon. SAM. In the light of preceding and subsequent events, we must confess that Madame Caprell was indeed a right smart little woman. She made mistakes enough, the letter is not quoted in full, but when we remember that she not only gave his profession at the moment, but at least suggested his career for the future, that she approximated the year of his father's death as the time when he was thrown upon the world, that she admonished him against his besettling habit, tobacco, that she read minutely not only his characteristics but his brother Orion's, that she outlined the struggle in his conquest of the river, that she seemingly had knowledge of Orion's legal bent and his connection with the Tennessee land, all seems remarkable enough, supposing, of course, she had no material means of acquiring knowledge. One can never know certainly about such things. End of Chapter 28, Piloting and Prophecy, read by John Greenman. This is section 29 of Mark Twain, a biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 29 The End of Piloting. It is curious, however, that Madame Caprell, with clairvoyant vision, should not have seen an important event then scarcely more than 2 months distant, the breaking out of the Civil War, with the closing of the river and the end of Mark Twain's career as a pilot. Perhaps these things were so near as to be this side the range of second sight. There had been plenty of war talk, but few of the pilots believed that war was really coming. Traveling that great commercial highway, the river, with intercourse both of North and South, they did not believe that any political differences would be allowed to interfere with the nation's trade, or would be settled otherwise than on the street corners, in the halls of legislation, and at the polls. True, several States, including Louisiana, had declared the Union a failure and seceded, but the majority of opinions were not clear as to how far a State had rights in such a matter, or as to what the real meaning of secession might be. Comparatively few believed it meant war. Samuel Clemens had no such belief. His Madame Caprell letter bears date of February 6, 1861, yet contains no mention of war or of any special excitement in New Orleans, no forebodings as to national conditions. Such things came soon enough. President Lincoln was inaugurated on the 4th of March, and 6 weeks later Fort Sumter was fired upon. Men began to speak out then and to take sides. It was a momentous time in the association rooms. There were pilots who would go with the Union. There were others who would go with the Confederacy. Horace Bixby was one of the former, and in due time became chief of the Union River Service. Another pilot named Montgomery Samuel Clemens had once steered for him declared for the South, and later commanded the Confederate Mississippi fleet. They were all good friends, and their discussions, though warm, were not always acrimonious, but they took sides. A good many were not very clear as to their opinions. Living both North and South, as they did, they saw various phases of the question and divided their sympathies. Some were of one conviction one day and of another the next. Samuel Clemens was of the less radical element. He knew there was a good deal to be said for either cause. Furthermore, he was not then bloodthirsty. A pilot house, with its elevated position and transparency, seemed a poor place to be in when fighting was going on. "I'll think about it," he said. "I'm not very anxious to get up into a glass perch and be shot at by either side. I'll go home and reflect on the matter." He did not realize it, but he had made his last trip as a pilot. It is rather curious that his final brief notebook entry should begin with his future nom de plume, a memorandum of soundings, Mark Twain, and should end with the words, "No lead." He went up the river as a passenger on a steamer named the Uncle Sam. Zeb Leavenworth was one of the pilots, and Sam Clemens usually stood watch with him. They heard war talk all the way and saw preparations, but they were not molested, though at Memphis they barely escaped the blockade. At Cairo, Illinois, they saw soldiers drilling, troops later commanded by Grant. The Uncle Sam came steaming up toward St. Louis, those on board congratulating themselves on having come through unscathed. They were not quite through, though, however. Abreast of Jefferson Barracks they suddenly heard the boom of a cannon and saw a great whirl of smoke drifting in their direction. They did not realize that it was a signal, a thunderous halt, and kept straight on. Less than a minute later there was another boom, and a shell exploded directly in front of the pilot house, breaking a lot of glass and destroying a good deal of the upper decoration. Zeb Leavenworth fell back into a corner with a yell. "Good Lord Almighty, Sam!" he said. "What do they mean by that?" Clemens stepped to the wheel and brought the boat around. "I guess they want us to wait a minute, Zeb," he said. They were examined and passed. It was the last steamboat to make the trip from New Orleans to St. Louis. Mark Twain's pilot days were over. He would have grieved had he known this fact. "I loved the profession far better than any I have followed since," he long afterward declared, "and I took a measureless pride in it." The dreamy, easy, romantic existence suited him exactly. A sovereign and an autocrat, the pilot's word was law. He wore his responsibilities as a crown. As long as he lived Samuel Clemens would return to those old days with fondness and affection, and with regret that they were no more. End of Chapter 29. The End of Piloting. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 30 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 30. The Soldier. Clemens spent a few days in St. Louis, in retirement, for there was a pressing war demand for Mississippi pilots, then went up to Hannibal to visit old friends. They were glad enough to see him, and invited him to join a company of gay military enthusiasts who were organizing to help Governor Clay Jackson repel the invader. A good many companies were forming in and about Hannibal, and sometimes purposes were conflicting and badly mixed. Some of the volunteers did not know for a time which invader they intended to drive from Missouri soil, and more than one company in the beginning was made up of young fellows whose chief ambition was to have a lark, regardless as to which cause they might eventually espouse. The military organizations of Hannibal and Palmyra in 1861 were as follows: the Marion Artillery, the Silver Grays, Palmyra Guards, the W. E. Dennis Company, and one or two others. Most of them were small private affairs, usually composed of about half and half Union and Confederate men, who knew almost nothing of the questions or conditions, and disbanded in a brief time, to attach themselves to the regular service according as they developed convictions. The general idea of these companies was a little camping out expedition and a good time. One such company one morning received unexpected reinforcements. They saw the approach of the recruits, and remarking how well drilled the new arrivals seemed to be, mistook them for the enemy and fled. Samuel Clemens had by this time decided, like Lee, that he would go with his state and lead battalions to victory. The battalion in this instance consisted of a little squad of young fellows of his own age, mostly pilots and schoolmates, including Sam Bowen, Ed Stevens, Ab Grimes, about a dozen all told. They organized secretly, for the Union militia was likely to come over from Illinois any time and look up any suspicious armies that made an open demonstration. An army might lose enthusiasm and prestige if it spent a night or two in the calaboose. So they met in a secret place above Bear Creek Hill, just as Tom Sawyer's red-handed bandits had gathered so long before. A good many of them were of the same lawless lot, and they planned how they would sell their lives on the field of glory, just as Tom Sawyer's band might have done if it had thought about playing war instead of Indian and pirate and bandit, with fierce raids on peach orchards and melon patches. Then, on the evening before marching away, they stealthily called on their sweethearts. Those who had them did, and the others pretended sweethearts for the occasion. And when it was dark and mysterious they said good by and suggested that maybe those girls would never see them again. And as always happens in such a case, some of them were in earnest, and two or three of the little group that slipped away that night never did come back, and somewhere sleep in unmarked graves. The two Sams, Sam Bowen and Sam Clemens, called on Patty Gore and Julia Willis for their good by visit, and when they left invited the girls to walk through the pickets with them, which they did as far as Bear Creek Hill. The girls didn't notice any pickets, because the pickets were away calling on girls, too, and probably wouldn't be back to begin picketing for some time. So the girls stood there and watched the soldiers march up Bear Creek Hill and disappear among the trees. The army had a good enough time that night, marching through the brush and vines toward New London, though this sort of thing grew rather monotonous by morning. When they took a look at themselves by daylight with their nondescript dress and accoutrements, there was something about it all which appealed to one's sense of humor rather than to his patriotism. Colonel Ralls of Ralls County, however, received them cordially and made life happier for them with a good breakfast and some encouraging words. He was authorized to administer the oath of office, he said, and he proceeded to do it, and made them a speech besides. Also he sent out notice to some of the neighbors, to Colonel Bill Splawn, Farmer Nuck Matson, and others, that the community had an army on its hands, and perhaps ought to do something for it. This brought in a number of contributions, provisions, paraphernalia, and certain superfluous horses and mules, which converted the battalion into a cavalry, and made it possible for it to move on to the front without further delay. Samuel Clemens, mounted on a small yellow mule, whose tail had been trimmed down to a tassel at the end, in a style that suggested his name, Paintbrush, upholstered and supplemented with an extra pair of cowskin boots, a pair of gray blankets, a homemade quilt, frying pan, a carpet sack, a small valise, an overcoat, an old-fashioned Kentucky rifle, 20 yards of rope, and an umbrella, was a representative unit of the brigade. The proper thing for an army loaded like that was to go into camp, and they did it. They went over on Salt River near Florida, and camped not far from a farmhouse with a big log stable. The latter they used as headquarters. Somebody suggested that when they went into battle they ought to have short hair, so that in a hand-to-hand conflict the enemy could not get hold of it. Tom Lyon found a pair of sheep shears in the stable and acted as barber. They were not very sharp shears, but the army stood the torture for glory in the field, and a group of little darkies collected from the farmhouse to enjoy the performance. The army then elected its officers. William Ely was chosen captain, with Asa Glasscock as first lieutenant. Samuel Clemens was then voted second lieutenant, and there were sergeants and orderlies. There were only 3 privates when the election was over, and these could not be distinguished by their deportment. There was scarcely any discipline in this army. Then it set in to rain. It rained by day, and it rained by night. Salt River rose until it was bank full and overflowed the bottoms. Twice there was a false night alarm of the enemy approaching, and the battalion went slopping through the mud and brush into the dark, picking out the best way to retreat, plodding miserably back to camp when the alarm was over. Once they fired a volley at a row of mullein stalks waving on the brow of a hill, and once a picket shot at his own horse that had got loose and had wandered toward him in the dusk. The rank and file did not care for picket duty. Sam Bowen, ordered by Lieutenant Clemens to go on guard one afternoon, denounced his superior and had to be threatened with court-martial and death. Sam went finally, but he sat in a hot open place and swore at the battalion and the war in general, and finally went to sleep in the broiling sun. These things began to tell on patriotism. Presently Lieutenant Clemens developed a boil, and was obliged to make himself comfortable with some hay in a horse trough, where he lay most of the day, violently denouncing the war and the fools that invented it. Then word came that General Tom Harris, who was in command of the district, was stopping at a farmhouse 2 miles away, living on the fat of the land. That settled it. Most of them knew Tom Harris, and they regarded his neglect of them as perfidy. They broke camp without further ceremony. Lieutenant Clemens needed assistance to mount Paintbrush, and the little mule refused to cross the river. So Ab Grimes took the coil of rope, hitched one end of it to his own saddle and the other end to Paintbrush's neck. Grimes was mounted on a big horse, and when he started it was necessary for Paintbrush to follow. Arriving at the farther bank, Grimes looked around, and was horrified to see that the end of the rope led down in the water with no horse and rider in view. He spurred up the bank, and the hat of Lieutenant Clemens and the ears of Paintbrush appeared. "Ah," said Clemens, as he mopped his face, "do you know that little devil waded all the way across?" A little beyond the river they met General Harris, who ordered them back to camp. They admonished him to go there himself. They said they had been in that camp and knew all about it. They were going now where there was food, real food, and plenty of it. Then he begged them, but it was no use. By and by they stopped at a farmhouse for supplies. A tall, bony woman came to the door. "You're Secesh, ain't you?" They acknowledged that they were defenders of the cause, and that they wanted to buy provisions. The request seemed to inflame her. "Provisions!" she screamed. "Provisions for Secesh! When my husband a colonel in the Union Army? You get out of here!" She reached for a hickory hoop pole that stood by the door, and the army moved on. When they arrived at Colonel Bill Splawn's that night, Colonel Splawn and his family had gone to bed, and it seemed unwise to disturb them. The hungry army camped in the barnyard and crept into the hayloft to sleep. Presently somebody yelled, "Fire!" One of the boys had been smoking and started the hay. Lieutenant Clemens suddenly awakened, made a quick rolling movement from the blaze, and rolled out of a big hay window into the barnyard below. The rest of the army, startled into action, seized the burning hay and pitched it out the same window. The lieutenant had sprained his ankle when he struck the ground, and his boil was far from well, but when the burning hay descended he forgot his disabilities. Literally and figuratively, this was the final straw. With a voice and vigor suited for the urgencies of the case, he made a spring from under the burning stuff, flung off the remnants, and with them his last vestige of interest in the war. The others, now that the fire was out, seemed to think the incident boisterously amusing. Whereupon the lieutenant rose up and told them, collectively and individually, what he thought of them. Also he spoke of the war and the Confederacy, and of the human race at large. They helped him in, then, for his ankle was swelling badly. Next morning, when Colonel Splawn had given them a good breakfast, the army set out for New London. But Lieutenant Clemens never got any farther than Nuck Matson's farmhouse. His ankle was so painful by that time that Mrs. Matson had him put to bed, where he stayed for several weeks, recovering from the injury and stress of war. A little negro boy was kept on watch for Union detachments. They were passing pretty frequently now, and when one came in sight the lieutenant was secluded until the danger passed. When he was able to travel he had had enough of war and the Confederacy. He decided to visit Orion in Keokuk. Orion was a Union abolitionist and might lead him to mend his doctrines. As for the rest of the army, it was no longer a unit in the field. Its members had drifted this way and that, some to return to their occupations, some to continue in the trade of war. Sam Bowen is said to have been caught by the Federal troops and put to sawing wood in the stockade at Hannibal. Ab A.C. Grimes became a noted Confederate spy, and is still among those who have lived to furnish the details here set down. Properly officered and disciplined, that detachment would have made as brave soldiers as any. Military effectiveness is a matter of leaders and tactics. Mark Twain's own private history of "A Campaign That Failed" is, of course, built on this episode. He gives us a delicious account, even if it does not strikingly resemble the occurrence. The story might have been still better if he had not introduced the shooting of the soldier in the dark. The incident was invented, of course, to present the real horror of war, but it seems incongruous in this burlesque campaign, and, to some extent at least, it missed fire in its intention. In a book recently published, Mark Twain's nephew is quoted as authority for the statement that Mark Twain was detailed for river duty, captured and paroled, captured again, and confined in a tobacco warehouse in St. Louis, etc. Mark Twain had but one nephew, Samuel E. Moffett, whose biographical sketch, Volume 22, Mark Twain's Works, contains no such statement, and nothing of the sort occurred. End of Chapter 30, The Soldier, read by John Greenman. This is Section 31 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 31, Over the Hills and Far Away. When Madame Caprell prophesied that Orion Clemens would hold office under government, she must have seen with true clairvoyant vision. The inauguration of Abraham Lincoln brought Edward Bates into his cabinet, and Bates was Orion's friend. Orion applied for something and got it. James W. Nye had been appointed Territorial Governor of Nevada, and Orion was made Territorial Secretary. He could strain a point and refer to the office as Secretary of State, which was an imposing title. Furthermore, the Secretary would be acting governor in the governor's absence, and there would be various subsidiary honors. When Lieutenant Clemens arrived in Keokuk, Orion was in the first flush of his triumph, and needed only money to carry him to the scene of new endeavor. The late lieutenant, C.S.A., had accumulated money out of his pilot's salary, and there was no comfortable place just then in the active Middle West for an officer of either army who had voluntarily retired from the service. He agreed that if Orion would overlook his recent brief defection from the Union and appoint him now as his, Orion's, secretary, he would supply the funds for both overland passages, and they would start with no unnecessary delay for a country so new that all human beings, regardless of previous affiliations and convictions, were flung into the common fusing pot and recast in the general mold of pioneer. The offer was a boon to Orion. He was always eager to forgive, and the money was vitally necessary. In the briefest possible time he had packed his belongings, which included a large unabridged dictionary, and the brothers were on their way to St. Louis for final leave-taking before setting out for the great mysterious land of promise, the Pacific West. From St. Louis they took the boat for St. Joe, whence the overland stage started, and for 6 days plodded up the shallow, muddy, snaggy Missouri, a new experience for the pilot of the Father of Waters. In fact, the boat might almost as well have gone to St. Joe by land, for she was walking most of the time anyhow, climbing over reefs and clambering over snags patiently and laboriously all day long. The captain said she was a bully boat, and all she wanted was some shear and a bigger wheel. I thought she wanted a pair of stilts, but I had the deep sagacity not to say so. Roughing It. At St. Joe they paid $150 apiece for their stage fare, with something extra for the dictionary, and on the 26th of July, 1861, set out on that long, delightful trip behind 16 galloping horses or mules, never stopping except for meals or to change teams, heading steadily into the sunset, following it from horizon to horizon over the billowy plains, across the snow-clad Rockies, covering the 1,700 miles between St. Joe and Carson City, including a 2-day halt in Salt Lake City, in 19 glorious days. What an inspiration in such a trip! In Roughing It he tells it all, and says, "Even at this day it thrills me through and through to think of the life, the gladness, and the wild sense of freedom that used to make the blood dance in my face on those fine overland mornings." The nights, with the uneven mail bags for a bed and the bounding dictionary for company, were less exhilarating, but then youth does not mind. All things being now ready, stowed the uneasy dictionary where it would lie as quiet as possible, and placed the water canteen and pistols where we could find them in the dark. Then we smoked a final pipe and swapped a final yarn, after which we put the pipes, tobacco, and bag of coin in snug holes and caves among the mail bags, and made the place as dark as the inside of a cow, as the conductor phrased it in his picturesque way. It was certainly as dark as any place could be. Nothing was even dimly visible in it, and finally we rolled ourselves up like silkworms, each person in his own blanket, and sank peacefully to sleep. Youth loves that sort of thing, despite its inconvenience, and sometimes the clatter of the pony rider swept by in the night, carrying letters at $5 apiece, and making the overland trip in 8 days. Just a quick beat of hoofs in the distance, a dash and a hail from the darkness, the beat of hoofs again, then only the rumble of the stage and the even, swinging gallop of the mules. Sometimes they got a glimpse of the pony rider by day, a flash, as it were, as he sped by, and every morning brought new scenery, new phases of frontier life, including at last what was to them the strangest phase of all, Mormonism. They spent 2 wonderful days at Salt Lake City, that mysterious and remote capital of the great American monarchy, who still flaunts her lawless, orthodox creed, the religion of David and Solomon, and thrives. An obliging official made it his business to show them the city and the life there, the result of which would be those amusing chapters in Roughing It by and by. The overland travelers set out refreshed from Salt Lake City, and with a new supply of delicacies, ham, eggs, and tobacco, things that make such a trip worth while. The author of Roughing It assures us of this. Nothing helps scenery like ham and eggs. Ham and eggs, and after these a pipe, an old, rank, delicious pipe. Ham and eggs and scenery, a downgrade, a flying coach, a fragrant pipe, and a contented heart. These make happiness. It is what all the ages have struggled for. But one must read all the story of that long ago trip. It was a trip so well worth taking, so well worth recording, so well worth reading and rereading today. We can only read of it now. The overland stage long ago made its last trip, and will not start any more. Even if it did, the life and conditions, the very scenery itself, would not be the same. End of Chapter 31, Over the Hills and Far Away, read by John Greenman. This is Section 32 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 32, The Pioneer. It was a hot, dusty August 14th that the stage reached Carson City and drew up before the Ormsby Hotel. It was known that the Territorial Secretary was due to arrive, and something in the nature of a reception, with refreshments and frontier hospitality, had been planned. Governor Nye, formerly police commissioner in New York City, had arrived a short time before, and with his party of retainers, heelers we could call them now, had made an imposing entrance. Perhaps something of the sort was expected with the advent of the Secretary of State. Instead, the committee saw 2 way-worn individuals climb down from the stage, unkempt, unshorn, clothed in the roughest of frontier costume, the same they had put on at St. Jo, dusty, grimy, slouchy, and weather-beaten with long days of sun and storm and alkali desert dust. It is not likely there were 2 more unprepossessing officials on the Pacific coast at that moment than the newly arrived Territorial Secretary and his brother. Somebody identified them, and the committee melted away. The half formed plan of a banquet faded out and was not heard of again. Soap and water and fresh garments worked a transformation, but that first impression had been fatal to festivities of welcome. Carson City, the capital of Nevada, was a wooden town with a population of 2,000 souls. Its main street consisted of a few blocks of small frame stores, some of which are still standing. In Roughing It, the author writes: "In the middle of the town, opposite the stores, was a plaza which is native to all towns beyond the Rocky Mountains, a large, unfenced, level vacancy with a liberty pole in it, and very useful as a place for public auctions, horse trades, and mass meetings, and likewise for teamsters to camp in. Two other sides of the plaza were faced by stores, offices, and stables. The rest of Carson City was pretty scattering." One sees the place pretty clearly from this brief picture of his, but it requires an extract from a letter written to his mother somewhat later to populate it. The mineral excitement was at its height in those days of the early sixties, and had brought together such a congress of nations as only the greed for precious metal can assemble. The sidewalks and streets of Carson and the plaza thronged all day with a motley aggregation, a museum of races, which it was an education merely to gaze upon. Jane Clemens had required him to write everything just as it was, "no better and no worse." "Well," he says, "Gold Hill sells at $5,000 per foot cash down. Wildcat isn't worth 10 cents. The country is fabulously rich in gold, silver, copper, lead, coal, iron, quicksilver, marble, granite, chalk, plaster of Paris, gypsum, thieves, murderers, desperadoes, ladies, children, lawyers, Christians, Indians, Chinamen, Spaniards, gamblers, sharpers, coyotes pronounced coyotes, poets, preachers, and jackass rabbits. I overheard a gentleman say the other day that it was the damnedest country under the sun, and that comprehensive conception I fully subscribe to. It never rains here, and the dew never falls. No flowers grow here, and no green thing gladdens the eye. The birds that fly over the land carry their provisions with them. Only the crow and the raven tarry with us. Our city lies in the midst of a desert of the purest, most unadulterated, and uncompromising sand, in which infernal soil nothing but that fag end of vegetable creation, sagebrush, ventures to grow. I said we are situated in a flat, sandy desert. True. And surrounded on all sides by such prodigious mountains that when you look disdainfully down from them upon the insignificant village of Carson, in that instant you are seized with a burning desire to stretch forth your hand, put the city in your pocket, and walk off with it. As to churches, I believe they have got a Catholic one here, but, like that one the New York fireman spoke of, I believe they don't run her now." Carson has been through several phases of change since this was written, for better and for worse. It is a thriving place in these later days, and new farming conditions have improved the country round about. But it was a desert outpost then, a catch-all for the human drift which every whirlwind of discovery sweeps along. Gold and silver hunting and mine speculations were the industries, gambling, drinking, and murder were the diversions, of the Nevada capital. Politics developed in due course, though whether as a business or a diversion is not clear at this time. The Clemens brothers took lodging with a genial Irishwoman, Mrs. Murphy, a New York retainer of Governor Nye, who boarded the camp followers, the Mrs. O'Flanagan of Roughing It. This retinue had come in the hope of territorial pickings and mine adventure. Soldiers of fortune they were, and a good-natured lot altogether. One of them, Bob Howland, a nephew of the governor, attracted Samuel Clemens by his clean-cut manner and commanding eye. "The man who has that eye doesn't need to go armed," he wrote later. "He can move upon an armed desperado and quell him and take him a prisoner without saying a single word." It was the same Bob Howland who would be known by and by as the most fearless man in the Territory, who, as city marshal of Aurora, kept that lawless camp in subjection, and, when the friends of a lot of condemned outlaws were threatening an attack with general massacre, sent the famous message to Governor Nye: "All quiet in Aurora. 5 men will be hung in an hour." And it was quiet, and the program was carried out. But this is a digression and somewhat premature. Orion Clemens, anxious for laurels, established himself in the meager fashion which he thought the government would approve, and his brother, finding neither duties nor salary attached to his secondary position, devoted himself mainly to the study of human nature as exhibited under frontier conditions. Sometimes, when the nights were cool, he would build a fire in the office stove, and, with Bob Howland and a few other choice members of the brigade gathered around, would tell river yarns in that inimitable fashion which would win him devoted audiences all his days. His river life had increased his natural languor of habit, and his slow speech heightened the lazy impression which he was never unwilling to convey. His hearers generally regarded him as an easy-going, indolent good fellow with a love of humor, with talent perhaps, but as one not likely ever to set the world afire. They did not happen to think that the same inclination which made them crowd about to listen and applaud would one day win for him the attention of all mankind. Within a brief time Sam Clemens he was never known as otherwise than Sam among those pioneers was about the most conspicuous figure on the Carson streets. His great bushy head of auburn hair, his piercing, twinkling eyes, his loose, lounging walk, his careless disorder of dress, drew the immediate attention even of strangers, made them turn to look a second time, and then inquire as to his identity. He had quickly adapted himself to the frontier mode. Lately a river sovereign and dandy, in fancy percales and patent leathers, he had become the roughest of rough-clad pioneers, in rusty slouch hat, flannel shirt, coarse trousers, slopping half in and half out of the heavy cowskin boots. Always something of a barbarian in love with the loose habit of unconvention, he went even further than others and became a sort of paragon of disarray. The more energetic citizens of Carson did not prophesy much for his future among them. Orion Clemens, with the stir and bustle of the official new broom, earned their quick respect, but his brother well, they often saw him leaning for an hour or more at a time against an awning support at the corner of King and Carson streets, smoking a short clay pipe and staring drowsily at the human kaleidoscope of the plaza, scarcely changing his position, just watching, studying, lost in contemplation, all of which was harmless enough, of course, but how could anyone ever get a return out of employment like that? Samuel Clemens did not catch the mining fever immediately. There was too much to see at first to consider any special undertaking. The mere coming to the frontier was for the present enough. He had no plans. His chief purpose was to see the world beyond the Rockies, to derive from it such amusement and profit as might fall in his way. The war would end by and by, and he would go back to the river, no doubt. He was already not far from homesick for the States and his associations there. He closed one letter: "I heard a military band play 'What Are the Wild Waves Saying' the other night, and it brought Ella Creel and Belle Stotz across the desert in an instant, for they sang the song in Orion's yard the first time I ever heard it. It was like meeting an old friend. I tell you, I could have swallowed that whole band, trombone and all, if such a compliment would have been any gratification to them." His friends contracted the mining mania. Bob Howland and Raish Phillips went down to Aurora and acquired feet in mini claims, and wrote him enthusiastic letters. With Captain Nye, the governor's brother, he visited them, and was presented with an interest which permitted him to contribute an assessment every now and then toward the development of the mine, but his enthusiasm still languished. He was interested more in the native riches above ground than in those concealed under it. He had heard that the timber around Lake Bigler (Tahoe) promised vast wealth which could be had for the asking. The lake itself and the adjacent mountains were said to be beautiful beyond the dream of art. He decided to locate a timber claim on its shores. He made the trip afoot with a young Ohio lad, John Kinney, and the account of this trip as set down in Roughing It is one of the best things in the book. The lake proved all they had expected, more than they expected. It was a veritable habitation of the gods, with its delicious, winey atmosphere, its vast colonnades of pines, its measureless depths of water, so clear that to drift on it was like floating high aloft in mid-nothingness. They staked out a timber claim and made a semblance of fencing it and of building a habitation to comply with the law, but their chief employment was a complete abandonment to the quiet luxury of that dim solitude, wandering among the trees, lounging along the shore, or drifting on that transparent, insubstantial sea. They did not sleep in their house. He says: "It never occurred to us, for one thing, and besides, it was built to hold the ground, and that was enough. We did not want to strain it." They lived by their campfire on the borders of the lake, and one day, it was just at nightfall, it got away from them, fired the forest, and destroyed their fence and habitation. His picture in Roughing It of the superb night spectacle, the mighty mountain conflagration reflected in the waters of the lake, is splendidly vivid. The reader may wish to compare it with this extract from a letter written to Pamela at the time: "The level ranks of flame were relieved at intervals by the standard bearers, as we called the tall, dead trees, wrapped in fire and waving their blazing banners 100 feet in the air. Then we could turn from the scene to the lake and see every branch and leaf and cataract of flame upon its banks perfectly reflected, as in a gleaming fiery mirror. The mighty roaring of the conflagration, together with our solitary and somewhat unsafe position, for there was no one within 6 miles of us, rendered the scene very impressive. Occasionally one of us would remove his pipe from his mouth and say, 'Superb, magnificent, beautiful, but, by the Lord God Almighty, if we attempt to sleep in this little patch to night will never live till morning." This is good writing, too, but it lacks the fancy and the choice of phrasing which would develop later. The fire ended their first excursion to Tahoe, but they made others and located other claims in which the folks at home, Mr. Moffett, James Lampton, and others, were included. It was the same James Lampton who would one day serve as a model for Colonel Sellers. Evidently Samuel Clemens had a good opinion of his business capacity in that earlier day, for he writes: "This is just the country for Cousin Jim to live in. I don't believe it would take him 6 months to make $100,000 here, if he had 3,000 to commence with. I suppose he can't leave his family, though." Further along in the same letter his own overflowing Sellers optimism develops: "Orion and I have confidence enough in this country to think that if the war lets us alone we can make Mr. Moffett rich without its ever costing him a cent or a particle of trouble." This letter bears date of October 25th, and from it we gather that a certain interest in mining claims had by this time developed. "We have got about 1,650 feet of mining ground, and if it proves good Mr. Moffett's name will go in, and if not I can get feet for him in the spring. You see, Pamela, the trouble does not consist in getting mining ground, for there is plenty enough, but the money to work it with after you get it." He refers to Pamela's two little children, his niece Annie and baby Sam, Samuel E. Moffett, in later life a well known journalist and editor, and promises to enter claims for them, timber claims probably, for he was by no means sanguine as yet concerning the mines. That was a long time ago. Tahoe land is sold by the lot now to summer residents. Those claims would have been riches to day, but they were all abandoned presently, forgotten in the delirium which goes only with the pursuit of precious ores. End of Chapter 32. The Pioneer, read by John Greenman. This is section 33 of Mark Twain, a biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 33, The Prospector. It was not until early winter that Samuel Clemens got the real mining infection. Everybody had it by that time. The miracle is that he had not fallen an earlier victim. The wildest stories of sudden fortune were in the air, some of them undoubtedly true. Men had gone to bed paupers and on the verge of starvation, and awakened to find themselves millionaires. Others had sold for a song claims that had been suddenly found to be fairly stuffed with precious ores. Cartloads of bricks, silver and gold, daily drove through the streets. In the midst of these things reports came from the newly opened Humboldt region, flamed up with a radiance that was fairly blinding. The papers declared that Humboldt County was the richest mineral region on God's footstool. The mountains were said to be literally bursting with gold and silver. A correspondent of the Daily Territorial Enterprise fairly wallowed in rhetoric, yet found words inadequate to paint the measureless wealth of the Humboldt mines. No wonder those not already mad speedily became so. No wonder Samuel Clemens, with his natural tendency to speculative optimism, yielded to the epidemic and became as frenzied as the craziest. The air to him suddenly began to shimmer. All his thoughts were of leads and ledges and veins. All his clouds had silver linings. All his dreams were of gold. He joined an expedition at once. He reproached himself bitterly for not having started earlier. "Hurry! was the word. We wasted no time. Our party consisted of 4 persons: a blacksmith 60 years of age, 2 young lawyers, and myself. We bought a wagon and 2 miserable old horses. We put 1,800 pounds of provisions and mining tools in the wagon and drove out of Carson on a chilly December afternoon. In a letter to his mother he states that besides provisions and mining tools their load consisted of certain luxuries, viz., 10 pounds of killikinick, Watts hymns, 14 decks of cards, Dombey and Son, a cribbage board, 1 small keg of lager beer, and the Carmina Sacra. The 2 young lawyers were A. W. Gus Oliver, Oliphant in Roughing It, and W. H. Clagget. Sam Clemens had known Billy Clagget as a law student in Keokuk, and they were brought together now by this association. Both Clagget and Oliver were promising young men, and would be heard from in time. The blacksmith's name was Tillou Ballou, a sturdy, honest soul with a useful knowledge of mining and the repair of tools. There were also 2 dogs in the party: a small curly-tailed mongrel, Kearney, the property of Mr. Tillou, and a young hound. The combination seemed a strong one. It proved a weak one in the matter of horses. Oliver and Clemens had furnished the team, and their selection had not been of the best. It was 200 miles to Humboldt, mostly across sand. The horses could not drag their load and the miners too, so the miners got out. Then they found it necessary to push. Not because we were fond of it, Ma. Oh, no, but on Bunker's account. Bunker was the near horse on the larboard side, named after the Attorney General of this territory. My horse, and I am sorry you do not know him personally, Ma, for I feel toward him sometimes as if he were a blood relation of our family. He is so lazy, you know. My horse, I was going to say, was the off horse on the starboard side, but it was on Bunker's account principally that we pushed behind the wagon. In fact, Ma, that horse had something on his mind all the way to Humboldt. S.L.C. to his mother, published in the Keokuk, Iowa Gate City. So they had to push, and most of that 200 miles through snow and sandstorm they continued to push and swear and groan, sustained only by the thought that they must arrive at last, when their troubles would all be at an end, for they would be millionaires in a brief time and never know want or fatigue any more. There were compensations. The campfire at night was cheerful, the food satisfying. They bundled close under the blankets and, when it was too cold to sleep, looked up at the stars, while the future entertainer of kings would spin yarn after yarn that made his hearers forget their discomforts. Judge Oliver, the last one of the party alive, in a recent letter to the writer of this history, says: "He was the life of the camp, but sometimes there would come a reaction, and he could hardly speak for a day or two. One day a pack of wolves chased us, and the hound Sam speaks of never stopped to look back till he reached the next station many miles ahead." Judge Oliver adds that an Indian war had just ended, and that they occasionally passed the charred ruin of a shack and new graves. This was disturbing enough. Then they came to that desolation of desolations, the Alkali Desert, where the sand is of unknown depth, where the road is strewn thickly with the carcasses of dead beasts of burden, the charred remains of wagons, chains, bolts, and screws, which thirsty immigrants, grown desperate, have thrown away in the grand hope of being able, when less encumbered, to reach water. They traveled all day and night, pushing through that fierce, waterless waste, to reach camp on the other side. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when they got across, and dropped down utterly exhausted.
Judge Oliver, in his letter, tells what happened then.
The sun was high in the heavens when we were aroused from our sleep by a yelling band of Paiute warriors. We were upon our feet in an instant. The pictures of burning cabins and the lonely graves we had passed were in our minds. Our scalps were still our own, and not dangling from the belts of our visitors. Sam pulled himself together, put his hand on his head, as if to make sure he had not been scalped, and then, with his inimitable drawl, said, "Boys, they have left us our scalps. Let's give them all the flour and sugar they ask for." And we did give them a good supply, for we were grateful. They were 11 weary days, pushing their wagon and team the 200 miles to Unionville, Humboldt County, arriving at last in a driving snowstorm. Unionville consisted of 11 poor cabins built in the bottom of a cañon, 5 on one side and 6 facing them on the other. They were poor 3-sided one-room huts, the fourth side formed by the hill. The roof a spread of white cotton. Stones used to roll down on them sometimes, and Mark Twain tells of livestock, specifically of a mule and cow, that interrupted the patient, long-suffering Oliver, who was trying to write poetry, and only complained when at last an entire cow came rolling down the hill, crashed through on the table, and made a shapeless wreck of everything. The Innocents Abroad. Judge Oliver still does not complain, but he denies the cow. He says there were no cows in Humboldt in those days, so perhaps it was only a literary cow, though in any case it will long survive. Judge Oliver's name will go down with it to posterity. In the letter which Samuel Clemens wrote home he tells of what they found in Unionville. National there was selling at $50 per foot, and assayed $2,496 per ton at the Mint in San Francisco, and the Alda Nueva, Peru, Delirio, Congress, Independent, and others were immensely rich leads, and moreover, having winning ways with us, we could get feet enough to make us all rich one of these days. I confess with shame, says the author of Roughing It, that I expected to find masses of silver lying all about the ground. And he adds that he slipped away from the cabin to find a claim on his own account, and tells how he came staggering back under a load of golden specimens. Also, how his specimens proved to be only worthless mica, and how he learned that in mining nothing that glitters is gold. His account in Roughing It of the Humboldt mining experience is sufficiently good history to make detail here unnecessary. Tillou instructed them in prospecting, and in time they located a fairly promising claim. They went to work on it with pick and shovel, then with drill and blasting powder. Then they gave it up. 1 week of this satisfied me. I resigned. They tried to tunnel, but soon resigned again. It was pleasanter to prospect and locate and trade claims and acquire feet in every new ledge than it was to dig, and about as profitable. The golden reports of Humboldt had been based on assays of selected rich specimens, and were mainly delirium and insanity. The Clemens, Clagett, Oliver, Tillou combination never touched their claims again with pick and shovel, though their faith, or at least their hope in them, did not immediately die. Billy Clagett put out his shingle as notary public, and Gus Oliver put out his as probate judge. Sam Clemens and Tillou, with a fat-witted, arrogant Prussian named Pfersdorf (Ollendorf), set out for Carson City. It is not certain what became of the wagon and team. or of the two dogs. The Carson travelers were waterbound at a tavern on the Carson River, the scene of the Arkansas sketch, with a fighting, drinking lot. Pfersdorf got them nearly drowned getting away, and finally succeeded in getting them absolutely lost in the snow. The author of Roughing It tells us how they gave themselves up to die, and how each swore off whatever he had in the way of an evil habit, how they cast their tempers, tobacco cards, and whiskey into the snow. He further tells us how next morning, when they woke to find themselves alive, within a few rods of a hostelry, they surreptitiously dug up those things again and, deep in shame and luxury, resumed their fallen ways. It was the 29th of January when they reached Carson City. They had been gone not quite 2 months, one of which had been spent in travel. It was a brief period, but it contained an episode, and it seemed like years. End of Chapter 33, The Prospector, read by John Greenman. This is section 34 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 1, Part 1, 1835 to 1866. Chapter 34, Territorial Characteristics. Meantime, the Territorial Secretary had found difficulties in launching the ship of state. There was no legislative hall in Carson City, and if Abram Curry, one of the original owners of the celebrated Gould and Curry mine, Curry, old Abe Curry, as he called himself, had not tendered the use of a hall rent-free, the first legislature would have been obliged to sit in the desert. Furthermore, Orion had met with certain acute troubles of his own. The government at Washington had not appreciated his economies in the matter of cheap office rental, and it had stipulated the price which he was to pay for public printing and various other services, prices fixed according to Eastern standards. These prices did not obtain in Nevada, and when Orion, confident that because of his other economies the Comptroller would stretch a point and allow the increased frontier tariff, he was met with the usual thick-headed official lack of imagination, with the result that the excess paid was deducted from his slender salary. With a man of less conscience this condition would easily have been offset by another, wherein other rates, less arbitrary, would have been adjusted to negotiate the official deficit. With Orion Clemens such a remedy was not even considered. Yielding, unstable, blown by every wind of influence though he was, Orion's integrity was a rock. Governor Nye was among those who presently made this discovery. Old politician that he was, former police commissioner of New York City, Nye took care of his own problems in the customary manner. To him, politics was simply a game, to be played to win. He was a popular, jovial man, well liked and thought of, but he did not lie awake, as Orion did, planning economies for the government, or how to make up excess charges out of his salary. To him Nevada was simply a doorway to the United States Senate, and in the meantime his brigade required official recognition and perquisites. The governor found Orion Clemens an impediment to this policy. Orion could not be brought to a proper political understanding of special bills and accounts, and relations between the Secretary of State and the governor were becoming strained. It was about this time that the man who had been potentate of the pilot house of a Mississippi River steamer returned from Humboldt. He was fond of the governor, but he had still higher regard for the family integrity. When he had heard Orion's troubled story, he called on Governor Nye and delivered himself in his own fashion. In his former employments he had acquired a vocabulary and moral backbone sufficient to his needs. We may regret that no stenographic report was made of the interview. It would be priceless now, but it is lost. We only know that Orion's rectitude was not again assailed, and that, curiously enough, Governor Nye apparently conceived a strong admiration and respect for his brother. Samuel Clemens, miner, remained but a brief time in Carson City, only long enough to arrange for a new and more persistent venture. He did not confess his Humboldt failure to his people. In fact, he had not as yet confessed it to himself. His avowed purpose was to return to Humboldt after a brief investigation of the Esmeralda mines. He had been paying heavy assessments on his holdings there, and with a knowledge of mining gained at Unionville, he felt that his personal attention at Aurora might be important. As a matter of fact, he was by this time fairly daft on the subject of mines and mining, with the rest of the community for company. His earlier praises of the wonders and climate of Tahoe had inspired his sister Pamela, always frail, with a desire to visit that health-giving land. Perhaps he felt that he recommended the country somewhat too highly. "By George, Pamela," he said, "I begin to fear that I have invoked a spirit of some kind or other, which I will find more than difficult to allay." He proceeds to recommend California as a residence for any or all of them, but he is clearly doubtful concerning Nevada. "Some people are malicious enough to think that if the devil were set at liberty and told to confine himself to Nevada Territory, he would come here and look sadly around a while, and then get homesick and go back to hell again. Why, I have had my whiskers and mustaches so full of alkali dust that you'd have thought I worked in a starch factory and boarded in a flour barrel." But then he can no longer restrain his youth and optimism. How could he, with a fortune so plainly in view? It was already in his grasp in imagination. He was on the way home with it. "I expect to return to St. Louis in July, per steamer. I don't say that I will return then, or that I shall be able to do it, but I expect to, you bet. I came down here from Humboldt in order to look after our Esmeralda interests. Yesterday Bob Howland arrived here, and I have had a talk with him. He owns with me in the Horatio and Darby ledge. He says our tunnel is in 52 feet, and a small stream of water has been struck, which bids fair to become a big thing by the time the ledge is reached, sufficient to supply a mill. Now, if you knew anything of the value of water here, you would perceive at a glance that if the water should amount to 50 or 100 inches, we wouldn't care whether school kept or not. If the ledge should prove to be worthless, we'd sell the water for money enough to give us quite a lift. But, you see, the ledge will not prove to be worthless. We have located, near by, a fine site for a mill, and when we strike the ledge, you know, we'll have a mill site, water power, and pay rock all handy. Then we shan't care whether we have capital or not. Mill folks will build us a mill and wait for their pay. If nothing goes wrong, we'll strike the ledge in June, and if we do, I'll be home in July, you know." He pauses at this point for a paragraph of self-analysis, characteristic and crystal clear. "So just keep your clothes on, Pamela, until I come. Don't you know that undemonstrated human calculations won't do to bet on? Don't you know that I have only talked as yet, but proved nothing? Don't you know that I have expended money in this country, but have made none myself? Don't you know that I have never held in my hands a gold or silver bar that belonged to me? Don't you know that it's all talk and no cider so far? Don't you know that people who always feel jolly, no matter where they are or what happens to them, who have the organ of hope preposterously developed, who are endowed with an unconcealable sanguine temperament, who never feel concerned about the price of corn, and who cannot, by any possibility, discover any but the bright side of a picture, are very apt to go to extremes and exaggerate with 40-horse microscopic power? But, in the bright lexicon of youth there is no such word as fail, and I'll prove it.
Whereupon he lets himself go again full tilt.
By George, if I just had $1,000 I'd be all right. Now there's the Horatio, for instance. There are 5 or 6 shareholders in it, and I know I could buy half of their interests at, say, $20 per foot. Now that flour is worth $50 per barrel, and they are pressed for money, but I am hard up myself and can't buy, and in June they'll strike the ledge, and then good by canary. I can't get it for love or money. $20 a foot. Think of it, for ground that is proven to be rich. $20, madam, and we wouldn't part with a foot of our 75 for 5 times the sum. So it will be in Humboldt next summer. The boys will get pushed and sell ground for a song that is worth a fortune. But I am at the helm now. I have convinced Orion that he hasn't business talent enough to carry on a peanut stand, and he has solemnly promised me that he will meddle no more with mining or other matters not connected with the secretary's office. So you see, if mines are to be bought or sold, or tunnels run, or shafts sunk, parties have to come to me, and me only. I'm the firm, you know. There are pages of this, all glowing with golden expectations and plans. Ah, well, we have all written such letters home at one time and another, of gold mines of one form or another. He closes at last with a bit of pleasantry for his mother. Ma says, "It looks like a man can't hold public office and be honest." Why, certainly not, madam. A man can't hold public office and be honest. Lord bless you, it is a common practice with Orion to go about town stealing little things that happen to be lying around loose, and I don't remember having heard him speak the truth since we have been in Nevada. He even tries to prevail upon me to do these things, ma, but I wasn't brought up that way, you know. You showed the public what you could do in that line when you raised me, madam. But then you ought to have raised me first, so that Orion could have had the benefit of my example. Do you know that he stole all the stamps out of an 8-stamp quartz mill one night, and brought them home under his overcoat and hid them in the back room?
End of Chapter 34, Territorial Characteristics, read by John Greenman.